Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
On the endless blue sea stood a small island crowned with giant windmills. At the island's southwest shore, a boy lay unconscious on the sand. The cold waves licked at his feet until, with a groan, his eyes fluttered open. Above him stretched a clear blue sky. The salty breeze filled his lungs, making him frown in confusion. Where am I? Memories flickered, tires screeching, a dump truck, his own death. Yet here he was alive. He staggered up, then froze when his reflection appeared in the shallow water. This is me? Gone was his worn-out 20-something face. Staring back was his 16-year-old self, spirited, sharp, full of vitality. Before he could process it, a crisp voice rang in his mind. Ding! Host detected at Plot Island, Windmill Village. Check-in system activated. System. Xiachun blinked, stunned. Another chime followed. Host has arrived at Windmill Village. Do you wish to check in? Yes, he blurted instinctively. Check-in successful. Reward. Mythical Zoan, human fruit, monkey king form, no side effects. A golden fruit materialized in his hand. Xiachun's heart pounded. The monkey king, Sun Wukong, gods, celestial dragons, marines, even Nika the sun god. To him, they were nothing, because now he held the power of the great sage himself. Without hesitation, he sank his teeth into the fruit. Huh, this is sweet. He blinked, surprised. Didn't devil fruits taste worse than trash? Must be the side effect-free version. He devoured it all in minutes, and soon a burning force surged through every vein. His body transformed, strengthened, reforged in golden light. When the glow faded, he clenched his fist, trembling with excitement. I could blow up a mountain. For the first time since his death, Xiachun laughed. A system panel opened before him. Name, Xiachun. Fruit, mythical Zoan, monkey king form, basic. Ability, indestructible body, basic. Armament Hokage, locked. Observation Hokage, locked. Conqueror's Hokage, locked. The words burned into his vision. His journey was only beginning. He grabbed a roasted fish to fill his gnawing hunger, then stood tall, gazing toward the heart of the island. This is Windmill Village, then Luffy should be here. A grin tugged at his lips. Good. With this system and the Straw Hats waiting for me, I'll conquer every plot island in this world. The forest grew thicker the deeper Xiachun walked. He scratched his chin, frowning. Did I take a wrong turn? Don't tell me I'm as hopeless with directions as Zoro. Just then, a familiar cry rang out through the woods. Goma Goma no! Xiachun's eyes lit up. No way. He sprinted toward the sound and burst into a clearing, where a boy in a straw hat launched a rubber fist straight into a tiger's jaw. The beast went flying. Xiachun couldn't help but grin. Monkey D. Luffy, I finally found you. But before he could step forward, the tiger, fur bristling, bloodied, but furious, lunged straight at him. Get out of the way, Luffy shouted. Huh. Xiachun snapped out of his daze just in time. His fist shot out on instinct. Bang! The tiger crumpled midair, bones snapping under the force. Blood sprayed as it smashed through trees before lying still. Both boys froze. You, Luffy stammered, eyes wide. Xiachun stared at his own fist in disbelief. That punch. I didn't even use full strength. This indestructible body is insane. Then Luffy's shock melted into excitement. His grin stretched ear to ear. Shishishi. You're awesome, he laughed, bouncing over. Are you from Windmill Village? How come I've never seen you before? No, I just arrived today, Xiachun answered. Then join my crew, Luffy declared without hesitation. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. Be my partner. Xiachun blinked. He had been racking his brain on how to convince Luffy to take him aboard, and Luffy just handed him the invitation without a thought. As expected of Luffy. Reckless, but this is exactly the chance I wanted. He smirked. Fine. But I have one condition. I want to be your first mate. Deal. Luffy agreed instantly, bursting into laughter. Xia Chun chuckled. Captain, when do we set sail? Tomorrow. But first, let's eat. At the word eat, Xia Chun glanced at the dead tiger and licked his lips. Perfect. I'm starving. The next day, Xia Chun stood on the shore, staring at the pitiful little dinghy bobbing in the water. Luffy, this is your ship? It's the biggest one I could steal from the village chief's grandpa, Luffy said proudly. Xia Chun buried his face in his palm. So this is the legendary Straw Hat Pirate's flagship beginnings. Before he could complain further, dark clouds rolled in overhead. The calm sea turned wild in an instant. Thunder cracked. A tornado spun on the horizon, racing toward them. Xia Chun, a tornado's coming. Luffy shouted. What? Xia Chun's face drained. Their tiny boat wouldn't last seconds in that storm. His sharp eyes caught something in the waves, 2 barrels, lashed together, bobbing in the current. There! He pointed. Row toward those barrels. Moments later, they reached them. Xia Chun cracked one open. Empty. Good enough. Luffy, get inside. Okay. Luffy jumped in without hesitation. Xia Chun climbed into the other barrel, shoving their tiny boat away to keep it from crushing them. As he sealed the lid, the storm swallowed them whole. Meanwhile, somewhere at sea, seagulls wheeled overhead as the breeze carried the salty scent of the east blue. The peaceful picture shattered under a grating laugh. Ha ha ha! Who's the most beautiful woman on this sea? The answer roared back at once. Of course, Captain Alvida. A towering, bloated woman stood on the deck of a pirate ship, an iron mace resting on her shoulder. The skull flag above bore her mark. Her lips twisted into a grotesque smile as the fat on her face quivered. That's right. No one deserves the title but me. Just then, a pink-haired cabin boy pointed over the rail. Miss Alvida, I spotted 2 barrels floating ahead. Oh, a pair of barrels? Her eyes gleamed. Bring them aboard. Let's see what treasure the sea has gifted me today. After a while, the 2 wine barrels were salvaged by the pirates. Arita was very happy looking at the salvaged wine barrel. With her many years of sailing experience, she could tell at a glance that the barrel was not filled with wine. The depth of draft is different, but on this sea, there's no wine in the barrels. Was most likely to be installed. Of course it is treasure. Thinking of this, Alrita happily walked towards the wine barrel. He also said, You've done a great job, KB. Keep up the hard work. Yes, Miss Arita, Kirby replied tremblingly. Treasure, I'm coming. Arita's plump hands slowly reached towards the lid of the wine barrel. Just when he was about to touch the barrel, a fist stretched out from inside, slowly enlarging in Arita's eyes. Bang! Arita was caught off guard and was knocked away. At the same time, a voice came from the position of the wine barrel. It's so good to sleep. The pirates stared blankly at Alita, who was knocked away, and then looked at Luffy, who was stretching. An idea came to mind at the same time. This kid is dead. At the same time, another wine barrel also shattered. Hey, it seems that there is no change in the ending. Xiaochen looked at the pirates in front of him and Arita lying over there and said, I didn't expect that having him as a little butterfly would not have a big impact on the plot. I still met Arita. Xiaochen thinks this is good. At least his appearance will not affect the direction of the plot. Then isn't he equivalent to opening a profit? System hang plus profit hang. Invincible. Only this time the barrels containing the 2 of them were not moved from merchant ships. In this case, does it mean that Nami is not on the ship now? But now is obviously not the time for Xiachan to think so much. Arita over there is going crazy right now. He got up from the ground and shouted to Luffy. You be asterisk 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 D. Do you know what you did? Luffy looked at the furious Arita without any reaction. After picking his nose with his hand, he said, Who is this rude ant? Rude ant. The expressions of all the pirates around him changed. Arita's face was even blue with anger. He picked up the iron rod and threw it at Luffy, saying, I want you dead. Luffy dodged Arita's attack with a slight jump. Then he punched her in the face again. As expected, she flew out again. When the pirates saw this scene, They immediately stepped forward with their swords in hand. Prepare to beat up Luffy. But at this time, a figure stood in front of them. Xiachen looked at the group of pirates and said calmly, "This road is blocked." But none of these pirates cared about what Xiachen said. A bunch of pirates who lick blood from their swords every day would be afraid of a brat like you? What a joke. Then a crowd of people swarmed up. One of the pirates wearing a turban said with a ferocious smile, "You'll know when you're underground that the road is blocked." Looking at this scene, Xia Chun sighed softly. "Hey, why bother?" Then Xia Chen's eyes narrowed. The figure disappeared instantly. Bang! Bang! In just a few breaths, these pirates were lying peacefully on the ground one by one. It was as if they could see their grandma waving to them. Xia Chan was not surprised at all by the situation before him. He doesn't even know how strong he is now. The indestructible body that comes with the Monkey King's fruit is really awesome. It greatly strengthened his physique, and he even inherited Brother Monkey's combat experience. To say it's not too far off, right? Sometimes Xiachen wonders if this system is simply a fruit setting just to allow the Monkey King to appear in the world of One Piece reasonably. Otherwise, I have never heard of any fruit that can inherit combat experience. But he didn't want to think about it. All he knows is that he is the beneficiary. Then Xia Chun turned around and saw that Luffy and Arita, who had been fighting just now, were confronting each other. Then Kirby shouted that sentence too. "This man is the the ugliest old woman ever." Alita shouted, "You brat." Then the iron rod came down on Kirby. Luffy instantly appeared in front of KB and directly received the blow with his head. A smile appeared on his lips. "It seems it's useless." Gomo Gomo. Pistol. Bang. Vomit. The fist hit Arita's stomach, hitting her so hard that her eyes almost bulged out. Then, she flew into the sky like a big gray wolf. It fell into the sea far away. It's just that the classic line is missing. Xiachun glanced at the pirates on the ground and kicked them. "Hey, go get the food out of this boat for us. If it's too late, you think about the consequences yourself." The pirates were shocked when they heard this. I forced my painful body to get up and went looking for food one by one. Luffy walked over and said with a big smile, "Xiachun, how did you know I was hungry?" "No, it's just that I'm hungry." After some time, Xiachun and Luffy both lay on the deck, touching their full bellies and showing happy smiles. Xiachun found out that he didn't know if it was because he had awakened the indestructible body of Vajra. He discovered that his appetite was even greater than Luffy. A big eater. A little outrageous. It seems that Sanji will be very busy in the future. After resting for a while, Xiachun asked the pirates again, "Where's the treasure on your ship?" Although he is not a money fan like Nami, but he needs to eat. He and Luffy really have a cleaner pocket than their face. "Without some rice in my pocket, I feel uneasy." In the cabin, one of the pirates answered shakily, "Why are you standing there? Take me there." Seeing the pirate looking at him blankly after finishing speaking, Xiachun cursed angrily. "Yes, please follow me." When Xiachun came to the place where the treasure was placed, he was very satisfied with the scene in front of him. Barry's words are 5 million. There's also some gold, jewelry, etc. Although Xiachun doesn't know the value of these things. But I guess it shouldn't be too bad. "Okay, you can go out. Close the door when you go out," Xiachun said to the pirate who let him in. "Yes." With a thought in Xiachun's mind, all the treasures in front of him disappeared directly. He was taken into the system space. System space can only store dead objects, but there is no flow of time inside. In other words, if Li Chia put a piece of meat in, what would it look like before going in? Is what it comes out like. He has already tested this out in the past few days. The size of space is 1 trillion cubic meters. It sounds like it's huge, but in fact it is just a cube with a length, width, and height of 10,000 meters. This size actually cannot accommodate some of the larger Poseidon-like corpses in one piece. But to hold treasure? That's not how much you can put in. Everyone in the Straw Hats will act based on Nami's expression, and Nami wants to act based on the treasure. I have treasure. So in the end, everyone on the boat had to look at my face to act. Correct answer. From now on, I will be the face fruit user of the Straw Hats. Just when Xia Chan had collected the treasure and was about to go out. Collapse! Collapse! Several huge explosions sounded. Then the ship began to tilt and rock. Xia Chan opened the hatch and came to the deck. I saw several marine warships parked on the sea in the distance. They were firing continuously at them. Kirby, didn't you say you wanted to join Marine? Go over now. Luffy's voice came. Are you kidding? Don't talk about enlisting in the army now. You'll definitely go to jail later. KB's angry voice came. He, a man on a pirate ship, went to Marine and said he wanted to be a Marine? I'm afraid it won't add merit to them, right? Ha ha. In this case, let's escape first. I'm a pirate. Xia Chun, let's go. Luffy laughed. Understood, Captain. A smile appeared on Xia Chen's lips. Not to mention, this feeling of escaping from Marine's nose seems pretty good. A small boat was thrown directly from the boat by Luffy, and then he jumped in too. Just when Xia Chan was about to go down, he saw KB next to him trembling and looking down. What are you doing? I'm scared, it's too high. Xia Chen couldn't help but raise his forehead after hearing this. This early Kirby is really... So Xia Chun directly grabbed KB's collar with one hand and smiled evilly at him. It's okay. I will help you overcome your fear. Then he said, with this blow, I will definitely kill you. After speaking, he raised his axe and attacked Xia Chun. Xia Chun smiled contemptuously and said nothing. After some time, At this time, Meng Ka was breathing heavily. The look in Xia Chen's eyes was full of shock. During this period, he launched at least hundreds of attacks on Xia Chun, but every time it was just right. At this time, no matter how stupid he was, he knew that the young man in front of him was not simple. But he still didn't think he would lose. In his opinion, Xia Chun just knows how to hide. It is definitely not as good as him in terms of hard power. Then he said excitedly to General Xia Chun, "Are you just going to keep hiding? Do you dare to confront me head-on? Come." Xia Chun hooked his hands towards Meng Ka. "I won't hide this time." Meng Ka's face showed joy when he heard this. "Still too young. It's so easy to lose your temper. Then let your grandpa Meng Ka send you to hell." After saying that, Meng Ka ran towards Xia Chun and jumped up high when he was about to reach Xia Chun. "Raise the axe above your head." He slashed hard at Xia Chun. Clang! The roar of gold and iron clashing came. Meng Ka had a look of horror on his face. He said in disbelief, How is this possible?" When the camera turned, Xia Chun could be seen firmly catching Meng Ka's axe with just one finger. And there are no scars on the fingers. It should not be said, although the iron block is jokingly called the most rubbish 6 styles, but is still used by many people. In the early stage, the effect is actually quite large. It was just replaced by armed color hockey later on. Xia Chun looked at Meng Ka calmly and said, "You have been attacking for so long, so it should be me next, right?" At this time, Meng Ka had not recovered from the previous shock. Suddenly hearing Xia Chen's words, his body trembled. An idea came to my mind subconsciously. "No!" Xia Chen's fist instantly appeared in front of Meng Ka and hit him directly in the stomach. Puff! Meng Ka took off instantly, vomiting a mouthful of blood in the air. He flew out from the rooftop of the building and fell towards the execution ground below. Shave! Xia Chen's figure instantly disappeared from the middle of the rooftop and then appeared on the edge of the rooftop, quietly looking at Meng Ka lying on the ground vomiting blood. He immediately lost consciousness after a while. To be honest, this result was due to Xia Chun using a lot of strength. He originally wanted to punch Meng Ka casually and make him suffer, then leave the final ending to Zoro. But it's a pity. He overestimated Meng Ka and underestimated himself. Unexpectedly, this guy couldn't withstand it after only using 30% of his strength. This way, Zoro won't have a chance to practice. But it doesn't matter. There is no improvement after fighting this kind of rookie. Just leave the next few experience packs to Zoro. Talk about Chow Chow. Chow Chow arrives. Luffy's voice came from the stairs. "Xia Chun, wait a minute. Zoro and I are here to help you." But when Luffy and the others went up to the roof, they saw an extremely strange scene. At this time, Xia Chan was standing at the edge of the roof. The other ones are the Marine sidekicks who are huddled in the corner. There was deep fear in his eyes when he looked at Xia-chun. Luffy didn't think too much and asked Xia-chun directly, "Where's the big axe?" "Here, he's lying down there." Xia-chun pursed his lips toward the bottom. Question marks appeared above Luffy and Zoro's heads. Then he walked over and looked down. At this time, Monka was seen lying peacefully on the ground of the execution ground, surrounded by bloodstains. They were all just vomited. "Sigui, Xia-chun, you are so awesome." Low-key. Isn't this normal?" Xia-chun said it was normal, but the expression on his face completely betrayed him. That mouth Kakuzu is about to reach the sky. Next to him, Zoro was very surprised to see Xia-chun take care of Monka so quickly. It seemed like what he expected. Xia-chun is indeed a strong man. Looking at the two people, Zoro smiled. It seems that the days to come will not be boring. After a while, Xia-chun looked at Luffy and Zoro a little surprised. That's right, just now, when Xia-chun and Monka were playing, Luffy has already abducted Zoro onto the ship. He originally thought that it would take a lot of effort to trick Zoro into boarding the ship when the plot was a little off. I didn't expect Luffy to solve it so easily. Should we say that this is Wong Lufei's personality charm? Xia-chun smiled. Since then, Zoro has officially become the third crew member of the Straw Hat crew. Let's go. Let's go to the town to eat meat. Xia-chun said happily. Meat? Luffy's eyes instantly turned into star eyes. Okay, let's go. Luffy jumped up on the spot and ran towards the town. Seeing Luffy's appearance, Zoro smiled disdainfully. What's so good about meat? Huh? I remember you were very happy when I gave it to you just now. Xia-chun asked quietly. Zoro's face froze for a moment, and after a while he said harshly, I was too hungry. Didn't you say you have the most perseverance? Xia-chun tortured his soul again. Xia-chun, you're looking for death, aren't you? Zoro immediately fumed. Ha! Feeling this harmonious atmosphere, Xia-chun felt very happy. Then he said, what if there's still wine? Wine? The anger on Zoro's face disappeared instantly and was replaced by a longing expression. Then he cleared his throat. Ahem, let's go then. After saying that, he ran towards Luffy's figure, still shouting, Luffy, why are you running so fast? Then he looked back. Xia-chun, if you don't come here, you will be the last one. A smile appeared on Xia-chun's lips. That's impossible. Then use Moonwalk to fly into the sky instantly, and then use Moonwalk and shave together, constantly teleporting in the air. He even taunted Zoro when he passed him. I'm not the slowest now. Goodbye. Then disappear instantly. You cheated. Night. Gulu gulu. After eating and drinking, Luffy and Zoro lay down in the room and fell asleep. But this time, Xia-chun stood up, pushed the gate of opening, and walked out. Moonwalk took off and disappeared into the vast night. In just a few breaths, Xia-chun arrived at the Marine base. During the day, I had been having S**X with Luffy and the others. I almost forgot about the real thing. As soon as Xia-chun entered the base, he saw a man sitting on the wall of the execution ground. Out of curiosity, Xia-chun went over to take a look. Hey, isn't this Balumabur? Why? After your father fell, you came out to look at the stars in melancholy. Balumeb, who was staring blankly at the sky, suddenly heard a sound and almost fell off the wall in fright. And when he turned around and saw Xia-chun speaking, I didn't fall down at first, but I did fall down now. Xia-chun was a little dissatisfied when he saw Balumabur looking so afraid of him. Why, I look fierce. No. Then why are you so afraid of me? Well, Balumeb was speechless at this time. You beat my father to the last breath. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Xia-chun shook his head and did not continue to care about him. Asked him directly, Hey, you guys at the Marine base, Barry, where do you keep the treasures? Take me there. Yes. Balumeb trembled and responded quickly. Soon after, under the leadership of Belyamibo, Xia-chun arrived at his destination. This is where the treasure is stored. Very good. I could just go in by myself. You don't have to follow me. After saying that, Xia-chun pushed the gate of opening and walked in. As soon as he entered the door, Xia-chan saw a dark shadow flashing past in a trance. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Xia-chan came to the piled treasures. These treasures were piled neatly and orderly, as if they had been sorted out by someone. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared behind Xia-chan. The black shadow took the stick and hit Xia-chan's neck hard. The sound of the stick being swung empty came, causing the black shadow's body to tremble unconsciously. Where are people? People. Miss, it's not a good habit to do something behind your back. The sudden sound behind him startled the black shadow. He quickly turned around and took a few steps back. Then the figure gradually emerged. Orange hair, blue and white clothes, yellow shorts. Who else could it be if not Nami? At this time, Nami looked at Xia-chan, who was smiling faintly across from him, with a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. An emotion called fear emerged from her heart. She didn't see how the person in front of her disappeared just now. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through her mind. It's over. She just attacked him. This person won't kill her, right? If he really attacks her, she has no ability to resist at all. What to do? What to do? Huh? Wait, we have it. A look of pity suddenly appeared on Nami's face. He said to Xia-chan pitifully, I really didn't mean to attack you just now. I thought you were one of those bad guys from the Space Marine. You know, I'm a girl and I don't have the power to tie a chicken. It would be over if I fell into the hands of those Marines. That's why I did this. Can you forgive me? What he said was a true expression of his feelings. But Xia-chan didn't speak and still looked at her with a faint smile. I thought to myself, it's okay if you lie to Luffy, but if you lie to me, it might be a little bit worse. But since Nami likes acting so much, it seems that it is not impossible for him to act with her. So Xia-chan pretended to be sinister and said, How do you know I'm not the Marine here? Jia. Oh. Nami was suddenly speechless. Should she say that she came in to steal? Oh, no, before taking the treasure. I've been staying here for a while, and I haven't seen you at all? This reason doesn't seem to work. Just when Nami was still thinking about finding a good reason, Xia-chan interrupted her thoughts. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. I'm a generous person, so let's forget about your sneak attack on me. Now let's get down to business. If I guess correctly, you're here to steal the treasure, right? You too? Nami asked curiously. No, then what are you here for? I'm here to be saved. Huh? What do you mean? Nami was confused. I just need these treasures to help me. Do you understand? So the two of us ended up being kindred spirits? Nami held back her words for a long time. This was the first time she had seen someone talk about stealing things in such a refreshing and refined way. Learned. From now on, she will often go to be helped. You're right to say that, Xia-chan said calmly. So, I want the treasure here. Do you have any objections? What? Nami's face instantly turned ugly. She had just worked so hard to move these treasures and sort them out. I'm just going to move them all out later. As a result, an uninvited guest appeared on the way and immediately took the fruits of her labor as his own. But what can she do? Oh. Don't wait for Xiao Ming's explanation here. Everyone is still waiting for her to rescue her. So she could only force out a forced smile. No objection. Looking at Nami's expression, Xia-chan seemed to be smiling. With Nami's character that he was familiar with, making this decision was a heart-wrenching decision. It's just that I have no choice but to do this. Actually, it's not impossible to give these treasures to you, Xia-chan said with a faint smile. Surprised face. Really? An excited smile appeared on Nami's face. She originally thought that these treasures would be missed by her, but she didn't expect that she would have a chance to get them in the end. Then, how can you give it to me? Simple. I just need you to agree to one condition. Conditions? Nami was a little confused. Then when he saw Xia-chan's half-smiling smile as he looked at her, he immediately crossed his arms and shouted angrily. You should give up on this idea. It's impossible. Xia-chan. I haven't said anything yet. Seeing Nami's actions, he knew what she was thinking. Several black lines appeared on his forehead. I'm not interested in the airport, okay? To be honest, Nami is really not interested at this age. The figure is far worse than it was 2 years later. If Nami was 2 years later, maybe he could still consider it. 2 years later, Nami's figure is in great shape, and her mind has become broader. Oh, that's good. Nami patted his chest and said with relief, although you are very handsome, I am not a casual person. Stop, stop, stop. If you keep saying this, I won't give it to you later. Nami, who wanted to say something more after hearing Xiachen's words, immediately closed her mouth and made a gesture of pulling her mouth. Listen, the condition I want you to agree to is... Promise me a condition. Nami, are you here to play tongue twisters? Perhaps Xiachen also felt that what he said was a bit ambiguous, so he continued. What I mean is that you promise me a condition, but I haven't thought about this condition yet. I will tell you when I think of it later. Of course, within your ability. How about it? Okay. Nami nodded like a woodpecker. Just kidding, I definitely agree. Isn't this just a blank check? Later? I'm not sure whether you'll be able to meet my mother in the future. Thinking of this, Nami suddenly became happy. After going round and round, the treasure finally returned to her hands. Although there were a few twists and turns along the way, but it didn't hurt, and in the end no price was paid. Seeing Nami's happy look, Xiachen knew what she was probably thinking. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Nami, you can't escape. Okay, I'll leave first. Please do as you please. After saying that, Xiachen's figure disappeared instantly. Nami, who stayed where she was, couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. Again, there was nothing to see and no one was there. Suddenly, she regretted agreeing too early. What would she do if she met him in the future? Forget it. Just don't meet me again in the future, okay? When I collect 100 million and give it to the evil dragon, I will stay in Kokoja village and not go out. If I don't go anywhere, I don't believe he can still know that I am in Kokoja village. After thinking about it, Nami turned around and looked at the treasures everywhere. The eyes suddenly changed into the shape of berry. Make a lot of money. Xiachen stood on the top of the marine base, looking at Nami, who was moving piles of treasures away below. A smile spread across his lips. Although it is true that the purpose of his visit this time is also for this pile of treasure, but he just wanted to increase his savings. There was actually enough berry left in him to last the three of them for a while. So when I met Nami, I gave it to her directly. Using this treasure in exchange for Nami's condition was very worthwhile, in his opinion. And Nami's money will be given to the dragon when the time comes. When the time comes, he can just go find the evil dragon to help him. Simple things will eventually return to his pocket. All the same. Okay, go back to sleep. Early the next morning. Luffy, if you eat so much again, you'll pay for your meals yourself. Also, Zoro, you two, who told you to order the most expensive wine every time. In a tavern in the town, Xiachen had a few veins popping up on his head and said angrily to Luffy and Zoro, "Damn, he's so sloppy. Is it too late for him to go to Nami and get those treasures back?" Luffy and Zoro, these two cheaters, really squandered the rest of his berry. What does this have to do with it? Xiachen, don't be so stingy. Luffy said while stuffing meat into his mouth. That's right. Do you think you are too small now? Zoro also agreed. Clang, clang. Xiachen instantly came to Luffy and Zoro's side, trembling violently at each of them. KB, who was watching this scene, was trembling with fear. An idea came to mind. Mr. Xiachen, you are so cruel. Luffy and Zoro both hit their heads on the ground at the same time. But the reaction was completely different. Xiachen, you kid, Laozi's gonna chop you down. Zoro was furious. Hey, Xiachen, I'm a rubber man. You can't hurt me if you hit me. Luffy said provocatively. Pete. Xiachen's fire surged up again instantly. Looking at Luffy, he thought viciously. When Laozi masters domineering, he will beat you until you don't even recognize your grandfather. So what should I do now that Xiachen's anger has not subsided? Of course he was taking it out on some third-rate swordsmen who wanted to kill him. Hey. After some time, Xiachen happily ate meat, while Zoro drank wine with a pig's head on his head, looking at Xiachen with eyes full of resentment. Bang, bang. Just then, a group of Marines came in outside the door. He said to Xiachen and the others, "While we're grateful that you helped us out of our misery, but I am Marine and you are pirates. Please leave this island. As soon as the words fell, many dissatisfied voices suddenly sounded in the tavern. Are you marine sick? Are you treating our benefactor like this? I don't agree. My benefactor can leave whenever he wants. It's not your turn to make the decision. After hearing what these villagers said, Luffy was silent for a while. Then he said, "Okay, let's go. Xiao-chun, Zoro, let's go." Xiao-chun and Zoro stood up and followed Luffy outside. Just then, the Marine's voice came from behind. "Aren't you also with them?" After hearing this, Luffy turned around and looked at the helpless KB behind him. Then Luffy smiled. He walked up to KB and told him all about what happened on Arita's ship. Kirby, on the other hand, was worried that Marine would not let him join Marine if he knew that he had been on a pirate ship. So when Luffy kept talking more and more, KB couldn't help but punch Luffy. UB asterisk 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 D. "Oh, how dare you hit me?" Luffy said angrily. Then the two of them kept greeting each other with punches. The Marine saw this scene and said hurriedly, "Hey, stop it. I won't allow you to cause trouble on this island anymore. I believe you're no longer in the same group." After hearing this, Luffy stopped what he was doing and then slowly walked outside. The three of them were walking on the path out of the island. "Hey, is this going too far?" Zoro asked Luffy. "No, KB can handle it on his own. Let's trust him," Luffy said with a smile. Xiao-chun nodded in the same way. After all, KB will be the king of deserters in the future. How could he not handle this trivial matter well? Thinking of this, Xiao-chun couldn't help but reveal a smile. "Kirby, I'll give you a few months to see your changes." Luffy came to the shore, put down the rope that tied the boat, and the three of them jumped onto the boat. At this time, KB suddenly came running from ashore. Looking at Xiao-chun and the others, they said, "Thank you. I really appreciate you taking care of me along the way. But I won't show mercy next time we meet." It's the first time I see Marine thank a pirate. It's so strange. Zoro curled his lips. There will be more in the future. Xiao-chun said lightly, "Bye, KB. See you next time." Luffy shouted and waved. The boat slowly moved away as everyone in the town watched. One day later, "Oh, I'm so hungry." Luffy slumped on the boat helplessly. "My stomach is growling." "Indeed, I'm a little hungry too." Xiao-chun nodded in agreement. Then Xiao-chun took out a piece of meat from the space and started chewing it. "It smells so good." Luffy, who saw Xiao-chun eating, immediately came up to him. "I want it too, I want it too." Xiao-chun casually took out 2 more pieces of meat from the system space and threw 1 piece to each of Luffy and Zoro. "Xiao-chun, your fruit power is so useful," Luffy said enviously. "If I could be like you, I could take a lot of meat with me wherever I go. I'm so happy." Xiao-chun and Zoro were speechless when they heard this. The two looked at each other and had the same thought in their minds. It's really bad luck for them to have such a captain. "By the way, how long can we stay like this?" Zoro suddenly asked. "I don't know, just drift by. This is how Luffy and I come when we go to sea." Xiao-chun replied calmly. "And speaking of this," Xiao-chun's lips raised a smile. "There will be something to take us there later." "What do you mean?" Before Zoro could understand what Xiao-chun meant, he saw Xiao-chun's eyes suddenly looking towards the sky. "Look, something is coming." Zoro looked up and saw a huge bird flying in the sky. "You mean this bird takes us?" "Correct answer." Xiao-chun lightly snapped his fingers. "Are you kidding? This bird flies so fast. How can our ship catch up?" Zoro looked at Xiao-chun as if he were an idiot. "Who said we were going to take a boat?" A meaningful smile appeared on Xiao-chun's face. "The one we're going to sit on is bird." Then, Zoro and Luffy were grabbed by Xiao-chun one by one, and they used moonwalk to quickly approach the bird. "I'll be asterisk 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 D. What are you doing?" Zoro's eyes widened. Luffy, on the other hand, was laughing and joking. "Woohoo, so exciting." Bang! Bang! After a few steps on the space, Xiao-chun was already close to the bird, and after another step, he landed on the bird's back. The moment the 3 people came up, the bird suddenly gained so much weight on its back that it fell directly down. Xiao-chun immediately teleported to the bird's head. "Put your fingers against its head." Then he said in very kind words, If you don't want us to eat roasted birds as a snack today, just fly as hard as you can. In an instant, the bird froze and its huge wings flapped continuously, re-stabilizing its balance. Although it couldn't understand what Xiaochun said, it felt murderous intent. For the sake of your own life, it's okay to be a little tired. Woohoo! Luffy looked around excitedly, and he was extremely excited. Zoro was lying on the bird's back, looking helpless. An idea came to mind. If you stay with this group of people, you'll have to finish playing sooner or later. No one is normal. After some time, because the mounts under them were very powerful, they soon saw a looming island. Xiaochun's eyes suddenly showed excitement. Finally arrived at Orange Town. I wonder what abilities I can get from signing in this time. He was very satisfied with what he signed in the first 2 times. And there is one of the future 4 emperors on this island, Qianliang Dao Hua Buggy. Xiaochun is actually quite curious, as one of the trainee crew members of One Piece. The red-haired best friend of the 4 emperors, or gay friend for short. As for why they are said to be gay, you will know if you pronounce the red-haired Buggy upside down. Buggy's strength is still a mystery. Although he has always acted very good, I don't know if he is really good. Xiaochun wants to find out more. 10 minutes later, Xiaochun and the others were only a few hundred meters away from the island, but something unexpected happened at this time. Their mounts are dying. After flying with 3 people on its back for so long, it has reached the limit of its physical strength. Even if I want to kill or cut it, it can't fly this time. Seeing this scene, Xiaochun was a little helpless. Why don't you insist a little longer? There are many things, but it only takes a short time to achieve the right results. Hey, Void Bird! There was no other choice but to drag these 2 idiots away as the deputy captain. Then Xiaochun lifted Luffy and Zoro up one by one like before. It seems that we have to find a boat quickly, otherwise when there are more people in the future, there will not be so many hands to carry it. After such an experience, Zoro's reaction this time was obviously less intense. Although I was still a little frightened when I looked down, there was no longer any yelling at the beginning. After a while, the 3 of them arrived at Orange Town. The moment he set foot in the town, a beautiful and familiar voice sounded in Xiaochun's mind. Ding! Successfully checked into Orange Town. Obtained Armed Color Hockey Elementary. Knowledge Color Hockey Elementary. Domineering? He also said before that when he mastered armament hockey, he would also let Luffy taste the power of Love's Fist. Isn't it coming now? Thinking of this, Xiaochun said directly to Luffy. Hey Luffy, come here. What are you doing? Xiaochun. Luffy walked over slowly. Then Xiaochun suddenly hit Luffy on the head with his fist. It hurts, it hurts. A big bump suddenly appeared on Luffy's head, rolling on the ground. It hurts? Aren't you a rubber man? How could it hurt? Zoro next to him said in surprise. I don't know either. Luffy covered his head and looked at Xiaochun with a hint of fear in his eyes. Xiaochun hits me now, just like my grandfather hit me. It hurts like hell. Hey, Xiaochun was very happy after seeing the results of the test. Let's see if you dare to be arrogant in front of me next time. This is a fist full of love. Of course it will hurt when I hit you. Xiaochun said lightly. Then he turned around and walked back. Love. Luffy was a little confused, then clapped his hands. My grandpa said the same thing before. It turns out that as long as there is love, you can beat me hard. Suga. Zoro. Can you be any more idiotic? Zoro pondered. He seemed to have seen a faint light flickering on Xiaochun's fist just now. Not surprisingly, that is the key to hurting Luffy. What is that? Zoro gradually became lost in thought as he watched Xiaochun's retreating figure. It seemed that the vice captain was hiding very deep. Let's go, what are you 2 doing? Xiaochun turned to look at Zoro and Luffy who were stuck in place and said, Oh good. Xiaochun, there's no one in this town. Luffy asked confused. Well, I'm not sure either. Xiaochun replied, although he knew that everyone moved away because the buggy pirates were here. But doesn't it sound too suspicious to say it? So it's better to pretend to be confused because you understand. Just as the 3 of them continued walking into the town, a furious cry came from the distance. Stop, thief, don't run. Xia Chun and the others turned around and saw three big men chasing a woman with orange hair. The moment Xia Chun saw this woman, a smile appeared on his lips. Nami, we meet again so soon. At this time, Nami over there also noticed Xia Chun and the other three standing here with a glint in his eyes. While running towards this side, he shouted, "Boss, have you come to rescue me? You're really good at taking the blame, as always, Nami." Xia Chun raised his right hand and pointed it in Nami's direction. Finger gun. In an instant, three chi energies burst out from Xia Chun's fingers, speeding towards Nami. Whoosh! Three fingers grazed Nami's body and flew back. Puff! There was a sound that penetrated the body, and the three pirates chasing her fell down. Wow! Xia Chun, how did you do this? You are so handsome. Luffy instantly turned into star eyes. Zoro next to him also looked at Xia Chun curiously. This is quite difficult. Let me talk about the key points and see if you can understand it. After hearing this, Luffy and Zoro stretched their necks instantly, looking like good students. Although they don't rely on this to fight, they have so many skills that they can't do it. This move mainly depends on talent. Okay, I'm done. It's up to you how much you can understand. But it should be difficult to understand it with your pig brains. Luffy, Zoro, I'm going to beat you away. I'm going to chop you. Bang, bang. Zoro and Luffy both lay on the ground and raise their hands. Private Marseille, you too. You can't tell who is the big king, right? Xia Chun clapped his hands and said calmly. At this time, Nami, who was watching this scene from the opposite side, was stunned. Is this something humans can do? Forgive her for being a little ignorant. She has never seen anyone knock down an enemy with just a snap of their fingers. In this case, can she, or perhaps thinking of something, Nami ran directly to the three of them and said to Xia Chun, "Let's cooperate." "Well, you have to talk to my captain. I'm just the deputy captain. Here, this is the one wearing the straw hat." Nami then turned to look at Luffy and asked again, "Let's cooperate." "No," Luffy said, picking his nose. "Oh, why? There's a big bad guy named Buggy in this town. Let's go and snatch his treasure together." "No," Luffy said the same thing. Seeing this, Xia Chun couldn't stand it anymore. According to this situation, if you keep talking, you may be repeating these few sentences. So he opened his mouth and said, "We cooperate with you. What leverage can you bring? To be honest, your strength can't help you at all, and you will have to divide the treasure when the time comes. I don't see your value." Nami didn't know what to say when she heard this. Xia Chun was telling the truth. With his strength, there was no need to take her with him. So what should she use to impress Xia Chun? At this time, Xia Chun's pointed voice came. "Of course, if you know how to sail, you can consider it. My navigation skills are very strong, much better than many navigators." "Really?" Luffy next to him became excited. "Then you join our pirate group. We are short of a navigator now." Are you pirates?" Upon hearing this, Nami, who was in high spirits just now, instantly darkened her face. "That's right, because I made an agreement with someone to become one piece," Luffy said, taking off his straw hat. "Forget it. What I hate most is pirates, and I won't join the pirate group." "Oh, why?" Luffy asked unwillingly. "Just join us. Our pirate team is very good." "Pirates are good? I have never seen any pirates who are good," Nami said disdainfully. "Pirates are a group of bastards who only occupy other people's villages and oppress the villagers." Nami gritted his teeth and said bitterly, "We won't do such a thing. Just join us. What we need most now is navigators." Luffy invited again. Nami was still about to refuse, but suddenly the sound of a group of pirates came from outside the window. Nami walked to the window and looked a little ugly. "We have to find a way to get rid of them." Then Nami seemed to think of something, walked over and said, "Okay, I can join you, but now I have to." After saying that, Nami took out some ropes and tried to tie Xia Chun and the others up. "Hey, wait." Xia Chun hurriedly interrupted her action. "There's no need. We could just go in directly." "Just kidding. How could he be tied up to Meat Buggy with such strength? In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are nothing." "Huh? Are you sure?" Buggy is very powerful, and there is a big pirate with a bounty of 15 million. Upon hearing this, Xia Chen's mouth twitched slightly. The East Daxia Sea is the East Daxia Sea, and the reward of 15 million yuan is for a big pirate. It's okay, we are very strong. Right, Luffy, Zoro? He, of course. So, let's go directly to him. After saying that, Xia Chun walked outside. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. By the way, where is Buggy? Xia Chen's hegemony of knowledge and color is only at the elementary level now, and it can't cover a large area, so he can't sense Buggy's aura. Nami, come with me. Nami waved his hand and walked out. Oh, are you going to meet the pirates here? I feel a little excited, Luffy said with a smile. Then the group of people walked behind Nami. After some time, they came under a building. Nami pointed to the top and said, Buggy and the others are up there. Let's make a battle plan now. Combat plan? No need, Xia Chun said lightly. Then he reached out to Luffy and Zoro and grabbed their collars. Then, just threw them up. Xia Chun, I will definitely kill you one day. TCH, it's a harmless threat. Then Xia Chun turned his head and looked at Nami. Nami's forehead immediately shed a drop of cold sweat. I can take the stairs. I don't need this convenient way to go upstairs. Xia Chun looked at her and bared his teeth and said, It's too slow to walk up the stairs. Don't worry, you're a girl. I won't throw you away. Well, that's good. Nami breathed a sigh of relief. But before she could finish breathing, she found that Xia Chun grabbed her collar and lifted her up. Then, it's flying. A minute ago. What? You let the thief escape? Buggy looked at the three boys in front of him angrily. Yeah, sorry, Captain Buggy. She has a boss who can shoot invisible bullets. We are no match for him. Look, we all still have wounds on our bodies now. As he said this, the entire pirate gang pulled up their clothes to reveal their wounds. Invisible bullets. Buggy rubbed his chin in thought. Is he a devil fruit user? After thinking for a long time, he couldn't think of a reason, so he gave up. Instead, he continued to look at the three pirates and smiled ferociously. I only care about the result. Since you let her go, then just die. After saying this, Buggy was about to activate his disintegration ability, but a sound interrupted his movement. Who is that barking? Buggy stood up and asked. Then his younger brothers outside seemed to have seen something and ran away instantly. Buggy was angry when he saw this scene. Hey, you guys! Bang! Before Buggy could finish his words, the tent above his head suddenly collapsed, and then a person crashed down on him. Puff! Buggy was instantly pushed to the ground, and his face came into close contact with the ground, especially his big red nose, which was squeezed flat. Buggy became even more angry and wanted to cut the person who hit him into pieces. I just wanted to get up, but... Another one fell down and just hit him. This caused his body, which had just climbed up a little, to be pressed down again and harder than before. This has to be said that Xia Chen's technique is better. Both of them throw the same trajectory. Focus on a precise strike. Luffy, luckily you are there to cushion me. Xia Chun, you be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Zoro said bitterly. Actually, it's okay if you fall to other places. The ground is soft. Luffy said happily. Really or not? Of course it's true. Look, it's still a bit flexible. Luffy stood up and jumped on the spot a few times. Let me try. Zoro also stepped on a few tentative feet. Really? I don't know what material the floor here is made of. It's so soft. Just as they were having fun stepping on it, the floor beneath them suddenly moved. Then there was a roar. Of course, it's made with my meat, you two bastards. Luffy, Zoro, Yaosho the floor, actually spoke. Come down here, you two bastards. When another sound came from the floor beneath them, Luffy and Zoro finally realized that the person sitting beneath them was someone. Luffy quickly came down, opened the tent, and dragged Buggy out. Then he shouted, Private Marseille, boy, I want you to die. Buggy shouted loudly. Then several knives stretched out from the fingers and stabbed Luffy hard. Zoro, who saw this scene next to him, condensed his eyes, and Hidao Yuan instantly got out of his body and blocked Buggy's attack. He said with a bad face, We rescued you with good intentions, But it's not a good idea for you to do this, right? Buggy almost laughed when he heard this. Save me? Lousy was staying in the tent, and he didn't know how comfortable he was. As a result, you two idiots fell right over my head from nowhere. He stepped on it a few more times. You said if Lousy doesn't kill you, who will you kill? Suddenly, Buggy thought of a good idea, put the knife back in his hand, and asked Luffy and Zoro, Who are you? What do you want to do in my Uncle Buggy's place? Buggy, Red Nose, are you Buggy the Clown? Luffy asked in surprise. We're here to get your treasure. Buggy, Zoro, everyone. Zoro really wanted to shoot Luffy, the idiot captain, to death at this moment. Who taught you to talk like this? Pull it out and chop it. But since Luffy said so, he has nothing to worry about. That's right. We are here to get your treasure. If you are sensible, please hand over the treasure quickly, or I'll kill you. You two are so brave. Just say you're here to steal my treasure. It doesn't matter if you chop me to death. But you dare to call me Red Nose. Are you laughing at me? Buggy yelled. Don't you have a red nose? Luffy tilted his head cutely. The red-nosed Buggy's nose almost turned crooked when he heard it again. He said angrily, I want you to die. Immediately afterwards, an arm that appeared behind Luffy at some point stabbed Luffy with several dazzling knives. At this time, neither Luffy nor Zoro seemed to notice this situation. Looking at the knife getting closer and closer to Luffy, a sinister smile flashed across Buggy's lips. Succeeded. Just when the knife was about to hit Luffy, Buggy suddenly found that he couldn't move his hands. And it's the kind that doesn't move an inch no matter how hard he tries. Instantly, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What's going on? At the same time, a faint voice came from behind Luffy. Buggy the Clown, as a former trainee crew member on the One Piece ship, it might not be a good idea to attack from behind, right? Xiaochen walked up from behind Luffy as he spoke, holding Buggy's hand. Xiaochen, you broke his hand. Luffy's eyes widened, and he said in horror, You idiot! He is a person who ate the split devil fruit, and can split his body freely. Who are you? Buggy looked at Xiaochen with a gloomy face. He was not shocked that Xiaochen recognized his ability to disintegrate, because many people in the East Daxia Sea knew about it. But there is such a thing as One Piece trainee crew. Not to mention the East Daxia Sea, even the Great Channel, very few people in the New World know about it. So it was still strange for someone like Xiaochen, who looked so young, to know about this. Could it be that some elders in his family know him? Thinking of this, Buggy couldn't help but get chills on his back. None of the older people who know his identity are easy to mess with. While Buggy was still brainstorming in his mind, Xiaochen said, Me, I am the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates and the future vice captain of One Piece. As he spoke, Xiaochen let go of Buggy's hand and then slowly put it back into Buggy's hand. The Straw Hat Pirates? Why haven't I heard of it? Buggy asked in confusion. Here, in front of you are all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Hey, this is the idiot captain. Xiaochen pointed at Luffy. Then he pointed at Zoro and said, This is the third-rate swordsman on the ship. After hearing Xiaochen's words, several veins popped up on Zoro's forehead at a speed visible to the naked eye. When he becomes stronger in the future, the first person to be killed will be the B*** D Xiaochen. Must. Finally, it's me, the wise and mighty vice captain. Why, Xiaochen, why am I a fool and you are so wise and powerful? Luffy yelled dissatisfied. Isn't this something that is right in front of you? Xiaochen shrugged and replied calmly. Just when Luffy was still about to argue, Buggy over there suddenly burst into laughter. God, I thought it was some big pirate group. I didn't expect it to be a small Yakuza pirate group that I have never heard of. After laughing, Buggy looked at Luffy and said, Boy, do you want to eat One Piece? Go back and wash up. One Piece is not something that third-rate pirates like you could get your hands on. Huffed. Before Buggy could finish his words, he was slapped hard on the stomach. His eyes almost bulged out, and then he flew out like a cannonball and hit the wall behind him heavily. And at the place where Buggy was originally standing, Xiaochen slowly lowered his foot that was maintaining an attacking posture. Test successful. Buggy is just a rookie, He really only has this little strength. Compared to his gay red-haired friend, he is really far behind. Bah! Master Buggy was beaten away. A group of pirates nearby shouted in shock. How was it possible? Master Buggy is so powerful. He will definitely not be defeated so easily. One of the pirates' sidekicks yelled. Huh? Xiachen looked at them and said with evil eyes, "You are very annoying." In an instant, the group of pirates all shrank back. That speed, it is no exaggeration to say, has almost caught up with Xiachen's speed when shaving. Then, they all shrank their heads like quails, for fear that Xiachen would notice them. Seeing this scene, Xiachen didn't say anything else, but couldn't help but think in his heart, I don't know when I will be able to activate Conqueror's Haki. Then I will clear out the miscellaneous soldiers soon. Ahem. Buggy slowly got up from the ground and coughed a few times. The eyes that looked at Xiachen were solemn, but less fearful. I thought you were very strong. I didn't expect that this kick was only as strong as this. Then don't blame me for leaving you all here today. He is not afraid of the people behind Xiachen. The sea is so vast. If he killed Xiachen here today, who would know? You know, dead people can't talk. Xiachen. No way. No way. Wouldn't anyone really regard the power that he had not used even a tenth of as his full strength? Seeing Buggy's demeanor, Xiachen really wanted to educate him. But after thinking about it for a while, I decided to forget it. If Buggy is also taken care of, Luffy and the others won't have any experienced monsters to deal with later. So Xiachen retreated slightly behind Luffy and Zoro. Idiot captain, third-rate swordsman, enter. Let him see the strength of our Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy, Zoro. Although both of them were a little speechless, after spending this time together, they both understood what kind of person Xiachen was. When you're not strong enough, just be patient. When you are strong enough, then don't blame them for being ruthless. Luffy turned to Zoro and said, Zoro, you don't have to do it. Leave this red nose to me and let me beat him away. I don't plan to go either. Zoro curled his lips disdainfully. In his opinion, Buggy is not the kind of enemy that requires the two of them to work together to deal with it. So Luffy can just leave it to him alone. Luffy nodded, looked at Buggy and smiled. Red nose, let me beat you away. Gomo Gomo. With that said, Luffy started using his classic charging rubber pistol again. At this time, Buggy on the other side was furious. Damn you, Straw Hat Boy. You dare to keep calling him Red Nose? You really have a plan for death. And that annoying Straw Hat, it's annoying to look at. Just when Buggy was about to use his moves to attack Luffy, a fist suddenly enlarged on his face. Bang! Hit the target. Buggy spun backwards for a few times before stopping and lying peacefully on the ground. A few seconds later, his body was shocked and a carp jumped up. The expression on his face was a bit confused. There's also a red fist mark, which looks more suitable with the red nose. Just now, that was stretched arms. Oh, I am a rubber man who ate the rubber fruit. I can extend my arms. Luffy answered enthusiastically after hearing Buggy's words. But then, a violent shock that didn't know where it came from hit Luffy on the head. Boom! Are you stupid? Telling others about your abilities? Zoro yelled at Luffy. Luffy, on the other hand, squatted on the ground and pursed his lips in frustration. What's this? He's seen it all. Okay, Zoro doesn't want to say anything anymore. There is nothing you can do about the clamp that cannot be held up. Are you also a devil fruit user? You eat things that even dogs won't eat. Buggy said with disdain. In an instant, Xia-chun and the three of them all had black question marks on their faces. Then Luffy came with a soul torture. Then why do you eat it too? Are you a dog? I was an accident. Do you understand an accident? If it weren't for that damn red-haired be asterisk, 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 asterisk D, how could I become a landlubber? Speaking of which, that be asterisk, 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 asterisk D also has the same straw hat as you. So I hate you now too. Red hair. Luffy was very surprised when he heard this and asked Buggy directly, Are you talking about Shanks? He gave me this hat. Buggy was a little surprised when he heard this. Unexpectedly, this straw hat actually belonged to the person he hated the most. Damn it, the old and new grudges combined together are unforgivable. Instantly, Buggy's anger surged up. Split into pieces, clown, throwing knives. Without saying a word, Buggy's hands split open, holding a throwing knife and heading straight towards Luffy's hat. He's going to stab this damn straw hat through. Luffy's face turned green with fright when he saw the flying knife coming toward his hat, and he instantly squatted down on the spot at an extremely fast speed. After standing up, he shouted to Buggy, "What are you doing? Don't you know this is my most cherished hat? What you value most. Beat what you value most." As he spoke, the hand that was already behind Luffy changed its direction and then stabbed towards Luffy. Clang! The flying knife stabbed straight into Zoro's knife. Zoro looked at Buggy and said calmly, "Didn't you hear my captain say that this is his most cherished hat? Are you so ignorant?" Buggy's hand slowly flew back and then connected to his arm, looking at the three people opposite him with a somewhat ugly expression. 1 against 3, the disadvantage is mine. As a person who is very aware of current affairs, Buggy has always adhered to, someone else is weaker than me. F***K him. Better than me? Sorry, the wind is blowing. So Buggy now had the idea of retreating. Just when he was thinking about how to run away to appear more domineering, a voice came from behind. "Captain Buggy, we're here to help you." Buggy looked back and saw a wild man riding a huge lion and a young man with slanted bangs riding wheels heading towards him. Buggy's face immediately showed joy. "Machi, Kabaji, it's great that you are here. Come and join me in killing these 3 guys on the other side." Run away? Impossible. 3 against 3, I have the advantage. Uncle Buggy is so confident. At this time, the eyes of Luffy and the other 3 were also attracted by the 2 people who had just arrived. Among them, Luffy's eyes fell on the lion under Machi's crotch. What a big lion. Such a plump body looks delicious. Instantly, Lion Liji felt an inexplicable chill in his body, always feeling that something bad was about to happen. Zoro's eyes fell on the acrobat Kabaji, looked at the knife in his hand, and murmured, "Swordsman? Interesting." Xiaochen's eyes were also on Kabaji at the same time, more specifically on his side bangs. "It's not a perfect score? Bad review." Then Xiaochen and the other 2 exchanged glances and instantly found their opponents. Luffy attacked Buggy, and Zoro also rushed towards Kabaji. Xiaochen stood in front of the lion. Looking at such a huge lion, Xiaochen couldn't help but have the same idea as Luffy. "Yo, this lion looks delicious. You actually want to eat my niche?" Machi was furious when he heard this. Then he directed the lion beneath him and said, "Liji, shoot this ignorant human being to death." The huge claws smacked down towards Xiaochen, but Xiaochen didn't even blink. Just when he was about to be photographed, Xiaochen narrowed his eyes and disappeared instantly. But Machi didn't know about this. He thought that Xiaochen, a human who made such nonsense, had been shot to death, so he laughed and said, "What the hell? It turns out you're just a rookie. I thought you were so awesome." Just when he was happy, a faint voice came from behind him. "What makes you so happy? Say it and make me happy too." In an instant, Machi broke out in cold sweat. Stiffly, he slowly turned his head. Looking at Xiaochen with a smile on his face, he felt a little scared. When did this man come up? If he were to attack him secretly at this time, wouldn't he? You know, he is a beastmaster. To put it nicely, this thing is capable of communicating with and controlling animals, and has great strength. To put it mildly, it is a waste that can do nothing without animals. If he does this, then he has to... Brother, I just smiled because I thought of happy things. Oh, what's the happy thing? Xiaochen asked with a half-smile. My Liji has given birth to a lion cub. Machi replied seriously. That's right. Xiaochen nodded. But isn't it a male? It reproduces asexually, and males can also give birth. Machi continued. Looking at his serious look, Xiaochen almost believed it. It seems that these pirates are pretty good at telling lies, almost catching up with him. However, Xiaochen did not continue to say anything, but said, Now, I want to watch their battle from the back of your lion. The view is better here. Is there any problem? No problem, no problem. Machi answered hastily, and even said flatteringly, Would you like to make the niche jump a little to make your sitting more rhythmic? Don't tell me. Your idea is a good one. After saying that, Xiaochun patted the lion under him and said, "Come on, do a crab dance to cheer me up." Oh, ugh. It only took a second for the lion beneath him to change from the roar it made when it first heard Xiaochun's order to its current whine. Looking at leaky Machi lying on the ground, his eyes were filled with distress, but he did not dare to say anything. God knows what he just saw. The man in front of him just flicked his fingers, causing Li Ji's whole body to fall to the ground. He could clearly feel Li Ji's fear from the information Li Ji conveyed to him. You said you had to be beaten to improve your memory. It's true. Okay, now hurry up and dance the crab dance for me. You go and command it to dance. Xiaochun pointed at Machi and said, "Yes, I'll do it right away." Machi responded immediately, but he didn't make any move after a while. Huh? What do you mean? Why, I said won't work, right? Xiaochun looked at Mo-Chi with a cold look in his eyes. No, brother, absolutely not. Machi shook his head crazily and waved his hands. It's just, how do you do this crab dance? After a while, Luffy and Buggy were fighting fiercely. Zoro and Kabaji are also fighting. As for Xiaochun, a lion jumped left and right, swinging back and forth, with sweat dripping from its face. But it didn't dare to stop, otherwise the fierce spirit in it would not be easy to talk to. But isn't it a bit inappropriate to let a lion imitate a crab? Xiaochun was actually happy at the moment, rocking out while scolding Feng Xiu and giving directions. Luffy, attack him. Zoro, please zoom in. Why are you hiding there all the time? Shut up. Luffy and Zoro shouted at the same time. But Xiaochun just curled his lips in disdain. Still continue to be there. Just kidding. When did two bugs dare to order him to do things? After listening, Luffy and Zoro ignored Xiaochun's chirping voice next to them. Habit becomes natural. At this time, Luffy and Buggy were fighting back and forth, and Buggy even had a slight upper hand. On the contrary, the situation on Zoro's side is getting clearer and clearer. With Zoro exerting all his strength, Acrobat Kabaji is already beyond his capabilities. After once again slashing away Kabaji's knife, Zoro slowed down and made a starting position for a move. I want to become the strongest swordsman in the world. You can be my stepping stone to becoming the strongest swordsman in the world. Ghost Slayer. In an instant, Zoro seemed to transform into a ghost and appeared behind Kabaji in the blink of an eye. After a second or two, blood began to spurt out from Kabaji's chest. At the same time, several wounds that penetrated deep into the bone marrow slowly emerged. How could I lose? After leaving his sentence, this first experience pack on Zoro's road ended his scene. It's just that he is still a bit weak compared to Zoro, and he can't play much role in training Zoro at all. As soon as Zoro inserted the knife in his hand into the handle, Xiaochun's voice came over. Hey, Zoro, come up and experience the feeling of movement. TCH, do you think I will be like you? Zoro looked disdainful. Luffy, slap him in the face. What are you doing? Zoro shouted loudly while sitting on the lion's head. Don't tell me, this shake is really exciting. Luffy immediately became unbalanced when he saw this situation. He pouted and said unhappily, "Why can you all sit on the lion's rock? I'm the only one who has to fight with this red nose." Then Luffy looked at Buggy and said, "Red Nose, I'm going to beat you away quickly. I'm going to sit on a lion too." Buggy's face looked as ugly as if he had eaten a lump. He just thought that these two helpers could help him. How long has it been since then? One was licking her and calling her boss, while the other was lying there comfortably basking in the sun. Suddenly, it became a 1 versus 3 disadvantage, which was somewhat abstract. But it's not hopeless now. The two people over there don't seem to have any intention of joining the battle. In this case, he'll have chance. The only reason to blame is that they were too confident and gave him the opportunity to defeat them one by one. Buggy then focused his eyes, split his lower body, and then let the lower body fly out like a pancake. At the same time, the bayonet popped out from the toes of the lower body, spinning continuously towards Luffy to attack. Split into pieces, pancakes. Luffy was shocked when he saw this situation and jumped up. At the same time, Luffy's straw hat also bounced up. Seeing this scene, Buggy narrowed his eyes, split his hand instantly, and stabbed Luffy's straw hat with a flying knife. Stab it! The flying knife penetrated Luffy's hat directly. My straw hat! Luffy shouted, with fear in his eyes. UB asterisk 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 D. Luffy looked at his straw hat with a hole in it and shouted angrily at Buggy. Gah! Shank's straw hat is as annoying as him and should not exist in this world. Gah! Bang! Luffy's fist hit the laughing Buggy directly in the face. Knocked him away. I won't allow you to say that, Shanks. Luffy looked at the hat with a hole in his hand distressedly and then turned to Buggy. Both arms are stretched back. Damn it, you be asterisk 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 D. As soon as Buggy got up from the ground, he heard a bazooka sound. At the same time, two palms hit him hard on the chest. In an instant, a powerful force burst out, and he felt as if he'd been hit by a pirate ship, and then flew into the sky. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows when he saw this scene. Okay, Luffy, I can take care of Buggy this time without anyone else's help. However, Luffy was still in a very low mood at this time. He stared blankly at the straw hat in his hand, not even interested in sitting on a lion anymore. Luffy, stop showing off your bitter face and ask Nami to patch up your straw hat for you. Xiaochen, are you telling the truth? Nami can mend straw hats. Of course, don't underestimate our navigator. She is very versatile, but she went to find the treasure after coming up just now, so she may have to wait. Xiaochen said with a faint smile. That's great. After saying that, Luffy also jumped up and then shook vigorously on the lion's back. Then, after Nami sneakily moved the treasure, he came up and saw this magical scene. A lion was dancing a strange dance, and 4 people were sitting on it, 3 of whom he knew, and the other one stood aside with as much fear as a quail. Seeing this situation, Nami couldn't help but asked blankly, Where's Buggy the Clown? I knocked him away. Luffy said happily. I was beaten away by you? Nami's eyes widened. That was a big pirate with a bounty of 15 million berries. 15 million is fine, but does the 20 million evil dragon also? At this moment, many thoughts flashed through Nami's mind, but in the end they were not spoken out. Okay, now that the goal has been achieved, let's set off. Xiaochen slowly stood up from the lion's back. By the way, Nami, does Buggy have a map of the East Asia Sea? Huh? How do you know? Secret. Xiaochen showed a meaningful smile. Hearing that he was about to leave, Luffy on the side curled his lips unhappily and said, What? I haven't had enough fun yet. The villagers in this town are not here now. When we get tired from playing, we won't even have a place to eat. We have to rely on ourselves. And I don't have much meat left in the space now. If I don't go to the next island to replenish it, there won't be enough for us to eat later. Xiaochen looked at Luffy and said calmly. After hearing this, Luffy stopped instantly and then said to Xiaochen seriously, Then let's go quickly. Seeing how quickly Luffy changed his face, Xiaochen couldn't help but marvel. It seems that when it comes to meat, Luffy is still very easy to understand. By the way, Nami, my straw hat is punctured. Can you help me fix it? Huh? Nami was startled when he heard Luffy's words, then nodded and said, Can? Really? Thank you so much. Luffy said excitedly as he grabbed Nami's hand. Hey, don't grab it so hard, it will hurt. Oh, sorry. After some time, Buggy the Clown's pirate ship. A huge roar came. What? You left a bag of treasure to the villagers on the island? Nami said, grabbing Luffy's collar and shaking him hard. That's right. Bailey needs to repair the destroyed buildings on the island, right? It's okay to leave a bag of treasure to them. Luffy explained. What do you mean it's nothing? That's my treasure. It's the treasure I worked so hard to bring to my aid, do you know? Nami said, while shaking Luffy's head vigorously back and forth into the water. Then you go find. They are coming back. Luffy said inarticulately. How can you do something like that? You be asterisk 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 D. Ha! Looking at this scene, Xiaochen and Zoro couldn't help laughing. Sure enough, as Xiaochen had guessed before, Becoming a member of the Straw Hats is indeed very interesting. Looking forward to the days to come. A few days later, Xia Chun and others finally saw a new island, which made them happy. Especially Luffy, looking at the island at this time, even the laughter was flowing out. He kept mumbling, "Meat, meat, meat." Xia Chun had finished eating the meat in his space 2 days ago, and he had been eating fruit for the past 2 days to satisfy his hunger. They almost faded into obscurity. Even Xia Chun felt the same way. This also solidified an idea for him. You'll need to prepare more meat in the system space in the future, otherwise there will really not be enough to eat. After a while, the boat slowly docked. The group of people jumped down immediately, and Luffy ran around excitedly, still talking about meat. Zoro stepped on the ground and let out a sigh. "It's been a long time since I've been on land." Nami just took out a chart and observed it. As for Xia Chun, his attention at the moment was focused on the system sound he just heard. Ding successfully defeated Kasi Rob Village and obtained Conqueror's Haki Elementary. It really comes to mind. I was thinking why I didn't check out Conqueror's Haki before, but I didn't expect that the next island would appear. Okay. Xia Chun is very satisfied with the nature of the system. In this way, he has all 3 colors of domineering, and he can just wait and improve slowly in the future. Now, he should be considered a little master no matter what. Just as Xia Chun was thinking, a roar came from the distant hills, causing his eyes to turn involuntarily. "Hey, you pirates! How dare you come to the village ruled by Captain Usopp? Don't you know that one of my 80 million men can drown you all with just a drop of spit?" At the same time, countless flags began to be erected in the grass on the mountain, which looked really impressive. Seeing that Xia Chun and the others were a little confused, Usopp thought they had been fooled by him, so he continued, "But I'm a kind pirate. If you're willing to retreat immediately, I can show mercy and let you go." After saying that, Usopp looked at Xia Chun and others quietly, full of momentum, but the sweat on his forehead proved that he might be a little weak at the moment. Xia Chun couldn't help but want to laugh when he saw this scene. He is truly worthy of the boastful King Usopp. It's just that you have to brag a little more convincingly. 80 million subordinates. Why don't you go to heaven? It seems like we need to teach Usopp how to brag. Let him know what it means to be different from others, and to be different from others. Thinking of this, Xia Chun showed a smile on his lips and said to Usopp, "You actually have 80 million subordinates? Are you so powerful?" Xia Chun showed an expression of surprise. Nami next to her couldn't help but turned her head and looked at him in confusion when she heard Xia Chun's words. Do you actually believe what sound like bragging? But when she saw the trace of playfulness on the corner of Xia Chun's mouth, she vaguely felt that she might have some fun watching it. Xia Chun continued, "Hello, my name is Gold Xia Chun, and I am a nephew of One Piece Gold Roger. However, I don't have as many subordinates as you. Probably only tens of thousands of people. Of course, this is nothing compared to the number of your subordinates, Captain Usopp, but there are some very powerful people among my subordinates. There are quite a few with bounties exceeding 1 billion. At this point, Xia Chun paused, and then said to Usopp with a teasing tone, "By the way, I would like to ask Captain Usopp how many of your 80 million subordinates have a bounty of more than 1 billion? There must be a lot, right?" 1 billion, 1 billion. Usopp didn't hear what Xia Chun said at all, and all that echoed in his mind was the word 1 billion. In an instant, cold sweat wetted his back, while the sweat on his forehead was dripping continuously, and his legs and feet were shaking unconsciously. Liar, right? How can someone with a bounty of 1 billion exist? Usopp said tremblingly. In fact, he also thought about whether Xia Chun was lying to him, but he suddenly thought that One Piece Roger was indeed from Donghai. Maybe Xia Chun really might be his nephew. At this moment, Xia Chun, who clearly had no resemblance to Roger, felt inexplicably in Usopp's eyes that they really looked similar. Then his subordinates. Isn't it very possible that there are partisans of One Piece? Thinking of this, Usopp felt bad. He is just here to brag. Don't give him such a heavyweight thing. I wonder if he has a disease that causes myocardial infarction when he hears One Piece. Sigwai. Xia-chun, you're actually One Piece's nephew? Why haven't I heard you tell me before? Luffy looked at Xia-chun with bright eyes. His eyes were filled with excitement. Idiot, you know it's a lie right now, right? Zoro looked at Luffy and said with disdain. After spending this period of time together, he has completely understood what kind of bird Xia-chun is. In Zoro's opinion, Xia-chun is very mysterious and always knows things that he has never heard of before. The strength is also very strong, and of course, the ability to deceive people is also very good. Just by looking at this situation, you can tell that Xia-chun is bragging. His sword can see this problem. Only an idiot like Luffy would believe it so easily. Hey Zoro, don't talk nonsense. I admit, my name is not Joel D. Xia-chun, but the fact that I am One Piece Roger's nephew is an ironclad fact, okay? Xia-chun looked at Zoro and said dissatisfied. Ace is Roger's son, and Luffy is Ace's younger brother. So Luffy is Roger's nephew, right? And he is Luffy's vice captain, which can also be said to be his brother. So he is also Ace's brother. Therefore, we can get the inferences established. So, he is Roger's nephew. There is nothing wrong with him. Even if Roger himself is here today, he can't deny that he is his nephew. You are Roger's nephew? Nami next to her looked at Xia-chan with a pale face, her eyes full of shock. A random ship she boarded had One Piece's nephew? What kind of dream plot is this? Zoro was no longer confident when he saw Xia-chun looking so confident. Did he really not brag? Usopp in the distance became even more panicked after hearing these words. He sat down directly on the ground. It seems there is no need to run away. That man is really Roger's nephew. It's over. How could he stop such a vicious pirate? But after thinking for a few breaths, Usopp's eyes gradually became firm. Even though he knew that there were terrible pirates on the other side, he was still scared to death. But, no matter what, he can't let these people destroy the village he cherishes, unless you step over his body first. Thinking of this, Usopp gradually stood up. Although his legs were still shaking, his eyes were firmer than ever. He opened his slingshot and shouted at Xia-chun and others. My slingshot is more powerful than bullets. If you don't want to die here, then retreat quickly. After hearing this, the smiles on the faces of Xia-chun and the other 3 people slowly disappeared, and then they all looked at Usopp on the cliff. Luffy pressed the straw hat on his head and said calmly, Now that you have decided to fight, you must be determined to die. Luffy's voice kept echoing in Usopp's ears, repeatedly destroying the psychological defense he had just established. After a long while, Usopp finally couldn't hold on anymore. The slingshot in his hand fell to the ground, and he fell to the ground again. There was already a layer of cold sweat on his forehead, and he said helplessly, Is this a real pirate? To put it bluntly, it's extraordinary. Seeing Usopp like this, Xia-chun and the others couldn't help laughing. Luffy said, This is what I heard from a pirate I respect, not what I said myself. By the way, is your name Usopp? Huh. Usopp was stunned for a moment and asked blankly, You know me? So we know each other. Your father talks about you in front of me every day. Luffy said with a faint smile, My dad? Do you know my dad? Usopp stood up in surprise, looked at Luffy and asked, If your father is Jesus Boo, then I know him right. Yes, my father is Jesus Boo. How did you know him? Can you tell me? Okay, but I have to eat some meat first. In a tavern in Ziliuobu village. So, my dad was on red-haired Shank's ship? Yes. If nothing else, he should still be here now. According to what I know about Jesus Boo, he is a brave pirate, Luffy said as he ate the meat. Hearing Luffy praise his father, Usopp's mouth burst into laughter. Of course my dad is the bravest. I admire my dad's courageous spirit of throwing himself into the sea the most. Me too, Luffy laughed. With Jesus Boo's relationship, Usopp quickly became involved with Xia-chun and others. It looked like they were friends who had known each other for many years. After a while, Nami said, The purpose of our coming to this island is to find a partner who can sail a boat and to see if we can get a bigger boat. After hearing this, Usopp was silent for a moment, then looked out the window and said, As you can see, this is just a small village, and it is impossible to get the things you mentioned. Huh, really? But I see there is a big manor on the hill. Zoro said doubtfully. That won't work. Usopp shook his head vigorously, then turned to Xia Chun and others and said, well, I suddenly remembered something important, so I left first. After saying that, Usopp hurried outside. What is he doing? Luffy raised his head in confusion. Who knows? Maybe I want to brag. Xia Chun said, lightly after taking a sip of wine. Of course he knew what Usopp was going to do when he left at this time. It was just to tell stories to Kaya. Ever since Kaya's parents passed away, it was Usopp telling him stories every day that kept her from becoming weak. Therefore, telling stories to Kaya has become one of the things Usopp does every day. And if nothing unexpected happens, they will have to take a look at the situation later. Thinking of this, Xia Chun's eyes showed a look of interest. Hokage Karo. This is one of the highly intelligent pirates in One Piece that Mr. Oda personally admitted. It's just a pity that the strength is a bit weak. Just when Xia Chun was still thinking, a loud noise came from beside him, which attracted his attention. He saw 3 children who were less than half his height staring at them. Although their legs and feet were shaking, they still questioned them. What did you do to Captain Usopp? I'm so full, Luffy said happily, rubbing his belly. And this gesture of touching the belly and this comfortable sight instantly made the 3 little ones next to him think of something bad. He asked tremblingly, You won't. Jia Jia Jia. Xia Chun and Zoro both laughed evilly, then looked at them with a scary look and said, Your captain was eaten by us. Ah, they screamed in horror instantly, but they didn't dare to say anything when they saw Zoro and Xia Chun's terrifying looks. Finally, I found Nami who looked kinder next to me and said, Tigress, what are you talking about when you look at me? Huh. It turned out to be a lie. We were scared to death. We thought Captain Usopp was really eaten by you. The 3 of them wiped the sweat from their foreheads and said with lingering fear, He just ran out in a hurry in the middle of his meal. Do you know where he went? Zoro asked, looking at the 3 of them. I know, at this time, Captain Usopp should be... You guys come with us. After saying that, the 3 of them ran outside. Looking at this scene, Xia Chun felt a little helpless. Is it because he has been with Usopp for a long time? Why are everyone so impatient? But they didn't say anything more and just followed the 3 of them walking in a certain direction. After some time, the group of people came to the wall of the manor on the hill. Onion Head among the 3 pointed inside and said, Captain Usopp should be inside now. Is it in there? Okay. Luffy moved his arms, then ran to the front of the fence, grabbed the top of the railing with both hands, and hung himself up. Zoro and Nami were shocked when they saw this scene. Hey, you don't mean to? Before they finished speaking, the 2 of them ran over to hold Luffy down instantly, and then the 3 little ones next to them saw this and rushed over to help hold him down. Mom and Dad said that when you don't know what to do, just watch what the people around you do and do it yourself. Then, the 6 people just flew into the sky. At this moment, the 3 of them had only one idea in their minds. Perhaps what Mom and Dad say sometimes may not be right. Xia Chun looked at the 6 people flying happily in the sky and couldn't help but shook his head. The fence is obviously so short. Why do we have to climb over it in this way? I don't understand. Xia Chun jumped in with a slight leap. After standing firm on the spot, he exuded a domineering aura, and after sensing his familiar aura, he slowly walked in that direction. A few minutes later, when Xia Chun arrived at his destination, he just happened to see Usopp punch Crow in the face. Oh no, it should be called Crabbator. After Krabatar fell to the ground, he continued to insult Jesus Boo, which made Usopp want to punch him again. At the critical moment, it was Kaya who called out to Usopp. Before Crabbator was exposed, Kaya was very trusting and grateful to him. But Usopp is also her very good friend, and she doesn't want to see a conflict between the 2. In the end, with Kaya's intervention, Usopp finally did not attack him, but walked towards the back silently. Krabatar saw that Usopp had already left and said to Luffy and others, Please get out immediately. Xia Chun was upset when he heard this. Damn it, Lousy just came over. I haven't even watched the excitement for a minute. You wanted to leave now? And he felt a little uncomfortable with Crow, which was the most important thing. As for him, anyone who gets upset will be punished on the spot, unless the opponent is stronger than him. A powerful force of pressure emanated from Xia Chun, crushing towards Crow. For an instant, Crow felt as if his spirit had been hit by a sledgehammer, and then his head became dizzy and he lost consciousness. Collapsed to the ground. There was no surprise that his conqueror's haki could stun Crochet Chun. It would be strange if he couldn't be stunned. He is not a parallel import, and Crow is just a pirate with a bounty of 16 million. This kind of strength may be able to dominate one side in the East Asia Sea, but in the New World it is at the level of a mere soldier. At this stage, even Luffy and Zoro cannot resist Xia Chen's conqueror's dominance. After all, the two of them and Crow are the same now. They're all miscellaneous soldiers. Seeing Crow falling to the ground, Kaya hurriedly shouted, "Someone come quickly! Butler Crabbiddle has fainted." Looking at the increasingly noisy manner, Xia Chan didn't say anything, but said to Luffy and others, "We've finished watching the excitement. Let's go." Walking on the path in the village, Zoro looked at Xia Chan next to him with questioning eyes. Was it you who caused the housekeeper to faint?" "It's not me. Don't talk nonsense. How could it be possible?" Xia Chan answered quickly with 3 clicks in a row. "He must have fainted due to anemia. How can I have the strength to make him faint without even touching him?" Xia Chan looked at Zoro with an expression like, "I don't know anything. It's definitely not my fault." Seeing Xia Chen's expression, Zoro became even more suspicious. "I always feel like it's Xia Chen's fault. Let's not talk about how the housekeeper could be anemic if he looks very energetic. Just your words of hastily denying yourself are worthy of suspicion. But this is really just his guess. There's no substantial evidence. He just simply thinks Xia Chun is a bit suspicious." Xia Chun ignored Zoro's eyes, turned to Luffy and the others and said, "I have something to do, so I'll separate from you first." "What?" "Xia Chun, do you want to go and play secretly without me?" Luffy curled his lips and asked. When Xia Chun heard this, his head was full of black lines. He said angrily, "Can you have anything else on your mind besides playing and eating?" "So what are you going to do?" Nami interrupted and asked. "Secret." Xia Chun smiled, and then disappeared instantly. "Weird monster." The 3 little ones were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground when they saw this scene. Although they say they are not very big, they have never seen people disappear in an instant like this. "Hey, relying on your own strength. You always do this mysterious thing," Zoro said disdainfully from the side. "But why do you feel there is a sour smell in the air?" After some time, Xia Chun came to a coast of the island. At this time, a pirate ship was parked here, and Xia Chun could hear the shouts coming from the ship while standing on the top of a hill several hundred meters away. That's right, this pirate ship is exactly the one Crow had before, and he has only one purpose in coming here. "I've been a little out of rice in my pocket lately." During this period of time, he paid for the food, clothing, housing, and transportation of the entire group of people out of his own pocket. The little money he got from Arita was about to be exhausted. Later, all the treasures from Monka and Buggy were given to Nami. Although he said he could ask Nami if he had no money, he was not a man who liked to apply every time. Berry is something that men should master themselves. Xia Chun narrowed his eyes slightly, kicked off his feet, and galloped out in an instant. When he reached the sky above the ship, Xia Chun did not hesitate and fell directly downwards, landed steadily on the deck. The sudden sound made all the pirates turn their eyes unconsciously. Seeing an unknown person appear on the ship for no apparent reason, they were stunned for a few seconds at first, but not long after, a pirate shouted, "Who are you and why are you on our ship?" While talking, he walked towards Xia Chun. "I'm a little tight lately, so I'd like to ask you to help me," Xia Chun said calmly. He looked around and saw that Zhang Ao was not here. The people on this ship were all minions whose names he had never heard of. The surrounding pirates were stunned when they heard Xia Chen's words. If they understood correctly, this kid was robbing. This experience can't help but make them feel a little novel. They have always been the only ones to rob others, and They have never been robbed by others. It's the first time for a big girl to get on the sedan chair. Ha ha! Boy, do you know where this place is? Do you know who we are? A pirate looked at Xia Chun and smiled ferociously. Let Lousy tell you with great mercy, this is the ship of the Black Cat Pirates, and we are the pirates of the Black Cat Pirates. You dare to come and rob our ship. You are very brave. If this ship is full of people like you, wouldn't it be normal for me to rob it? Huh? After hearing this, the pirate immediately became angry, looked at Xia Chun, and said ferociously, I hope you can still be so arrogant when Lousy twists your head off. After saying that, he waved his fist and rushed towards Xia Chun. Looking at the fist that was getting closer and closer, Xia Chun didn't react at all. It wasn't until the fist was about to hit him that Xia Chun raised his hand slightly. Whoosh! A black shadow flashed. The pirate who was standing in front of Xia Chun just now had flown into the sky and then fell into the sea with a thud. Seeing this scene, the surrounding pirates instantly took a few steps back, perfectly interpreting what a deep friendship is. They didn't even see how Xia Chun took action just now. Before they could react, their companion was already flying in the sky. Thinking with your feet, you can tell that Xia Chun is much better than them. As a pirate, they understand one thing very well. That is, those who understand current affairs are heroes. When you encounter an enemy that you can't defeat, don't attack him forcefully. Otherwise, will you simply go up and get beaten in vain? Hello, Xia Chun suddenly shouted at them, which scared them all. Where are the treasures on your ship? Take me there. After hearing Xia Chun's words, a group of pirates looked at each other. You looked at me, I looked at you, but no one came out to take Xia Chun there. Helpless, Xia Chun pointed directly at one of the pirates and said, Take me there. Me? The pirate shook his head everywhere, wanted to see if Xia Chun was referring to someone else. He didn't want to take Xia Chun there. That's right, it's you. Stop whining and take me there quickly, or I'll throw you in the sea to feed the fish later. Seeing that Xia Chun was indeed talking about himself, the pirate had no choice but to walk out and prepare to take Xia Chun to the place where the treasure was kept. Since when has the treasure of our Black Cat Pirates become something that outsiders can covet? As soon as Xia Chun took a step or two people jumped out from somewhere in the boat and landed behind Xia Chun. Xia Chun turned his head and looked at the pair of fat and thin fairy boys, and ancient memories began to appear in his mind. Then he asked uncertainly, Are you cat people brothers? Yes, I'm Sam. I'm Butch. Since you know our brother's name, you still dare to come here. You really don't know what to do. Before they finished speaking, the two figures flew out instantly and flew directly from the boat to the island. Xia Chun waved his hand and said disdainfully, Why does the supporting actor add so many scenes to himself? Then he turned to look at the pirate from before. Let's go, keep taking me. Yes, the pirate shouted extremely loudly with a trembling voice. Fortunately, he didn't seek death just now. Otherwise, he might end up like the Catman brothers now. Even people stronger than him, like the Catman brothers, were eliminated instantly, let alone him. Why are you shouting so loudly? Are you afraid that I can't hear you? Xia Chen's eyes widened, and he immediately shrank his neck. Then he said nothing and honestly led the way. When he came to the place where the treasure was placed, Xia Chun also asked the pirate to go out and stayed here alone. With a wave of his hand, the treasure on the ground disappeared. However, the Black Cat Pirates are a bit poor. The treasures probably only amount to a few million berries, not even 10 million. But no matter how small a mosquito's legs are, they are still meat. Isn't treasure just something that is saved bit by bit? After Xia Chun collected the treasure, he planned to leave here. However, just as he was about to go out, a dim light appeared in his sight. This scene caught his attention. Xia Chun came to the place where the dim light was emitting and found that the light was emitted by a long yellow object. This made Xia Chun a little curious and couldn't help but pick it up and take a look. Cough! Ahem! Xia Chun coughed hard several times. Oh my god, that yellow object! It turns out it's gathering dust. One thing to say, it is quite impressive that the dust can accumulate to this extent. According to Xia Chen's estimation, there is a high probability that it will not be possible for several years. Xia Chun covered his nose and shook the things in his hands a few more times. Finally, its original appearance appeared before Xia Chen's eyes. The moment he saw this thing, Xia Chun had a smile on his face. I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected harvest. What Xia Chun saw in his hand was an iron rod about 2 meters long. It was completely black and very heavy. The material is also very good. Xia Chun has read Zoro's Wadeo Yuan and found that the quality of this iron rod should be similar to that of this knife. In other words, the hardness of his stick should be no different from Zoro's knife, a weapon equivalent to a sharp sword. This discovery still made Xia Chun a little excited. Unexpectedly, the Black Cat Pirates gave him such a surprise. There was a lot of combat experience with stick techniques in the memory of the great sage, but since there were no stick-type weapons, those experiences were pretty much useless. He had originally planned to wait until this period of time to go to Rogtown and go to the shops there to see if there were any such weapons. But now, it took no effort to get it, and the material is so good. All I can say is that he was very satisfied. After Xia Chun threw it into the system space, he whistled and walked outside. It's a good day today. The people are so happy. Xia Chun came to the deck, glanced at the pirates on the ship, and disappeared into the sky in a few flashes. At this time, every one of the pirates in the Black Cat Pirates group had their eyes widened, almost popping their eyes out. After a long time, someone stammered and said, Why? There are still people who can fly." After some time, "Hey Zoro, where's Luffy?" Xia Chun suddenly appeared behind Zoro and patted him, instantly frightening him. After reacting, Zoro shouted at Xia Chun at the top of his lungs, "I said, you guy, can you please stop showing up so suddenly?" "Huh? What does this have to do with anything?" Xia Chun spread his hands and said indifferently, "So where's Luffy?" "He just want to see Usopp," Nami said from the side. Just when Xia Chun wanted to ask something, a frightened shout came from the distance. "The pirates are coming! The pirates are coming!" The eyes of Xia Chun and others were attracted, and they saw Usopp running from a distance at this time, with a solemn expression on his face. When passing by Xia Chun and others, Nami didn't even respond to her call and ran straight into the village. "He just said, 'Pirates are coming'?" Nami asked uncertainly. "Yes, he did say that." Xia Chun nodded. "Could he be lying? Didn't you say before that he often made jokes in the village?" Zoro asked the three little ones next to him, but the expressions of the three of them were very solemn at this time. After a while, Onion too said, "This time it seems a little different. The captain has a very serious look on his face. We have never seen him like this before. So, it's very possible that the captain didn't lie this time, and the pirates may really be here." Xia Chun said, "What is the truth? Let's go and see where Usopp came just now." "Ah." When the three children heard this, they immediately shrank back a few meters, hugged each other, and looked at Xia Chun and asked tremblingly, "If there were really pirates there, wouldn't we all die there?" Okay. Xia Chun waved his hand. Then he pointed to Zoro next to him and said, "Have you seen this green, algae-headed brother? He is very strong, and he will protect you." A few blue veins popped out on Zoro's forehead to the naked eye. There was a voice in his heart that kept urging him to beat Xia Chun. But in the end, after analyzing the strength gap between the enemy and ourselves, reason prevailed over impulse, and he silently withdrew his hand on the knife. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. When a group of people came to the coast, they did not find any pirates here. The three little ones said in confusion, "Did the captain lie again just now? I didn't expect that the captain's technology has reached a higher level now, and even we were fooled." Sanshao thought he had discovered something, and a gleam of wisdom flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, Nami seemed to have discovered something, pointing to a radish stuck upside down at the foot of the mountain, and said, "Do you think it's Luffy?" A few minutes later, a group of people surrounded Luffy one after another. "This big brother can't be," one of the three little ones said with fear on his face. But then everyone heard the faint sound of snoring. Xia Chun walked straight towards Luffy, then held Luffy's ankle and gently pulled it out. The carrots are out, but something happened next that shocked everyone. After being pulled out, Luffy was still sleeping even though he was hung upside down in the air by Xia Chun, showing no signs of waking up. Seeing this scene, even Xia Chen's mouth twitched. The monkey family's sleep gene is so powerful that they won't even wake up. In this case, Xia Chen narrowed his eyes, grabbed Luffy's hand, and threw it away. It hit the rock wall hard. Oh! Everyone around looked at this scene in shock, including Zoro and Nami. They all subconsciously took a few steps away. Hey, what do you mean? Luffy is a rubber man. Ordinary blows have no effect on him. You guys are making me feel like I have done something. Seeing that the people around him were still like this, Xia Chun felt a little unhappy. Since he was unhappy then, bang bang. Xia Chun, I will chop you to death. Huh? What are the two of them doing? Luffy asked, looking at the two figures fighting in front of him in a daze. Why did Xia Chun and Zoro start fighting again when he woke up? What else can we do? Let's have a friendly exchange, Nami said calmly from his side. Then he turned to look at Luffy. By the way, why are you sleeping here? Oh, you said this. Usopp and I just saw the butler from before talking to another weird person here. They said something like they wanted to kill all the people in the village tomorrow, and then I was discovered, and then I fell asleep. Asleep? After hearing this, Nami suddenly seemed to think of something. Is the weirdo you mentioned holding an iron ring? Yes. I just fell asleep after looking at his ring. That's it. Nami touched his chin. Then he said, that person is a hypnosis master. You should have fallen asleep directly because of his hypnosis. You'll be found dead. Luffy clapped his hands and showed his original expression. Nami said, in that case, let's go back to the village and have a look now. Then he turned to look at Zoro and Xia Chun, who were still fighting over there, and shouted, let's go, you two. Coming. Xia Chun replied. Then he ran away and appeared next to Nami after shaving a few times. Zoro, on the other hand, was still more than 100 meters away. Zoro gritted his teeth and pulled back the knife. What a B asterisk 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 D. After some time, when the group was halfway back to the village, they happened to run into Usopp, who had returned in a state of despair. Everyone looked at Usopp like this and didn't know why, except Xia Chen. Captain here. Onion looked at Usopp and said. Usopp put away the loneliness on his face, turned to a smiling face, and waved to them. It's you. However, when he saw Luffy, he was instantly shocked and ran over to Luffy and asked, aren't you dead? Huh? Luffy was a little confused, but he turned around and realized what he was doing. Yes, I just woke up. Just when Usopp was about to say something else, Carrot Head interrupted. Stop talking about this now. We have all heard about it from Brother Straw Hat. Hurry up and tell the people in the village about the pirates. Tell. The people in the village? Usopp hesitated for a long time. Then he laughed and said, of course the pirate stuff is fake as usual. It's all because that be asterisk 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 D Butler is so annoying. That's why I said that to him. Ha. I see. Let's just say, how could there be any pirates? The three of them laughed and walked towards the back. Usopp was keenly aware that something was wrong with them and couldn't help but ask, what are you doing? I suddenly looked down on the captain. Me too. In our opinion, the former captain would never say anything slanderous to others no matter how much he lied, no matter how annoying the butler was. Hey, it's so boring. Let's go home and eat. The three of them walked back while chatting. Usopp looked at the three people walking away. He stood still for a long time remembering their words, but in the end he didn't say anything. However, the determination in his eyes did not diminish at all, but became stronger. At night, the sky was filled with stars. Xia Chun, the four of them, and Usopp were sitting around a bonfire by the sea. Usopp looked at the burning flames with wandering eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Xia Chun asked, is the pirate incident true? It must be true, and they will definitely land on the island from here tomorrow. It must be boarded from here. Xia Chun sounded puzzled, and then asked as if pointing, is there no other place on the island where you can land on the island similar to this one? If you tell me, there is a similar place in the north. You can also land on the island there. In this case, let's divide our troops into two groups. I'll go to the north alone, and the rest of you will stay here. Xiachen said calmly. You mean? Usopp's eyes showed surprise. Do you still have to ask? Of course I will protect this island with you, Luffy said matter-of-factly. In an instant, looking at the sincere eyes of the people around him, Usopp's tears couldn't stop flowing down like a dam bursting. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hey, there's no need to thank you. We decided to help you because you were so determined. If you don't have the courage yourself, then we definitely won't meddle in your own business. Xia Chun said lightly. That's right. Zoro also echoed. Then he changed the subject and looked at Xia Chun and said, I can go to the north alone. You guys are here. After hearing this, Xia Chun glanced at Zoro doubtfully. Third-rate swordsman, I'm afraid you're not a little confident. Let's not talk about the strength of your trash. You are such a crazy person. You can find it as far as the north. Clang! The knife in Zoro's arms was instantly unsheathed, but Xia Chun didn't even look at him. A third-rate swordsman is not worthy of being his enemy. Zoro, let's do what Xia Chun said. We are here, and Xia Chun goes to the north. Nami persuaded from the side. Indeed, Zoro, just listen to Xia Chun. Luffy also nodded beside him. Compared to Zoro, he still thinks Xia Chun is more reliable. Of course, it's not that he doesn't believe in Zoro's strength, but Zoro's wanderlust attribute is indeed a bit. I won't go into too much detail, just understand it. You guys. Zoro was a little dissatisfied. He just didn't know the way. What's the big deal? Okay, then it's settled. Ziluobu Village Protection Plan is officially launched. The next morning, Nami looked at the oil that Usopp found and was amazed. She didn't expect that you could still find this thing. Of course, you don't see who I am. I am the almighty Captain Usopp. It's just that these pirates are a little slow. They haven't appeared at this time. Usopp asked doubtfully, looking at the scorching sun above. Are they joking? Usopp couldn't help but have this idea in his mind, but he rejected it instantly. Judging from the demeanor of the housekeeper he saw yesterday, it didn't look like he was joking at all. So since it's not here, it should be. Usopp ran back directly and said to Luffy and others, they should have landed on the island in the north. Let's go help Xia Chun quickly. The moment he finished speaking, he felt a red figure flash past, leaving only a sound. Okay, then I'm going. Seeing Luffy and Usopp walking away, Zoro was about to rush over when he felt someone grabbed him from behind. Then, Nami, you be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Let me go. Zoro lay on the oil-covered ground and yelled at Nami. But Nami ignored him and smiled instead. Yes. After saying that, Nami stepped on Zoro's back and climbed up under Zoro's shocked eyes and said, Thank you. Unfortunately, our rope slipped directly to the bottom of the slope under this foot. Only one word full of anger was left. That woman. I must kill her. Meanwhile, on the northern slope, a group of pirates are gathering here at this time, all gearing up. We will go in and kill all the villagers in this village later. If this is done, Captain Crow will not treat us badly. And you guys. At this point, the praising words paused and then roared loudly. Behave yourself. Last time when I was away, you lost the treasure on our ship. Tell me, what's the use of you? This is a good opportunity to make amends for our past mistakes. Let's see if we can find some berries in the village to make up for our losses. Okay, that's all I have to say. Kids, come on. Zhang Ao waved his hand. Countless pirates made different strange sounds from their mouths, and then rushed up the slope in unison. But when they rushed up the slope, they found a figure standing on the top of the slope. In an instant, an idea came to their minds. Where did this stupid young man come from? He dares to block our way. But when they saw clearly who was standing on the top of the slope, their attitude took a 180-degree turn. The expression on his face changed from terrifying to fearful in a second. Then they all ran back at an unknown speed that was much faster than before. That way, I wish my parents had given them 2 fewer legs. At this time, Zhang Ao was still holding his forehead and sighing. Oh, it's a good thing that those treasures don't belong to Captain Crow. Otherwise, if he knew that we lost the treasures, he wouldn't kill us. Dong dong dong. Just when he was still indulging in the sadness of losing his treasure, he suddenly felt a vibration coming from the ground. This is... Zhang Ao looked forward as if he was aware of it, and saw a group of people rushing toward him, only a few meters away from him. Before he could finish speaking, he was knocked into the sky by the crowd, and then fell on the beach next to him. A few seconds later, he jumped up like a carp. Looking at the group of pirates huddled together in front of them with their heads in their hands, they instantly became angry and roared. "What the hell are you doing?" But none of the pirates seemed to hear him, and no one responded to him. In an instant, his anger became even stronger. "Damn it. Forget it if you lost Lousy's treasure some time ago. Now you're asked to attack the village. You're already struggling, right?" He looked at the group of pirates and cursed angrily. "Look at what you look like now. Do you still look like a pirate? What on earth could scare you like this?" After saying that, he turned to look at the top of the slope and saw a boy about 17 years old standing on the top of the slope looking at them with a faint look. Zhang Gao stared at Xia Chun for half a minute. No matter how he looked at him, he just felt that Xia Chun was an ordinary person with nothing special at all. If there is anything special about him, it is that this boy is very handsome. In just a short period of time, many things came to his mind. Judging from the attitude of his subordinates, they should be very afraid of the boy above. So why fear? There is only one answer, and that is that this young man is the person they said came to their ship to take away their treasure. Thinking of this, Zhang Ao's anger could no longer be suppressed, and he stared at Xia Chun. Damn, that's too much. First, they came to snatch their treasure while he was away, and now they dared to block their way. If the tiger doesn't show off its power, do you think I'm Hello Kitty? 2 iron rings appeared in Zhang Ao's hand, and he was going to teach this man a lesson. Yahoo! Just as he was about to launch an attack, 2 strange screams came from behind him. Hearing this voice, a smile appeared on his lips. It seemed that he didn't need to take action. "Brother Catman, come on. Tear that boy at the top of the slope to pieces for me." "Roger that, Captain." Sam, one of the Catman brothers, laughed sinisterly, and then quickly ran out with Butch. Seeing this scene, Zhang Gao showed a happy smile. The Cat brothers were still reliable, unlike that group of losers, who were all cowards to death. A few seconds later, he looked at the 2 new members of the head-holding army and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Just now, was it too early to speak? But at this time, something even more distressing happened to him. "Xia Chun, we are here to help you." Usopp ran over from a distance, followed closely by Nami. Why are they all squatting on the ground with their heads in their hands? Usopp pointed at the group of pirates and asked in confusion. "Who knows? Occupational disease." Xia Chun spread his hands and said, "Where's Luffy? Why didn't he come?" Usopp asked again doubtfully. "Isn't he with you? Why did you ask me instead?" "No, he was the first one to come over just now. I thought he had arrived early." Hearing this, Xia Chun couldn't help but raise his forehead. "This stupid captain. Forget it, it doesn't matter. These pirates don't plan to come up now anyway." "Usopp, I'll leave the hypnosis master to you. Is there any problem?" "Huh." Usopp yelled instantly. Me? I might be a little bad. To tell you the truth, I have always had a disease that causes sudden death when fighting others, so then you go deal with the group of pirates there. You can't say you're not doing anything, right?" Xia Chun said lightly. It's not that he deliberately embarrassed Usopp. It was actually that Usopp in the early stage really needed some experience. Otherwise, the strength is really a bit insignificant. Usopp's eyes kept switching back and forth between the 2 sides, and finally, he made a decision. He rushed toward Django below. Between 1-on-1 and 1-to-many, he chose a seemingly simpler option. However, this is indeed the case. Most of Zhang Ao's abilities are in hypnosis, and his own strength is actually not as good as that of the Cat brothers. Looking at Usopp rushing towards him, Django's face showed an ugly look. Then he turned to the group of pirates and shouted, "Everyone look at me. After I finish speaking, you will become very strong, and at the same time, you will be filled with murderous intentions. You just want to rush into the village and kill people. Come on, 1-2, thumbs up." In an instant, all the pirates on the ground stood up, their eyes completely changed. Everyone's eyes seemed to be filled with violent killing intent. "Kill!" A group of people roared angrily, and then rushed towards the top of the slope again. Usopp, who was halfway through the rush, turned around immediately when he saw this scene, ran towards Xia-chun desperately, and huddled behind Xia-chun. Yes, the plan to train Usopp failed. Xia-chun sighed helplessly. I checked my eyes. It's true that he is a coward. Then Xia-chun looked at the pirate below with a smile on his lips. It seems that the lesson I taught them last time was not enough. Xia-chun narrowed his eyes and was about to release Conqueror's domineering force to clear the area, but suddenly he seemed to notice something and stopped his movements. He turned to look at the rushing pirates with a smile. Xia-chun, hurry up and do it. Usopp, who was huddled behind Xia-chun, said tremblingly, what are you talking about? How can we fight against so many people? We should just wait for death. Xia-chun also pretended to be scared and said, No, isn't it? Didn't Luffy and the others say you are strong? Hearing Xia-chun's words, Usopp panicked instantly and asked with trembling legs. But what he didn't notice was that Nami, who was also timid next to him, didn't show any fear at this time, but just a trace of helplessness. Looking at the pirates getting closer and closer, an idea came to Usopp's mind. Done! Gomo Gomo, pistol! An outstretched arm penetrated from behind Usopp and hit a pirate running at the front. The impact of the fist knocked the small group of pirates to the ground. Usopp's face suddenly showed joy, and he quickly turned his head to look behind him. At this time, Luffy and Zoro were looking at them panting. Who? Usopp, you? Can you tell me clearly which side is north next time? Luffy shouted at the top of his lungs. I saw you ran out first. I thought you knew. Usopp said helplessly. You don't know why you are running so fast? Luffy's attitude at this time was okay, but Zoro next to him was really angry, staring at Nami. Nami, can you explain the good thing you just did? This. A layer of sweat broke out on Nami's forehead, and he waved his hand and said, It's better for two people to fall than for one person to fall, right? Don't you think it makes sense? Then why don't you? Okay, let's stop talking now. They are coming in front of us. Xia-chun interrupted Zoro before he finished speaking. Zoro didn't say anything after hearing this, but stood in front of everyone with Luffy. Slowly, he pulled out the knife from his waist. In an instant, the two of them rushed out like arrows and fought with many pirates. As time went by, due to the gap in strength, each of these pirates were beaten to death by Luffy and Zoro. Django's face turned dark when he saw this scene, and he cursed a bunch of useless things in his heart. Then he picked up the iron ring in his hand, pointed it at Luffy, who was fighting and wanted to sneak attack him. At this moment, a voice from far away interrupted his movements. What are you doing? This is... A lot of sweat broke out on Zhang Ao's forehead. Captain Crow. At the same time, everyone's eyes were attracted by this voice. I saw a few meters behind Xia-chun. Clue was looking at the scene in front of him. Seeing Crow's appearance, Zhang Ao knew that he was very angry now, and hurriedly explained. Captain Crow, we are because... That's enough. Needless to say, I thought they would come to stop our plan, but I never thought you would be such a waste. Can't even deal with a bunch of brats. Bang! As soon as Crow finished speaking, he flew backwards and hit the ground heavily in the distance. The glasses on his face were shattered to the ground. Everyone's eyes instantly turned to where Crow was standing, and they saw Xia-chun standing there at this time, saying lightly, I am very happy that you can become our captain's experience monster, but I don't like the tone of your words. So, I couldn't help but punch you. Are you okay? The group of pirates over there were all stunned at this time, with the same idea popping up in their minds. What did they just do? You actually want to find trouble with this ruthless man? At this moment, even though they were all injured, they still couldn't help but be glad that it was not Xia-chun who had taken action just now, but Luffy and Zoro. Usopp was also stunned at this time. You are so strong, so what do you mean by pretending to be so scared in front of me just now? Mullet Row. When his eyes returned to Xia-chun, he saw Crow lying on the ground and did not say anything. Instead, he turned his head and walked in the direction of Luffy. When he walked to Luffy, he said to him, I'll leave this butler to you. Sure enough, after Xia-chun finished speaking, Crow slowly got up from the ground. This is not to say that Xia-chun is not strong enough and cannot knock Crow down with one punch, but because he upholds the concept of being an excellent deputy captain. The experienced monsters should be left to the companions to eat. Otherwise, it will be like what he said before. To deal with someone like Crow, you don't even need to use your hands. Just release Conqueror's Haki. Okay, I'll leave those soldiers behind to you. After saying that, Luffy walked towards Crow. Understood, Captain. Xiaochun came to Zoro, stood side by side with him, and asked, Third-rate swordsman, I'll leave the Cat brothers to you, and I'll take care of the rest. Zoro glanced at Xiaochun with disdain and said mockingly, You only know how to deal with a group of soldiers? But it's understandable. After all, you are a rookie. Xiaochun didn't say anything when he heard this, but looked at Zoro with a smile. TSK, only the weak will gain their own satisfaction by ridiculing others. Obviously, he is a strong man, so he would not do such a thing. What? You said he also likes to taunt Zoro? That's different. As he said before, he is a strong man. It is normal for a strong man to mock the weak. This is no longer called finding a sense of presence, but is called motivating partners. After assigning his opponents, Xiaochun narrowed his eyes, and the next second, a powerful aura emanated from his body. In an instant, the pirates fell to the ground one by one like dumplings. For a moment, everyone on the field was stunned. What kind of power is this? Usopp asked with a horrified expression. Luffy and the other three also looked at this scene in surprise. They didn't know that Xiaochun had done this before. Zoro looked at this and suddenly thought of something and asked Xiaochun, You also used this trick to knock out the housekeeper last time, right? You said it wasn't you. So you expose your feet, Xiaochun. Luffy shouted from the side with stars in his eyes. Sigwai, I also want to learn Xiaochun. You will learn it later. Xiaochun smiled lightly. Really? Can I learn it too? Luffy became even more excited after hearing this. This move is really cool, isn't it? Of course, Xiaochun said affirmatively. It's just that this time, maybe a little long. The last sentence was what Xiaochun said in his heart. Otherwise, it would be bad if it would damage Luffy's self-confidence. As of now, Luffy's strength and courage are not enough to support him in awakening conquerors. Not even qualified to practice any of the 3 colors of Haki. He is still too weak now. Crow, who had just gotten up on the other side, had the urge to lie back down again. That's right, this is it. This was how he fainted last time. At that time, he thought there was something wrong with his body. After waking up, I did a good inspection, although I didn't find anything in the end. But I still think that after this plan is successful, I will go to a doctor to check my body. Unexpectedly, all this was caused by the man in front of me. At this moment, Crow made an instant decision in his heart. Escape. The man in front of him was so strong that it frightened him and was definitely not something he could defeat. Just when Crow was still thinking about how to escape, a voice came from behind. Crowbottle, I didn't expect you to be a pirate and to deal such a heavy blow to Mary. I really misjudged you. This sound is... A trace of joy flashed in Crow's eyes. It seemed that God was going to let him escape this disaster. The silent step was unleashed, and Crow immediately galloped towards Kaya behind him. His hope of escape lies in her hands. With the relationship between Kaya and Usopp, if he threatens Kaya, they will definitely take action. This gives him a chance to escape. Where are the people? Where have they gone? Everyone present looked confused when they saw Crow disappear. But Usopp shouted to Kaya, Kaya, run away. He knew something was wrong the moment he saw Kaya appear. Although he couldn't see Crow's whereabouts clearly, he always felt that Kaya was in danger. I really am. Xiaochun next to him was speechless. Really, in the end, he still had to do everything. It's really like being both a father and a mother. But it's understandable. After all, Crow's silent step is comparable to Xiao in terms of speed. It's normal that Luffy and the others can't react at this stage. On the internet, it is said that Oda said in SBS that silent walking is as fast as shaving. Please forgive me if there is any mistake. So, Xiaochun disappeared from the spot in an instant and appeared in front of Kaya the next second, giving Crow a slap in the face. Even if it can match the speed of shaving, it has something to do with one's own strength. Weak people will definitely be slower to perform the same moves. Don't you see that the gap between an ordinary CP9 and Lu Chi is as big as heaven and earth? The strength gap between him and Crow is even greater than this, so even if Crow is closer to Kaya, he can act faster. But it's useless. Luffy, watch your opponent. Oh, okay. After hearing this, Luffy quickly ran to Crow. Then he started fighting with Crow. After some time, due to the gap in hard power, the battle between Zoro and the Cat brothers ended not long after. On the other hand, Luffy's fight was a bit difficult. Crow's silent steps made him miserable, but as the battle slowly progressed, he was gradually able to keep up with the rhythm. This is the scary thing about Luffy. He grows up too fast in battles. The more difficult the battle, the greater the improvement for Luffy. Just like when fighting Teacher Kai later, Luffy's strength will increase a lot with every blow. From the flowing cherry blossoms at the beginning to the tyrants in the middle, and finally to the fruit awakening. It's really a huge jump in strength. Although a large part of the reason for this is because of Teacher Kai's good teaching, it still has something to do with Luffy's talent. Seeing that he couldn't take down Luffy for a long time, Crow was also angry. Then Crow's hands dropped, and then his whole body swayed like a zombie walking. Spoon! As Crow's voice fell, his figure disappeared instantly. Then it launched an indiscriminate attack on the surrounding environment. Luffy's body, the surrounding rock walls, the ground, and the pirates lying on the ground all became the targets of his attack. Until, bang, there was a sound of fist hitting the face, and Crow flew backwards with both hands. But the difference this time was that he never stood up again. Xiachen really couldn't bear it this time. He had been worried about being an experience pack for Luffy before, so he didn't solve Crow's problem. But you kid is a bit unethical. They provoked him again and again, and this time they actually attacked him. If he endured it any longer, he would not be able to justify it. So Xiachen decisively used some strength and punched him. Of course, the result was that he passed out without any accident, and without receiving the lunchbox, Xiachen acted lightly. At this point, the plan to attack the village initiated by Crow was officially solved. Ziliuobu village once again spent a peaceful day like any other day. The next day, in the tavern of Ziliuobu village, this Black Cat pirates are a bunch of poor people, and they don't even have a berry. Hey, it's really a shame among pirates, Nami said through gritted teeth while eating an orange. Xia Chun, who heard this next to him, just smiled faintly. If you can find it, there will be a ghost. Doesn't that mean I'm not professional? Luffy and Zoro next to them ignored Nami. One of them was busy eating meat, and the other was busy drinking. Crunch! The door of the tavern was opened, and Kaya walked in. She smiled when she saw Xia Chun and others. You are here. Do you have time to come with me? I have a gift for you. Gift? Half an hour later. Wow! Luffy and Nami showed their starry eyes like idiots. It's a light sailing ship. Are you really going to give this ship to us? Luffy asked Kaya again excitedly. Yes, you must accept it. Sigoi, what a great boat. Luffy couldn't help but keep praising him. I'll help. Save me. A panicked scream in the distance attracted everyone's attention. I saw Usopp holding a ball. Oh no, there should be a Usopp stuck under the ball and rolling towards everyone from the slope. Is he performing acrobatics? Luffy asked doubtfully. No matter what he is doing, stop him first, otherwise he will hit the boat. Xia Chun said lightly. The new ship he just got cannot be damaged by Usopp. Then Xia Chun and Zoro each kicked Usopp in the face to help him stop. Thanks. Oh, no need. After that, Usopp talked with Kaya for a while. When they finished talking, Usopp turned his attention to Xia Chun and others on the ship. Hey, I won't hold back when we meet at sea in the future. Huh? What are you still talking about? Why don't you get on the boat quickly? Xia Chun asked. Luffy also said, Aren't we already partners? Usopp was stunned when he heard this. Tears flowed out unconsciously. After a while, he wiped the tears from his eyes and shouted loudly. Captain, is it me? How is that possible? Be asterisk 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 D. One day later, in a certain area of the East Daxia Sea, on the Golden Melly. Hey Luffy, what kind of bird are you drawing? Xia Chen's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the pirate flag drawn by Luffy in front of him. Are you sure what you drew is really a skeleton? Usopp, you draw it. This silly captain is of no use. Wow, I knew you had to let me do the important things. Okay, just wrap it up on me. Usopp promised, patting his chest. After a while, everyone looked at the pirate flag drawn by Usopp and smiled with satisfaction. Oh, this painting is indeed much better than Luffy, Zoro said from the side. It's true, haha. Call out. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew from the distant sea, causing everyone on the boat to look in a certain direction as if they were feeling something. I saw an island shrouded in cumulus clouds appearing in front of the sea. This is this. Nami's eyes flashed with shock and then said, You can't be wrong. This is Treasure Island, a legendary island with many treasures. Treasure? Luffy excitedly climbed to the bow of the boat and stretched out his neck to watch from a distance. Then he said to Nami, Then let's go there quickly. I can't wait to find the treasure. After a while, the Melee slowly approached the coast. After anchoring, everyone boarded the island. At the same time, a familiar and pleasant voice sounded in Xia Chen's mind. Ding! Checking a treasure island was successful, and the indestructible body of Ujra was upgraded to the intermediate level. The moment the system prompt tone fell, Xia Chen felt an extremely powerful force emerging from the depths of his body. It even made his body unsteady and staggered a bit. Seeing this situation, Zoro couldn't help but ask, Hey, Xia Chen, what's wrong with you? Isn't it because you were hung over from drinking last night? Are you such a noob? Oh, when it comes to drinking, even 10 of you can't catch up with me, Xia Chen said disdainfully. But now he really had to sit down and get used to the energy that was constantly emerging from his body. So he said to everyone, I'll guard the ship, you go ahead. After saying that, he appeared directly on the boat and walked into the cabin without looking back. What the hell is this guy doing? Zoro still looked suspicious. Luffy said, Well, since Xia Chen doesn't want to go, let's go by ourselves. Treasure, treasure, here I come. The figures of everyone gradually disappeared on the island, and Xia Chen on the boat finally adapted to the soaring power in his body. After feeling it carefully, Xia Chen found that his current physique was at least 3 times what it was before the breakthrough. Although it may not seem like a big increase, you must know that Xia Chen's original physique was already very strong. Moreover, 3 times the original physique is not a simple situation where 1 + 1 + 1 = 3. Now, even if he faces the previous 10 at the same time, he can do it with ease. The strength has been greatly improved. But to be honest, this indestructible body is really awesome. According to Xia Chen's current estimation, his physical strength at this time is almost the same as Luffy during the Onigashima period, and may even be a little stronger. If the increase in the subsequent high-level Vajra's indestructible body is as large as that, it will even be stronger than Big Mom's steel balloon body. This wave can only be said to have greatly improved its strength. This gave him more confidence to face the next battle. It's been a while since he came to the One Piece world, but he hasn't tried out how strong his full power is. Now, his estimates of his strength are all based on his understanding of the original work. Whether this is specifically the case remains to be verified. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Xia Chen's lips. Looking forward to it. After Xia Chen spent a day bored on the boat, he finally heard the sound of Luffy and the others coming back. Slowly walked out of the deck, and Luffy yelled after seeing Xia Chen, Hey, Xia Chen, it's really a shame that you didn't come today. We saw a lot of interesting things, such as an uncle growing in a box. Xia Chen listened quietly, interjecting a few words from time to time and marveling. Bursts of laughter came from the melee. The next day, Xia Chen was still sleeping in the cabin when he heard shouting from outside. He walked out with his sleepy eyes open. As soon as they walked out, they saw Luffy and Usopp bowing at a 90-degree angle to someone. Johnny, Xia Chen said doubtfully. He still had some impression of these 2 little followers of Zoro. But what is happening now? After Xia Chen walked down, he asked Zoro about it and learned the cause and effect of the incident. A simple summary is that Johnny thought Luffy and Usopp had killed Joseph. That's why this happens. Xia Chen walked to Joseph calmly, and at this time, he also remembered the plot. He said to the people next to him, Hey, if you have anything to do, we'll talk about it later. Now go to the cabin and take out Nami's fresh oranges. Otherwise, this person will really die. You mean Joseph is not dead? After hearing this, Johnny asked Xia Chen excitedly. Yes, not yet, but maybe it will happen later. So, hurry up and get there. Xia Chen yelled directly at Luffy and Usopp in the last sentence. These two dickheads don't know how to see things and do things, right? Yes, we'll go right away. They straightened their bodies instantly and ran towards the cabin. Xia Chen turned to look at Joseph and said lightly, he is suffering from scurvy. To put it simply, it is due to the long-term life at sea without a reasonable diet, leading to nutritional imbalance. You will eventually suffer from this disease. After a while, when Luffy and the two fed Joseph fresh oranges, his complexion began to slowly improve. Johnny's eyes instantly lit up when he saw this scene, and he rushed over and hugged Xia Chen's thigh. Brother, the kindness of rebuilding is unforgettable. Get out of my way. So, nutritional balance at sea is very important, you know? Otherwise, various problems may occur. Xia Chen sat on the boat and shared basic common sense with a bunch of idiots like Luffy. Okay, if that's the case, let's find a chef. Luffy suddenly stood up and said loudly, Indeed, it makes sense. This time, it was rare that no one came out to oppose Luffy. After all, what he said did make sense. Johnny, who heard this, said, If you want to find a sea chef, I have a place I recommend you to go to. Really? Where? Johnny narrowed his eyes and said word by word. See Restaurant Barati. Everyone, I saw the restaurant on the sea. Luffy, who was sitting on the bow of the boat, suddenly turned his head and said to everyone on the boat, Everyone stood up in unison and looked at the looming ship ahead. Xia Chen was also a little excited at this moment. He was actually a man who liked to enjoy delicious food. Now that he finally came to the famous sea restaurant, he was looking forward to it. Just when everyone's eyes were focused on the front, the sound of a ship breaking through the waves came from next to their ship. Looking back, I saw that a marine warship was heading forward side by side with the Mary. Then, a very naughty-looking man appeared in everyone's sight. This person, Xia Chen knew very well that he was one of the few he remembered well. After all, this is a man with the same Iron Fist title as Garp. Iron Fist Hobody. This is the strength, maybe a little. Garp, you're also called Iron Fist. What level do you belong to? And you have the same title as me. Returning to the topic, Hobody looked at the pirate ship opposite and felt very unhappy. When did a group of pirates see him, a lieutenant from the Marine headquarters, and start running away? Do you think you don't take him seriously? If this is the case, then he has to give them some color to show them. He summoned a Marine with one hand and said to him, Sink it. Xia Chen narrowed his eyes when he heard this on the melee. Boy, you are quite ugly and very courageous. How dare you say something like sinking the Mary in front of him? Do you think he can't hold the stick anymore? Although he really had no intention of wielding a stick. The next second, before the Marine on the opposite side could make any movement, Conqueror's domineering energy came out from his body, stunning every Marine on the ship. Done. Not to mention, the more Xia Chen uses Conqueror's haki, the more comfortable he becomes. The efficiency of clearing out minions is really amazing. At this time, Luffy was envious again when he saw this scene again, with little stars in his eyes. Xia Chen, teach me this quickly. Didn't you say I could master it last time? I'm talking about the future, not now. Xia Chen curled his lips lightly. What kind of strength is there? Don't you have any idea? Cheapskate, huh? Xia Chen. Why do I always have the urge to hit people lately? A few minutes later, the melee finally came to Barati's side. At this time, everyone was so excited that they could not help but shed their tears on the ground. Due to Xia Chen's intervention, Marine did not fire the cannonball, so Luffy did not damage Barati's ceiling. So now everyone comes to the restaurant together and waits to enjoy the food. Good food, good food. Luffy and Usopp both held a fork in their left and right hands and tapped the table rhythmically. After a while, a lot of exquisite delicacies were served to everyone's tables. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the clouds, and the food on the table decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xia Chen was also eating big mouthfuls at this time. The food made by Barati is different from other places much more delicious. And since Nami pays for the meals now, it makes him eat even more deliciously. I don't know why, but even the food tastes better when you don't have to pay for it yourself. Dong dong dong. With the sound of shoes hitting the floor, a man wearing a black double-breasted suit, tie, yellow hair, and curly eyebrows walked towards them. Then he came to Nami gracefully, gently held her hand, and asked gently, "This beautiful lady, may I have the honor to buy you a glass of red wine?" Nami was confused by this sudden scene, but with the idea of not taking advantage of the B ********D, she said happily, "Okay, thank you. You are such a gentleman." "Thank you for your compliment. I think so too." Xia Chun and Luffy looked at Sanji speechlessly. Is this person so shameless? Seeing this scene, Nami took it a step further and said coquettishly to Sanji, "The food here is quite expensive. Can you treat me to a meal?" Seeing Nami like this, Sanji's eyes instantly turned into heart shapes. He said with a flattering face, "Of course, miss." However, this expression did not last for a second before he turned to Xia Chun and others and said, "You can't. Do you dare to double standard a little more?" Xia Chun is still concentrating on cooking. What does this have to do with him? Even though she doesn't have to pay for Nami's meal herself, Nami still has to pay for his meal. So, no matter what, it won't affect him. This is... No way is this... Suddenly, other guests in the restaurant burst into disbelief and looked out the window with fear. Suddenly, the eyes of everyone on the field were attracted. Except for Luffy and Xia Chun, they were still cooking at this time. But even if Xia Chun didn't look at anything, he knew what was happening outside. Seeing, hearing, and being domineering is not just for free. With a creaking sound, the door of the restaurant was pushed open from the outside. Two men walked in, supporting each other. Both of them were very weak at this time, and fell to the ground within a few steps. He begged everyone in a thin voice, "Give me something to eat. We are going to starve to death." "Impossible. Don't you know what your Krieg pirates are like?" A rich chef jumped out and said, "The comments about you in the sea are all about despicable people. Get out of here quickly. You are not welcome in Barati." After the words fell, Krieg and Ajin fell to the ground without any reaction. At this time, they were already at the end of their strength. I was so hungry that I had no energy at all, but I still kept begging, "Give me something to eat." Patty, the rugged-looking cook, was still yelling at Krieg and the two to get out. If other cooks hadn't stopped him, Xia Chun had no doubt that he would throw them out himself. At this time, Sanji was watching this scene silently, speechless for a long time. After a while, Sanji turned around and walked towards the kitchen, and then a clanging sound came from the kitchen. 10 minutes later, Sanji brought a large bowl of fried rice and placed it in front of Krieg. He lit a cigarette and took a deep breath before saying slowly, "Come on, eat." Krieg and Ajin looked up at the same time. Krieg picked up the rice in front of him and started eating without saying anything. Ajin hesitated for a long time and then said thank you before starting to speak. The two of them just sat on the ground and ate without any image. When Krieg had finished eating, he slowly stood up and looked at Sanji in front of him with scrutiny in his eyes. Then he slowly spoke. "Now, go and prepare meals for 100 people. My companions are about to starve to death." Sanji did not act when he heard this, but looked straight at Krieg. For a long time, when the atmosphere between the two could not go on, Sanji slowly answered with one word, "Good." Then he turned around and walked into the kitchen. When Patty saw this scene, he was furious and yelled at Sanji, "What are you doing? We don't have a tradition here of giving others freebies." Sanji didn't look back, but a faint voice came over. "We are chefs." "You guy!" Patty was still very angry. No, he was going to teach these pirates a lesson and let them know that Barati was not someone to be trifled with. Just when he was about to find trouble with Krieg, a voice stopped him. "Do as he says." A middle-aged man with a broken leg, wearing a chef's hat and a trademark beard on his face, came over and said, "Chef, but do as I say." Before Patty finished speaking, Zepp interrupted him. Therefore, he could only reluctantly go to the kitchen and get busy. Across the way, Krieg looked at Japu, and he looked more and more familiar. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and said in disbelief, "Ew, are you red-footed Zep?" Japu did not answer his words, but looked at him quietly as always. The expression on Krieg's face kept changing at this time, from surprise to fear, and finally calmness, and then he slowly said, "So what if you are red-footed, Japu? All your strength lies in your legs. How much strength do you still have without these legs? I am now officially informing you that I own your boat. I am only here to ask for the boat and food, so don't do anything unnecessary. Otherwise, you will be responsible for the consequences." After saying that, Krieg walked out directly. Xiaochen looked at this scene calmly at this time, with a completely scornful attitude towards Krieg's remarks. Without them, Krieg's plan would not succeed. He still wants to eat Barati's delicacies. What if Krieg destroys it? After a period of time, since Luffy always wanted to invite Sanji to join, they naturally stayed here. Xiaochen was sleeping soundly in the cabin at this time. He knew that Sanji would not agree to get on the ship without going through something. So there's no need to rush, just wait slowly. Until, boom, a loud sound came from outside, and Xiaochen slowly opened his eyes. Slowly sitting up and looking in a certain direction, he felt the breath even if there was an object blocking it, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Are you coming?" At this time, the outside world. Just as the Krieg pirates wanted to get off the ship to grab Barati, the ship began to break apart in the middle. The cut surface is as smooth as a mirror. At the same time, a small boat slowly approaches from a distance. A person suddenly appeared and attracted everyone's attention, especially Zoro. Beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. He's Hawkeye." Who is that?" Luffy asked in confusion. Zoro's slightly excited voice came. "He is my goal when I go to sea, the person I want to defeat, the strongest swordsman in the world." "Sigoi, is he the strongest swordsman in the world?" Luffy and others also looked at Hawkeye over there. At this time, Zoro couldn't help it and jumped directly onto the wreckage of a ship. "Shout to Hawkeye. Hey Hawkeye, I want to challenge you." Hawkeye, who heard the voice, slightly raised the brim of his hat, looked at Zoro and said, "Your strength is too weak. You don't have the qualifications?" TCH, could it be that the world's best swordsman is someone who can only talk with his mouth? "Come over and challenge me if you can," Zoro said provocatively. "I don't know if you are overconfident or ignorant, but since you want to die, I will give you this chance." As soon as he finished speaking, Eagle Eye jumped over from a boat. Looking at Zoro, he said coldly again, "If you're a first-class swordsman, you should be able to feel the gap between us. But obviously you're not, so..." Hawkeye slowly took off the cross pendant from his neck, pulled out a knife, and said calmly, "I'm sorry, I really don't have a smaller knife than this." "Damn it, you guys are so insulting." Zoro roared angrily, and then rushed towards Hawkeye with a ghost slash. Then, his expression turned into one of deep astonishment. How is this possible? I saw that Zoro's 3 knives at this time were all blocked by Hawkeye's knife, and they were completely unable to move forward. What? My brother's ghost slash was actually blocked. It's obviously a big move that hits 100% of the time. Johnny and Joseph said in horror from the side, "Isn't this normal? Who do you think the man opposite is? He is the best swordsman in the world." Xiaochen, who came to them at some unknown time, looked at the eagle eyes over there and said lightly, "Brother Xiaochen, look carefully, this is Zoro's battle." Looking back to Zoro, he now feels that his worldview has been greatly impacted. Is the gap in strength so big? Is the world so far apart? Then Zoro began to attack continuously, but no matter how he attacked, he was easily blocked by Hawkeye with the knife. As time passed, Zoro's heart gradually sank to the bottom. How could I be played with by something like this toy? Zoro took a step back and struck a pose. "Tiger!" The sound of sharp blade cutting through the wound came, and at some point Hawkeye had arrived in front of Zoro, and the knife had pierced his chest. A surprised expression appeared on Hawkeye's face. "Why? Why don't you retreat? Aren't you afraid of having your heart pierced?" "Because I have a reason why I can't retreat. Even if I die, I can never lose." Hearing this, Eagle Eye's pupils dilated slightly, flashing a look of shock. At this moment, he re-examined the man in front of him. The belief exuding from him at this moment was so dazzling. Hawkeye took a few steps back slightly, took back the knife in his hand, and then pulled out one of the 12 supreme sharp knives behind him. Black Knife Knight. Long-lost strong man. In order to show my respect for you, let me bury you with this black knife. A smile appeared on Zoro's lips when he heard this. Just what I wanted. Then the two knives kept spinning in his hands. 3,000 worlds. The figures of the two people passed each other and kept standing still. A second later, Zoro suddenly fell to his knees and the two knives broke directly. He lowered his head and murmured to himself, "Is this the best swordsman in the world?" Zoro stood up, turned his head, and opened his hands. "What do you mean?" Hawkeye was startled. "The scars on the back are a swordsman's disgrace." "Interesting, boy." A smile appeared on the corner of Hawkeye's mouth, and then he struck Zoro with a black knife in his hand. A huge wound tore open from Zoro's chest. The force of the countershock knocked Zoro directly into the sea. "Zoro!" Luffy shouted, and then wanted to run to fight with Hawkeye. But he was pulled down by Xiachun. "Calm down, Zoro is not dead yet." "Huh?" When Luffy heard this, his expression suddenly became surprised. He thought Zoro was dead just now. Xiachun looked at Eagle Eye calmly, the fighting spirit in his eyes slowly rising. Zoro's battle is over, and it's his turn next. He has been waiting for this battle for a long time. He has always wanted to test his own strength, but has always suffered from the lack of an opponent. The Hawkeye in front of me is completely powerful enough to try it out. At this time, Hawkeye, who slowly inserted the black knife back behind him, seemed to sense something and turned his head to meet Xiachun's gaze. Xiachun smiled slightly, and in the next second, he appeared opposite Hawkeye in a flash. This scene scared the pirates around. How did this person get here? The eagle's eyes were fixed on Xiachun opposite him. His sharp gaze was enough to make anyone who looked at him fearful, but Xiachun was not among them. "My hawk, I want to fight you." Xiachun spoke concisely and directly. Eagle Eye frowned, and then said calmly, "I'm not interested. I had a lot of fun just now, but now I don't want to play anymore." "And you're not a swordsman, are you?" "If I'm not a swordsman, I can't fight with you?" Xiachun asked back. "That's not true. It's just that I'm really not interested." After saying that, Hawkeye turned around and left without any intention of fighting Xiachun. Xiachun became anxious when he saw this scene. How could he prove his strength if Hawkeye left now? It will not be easy to find such a strong opponent next time. Suddenly, a good idea appeared in Xiachun's mind. "My hawk, wait. Shanks is my uncle. How about you fight me for his sake?" Huh. After hearing this, Eagle Eye turned his head and stared at Xiachun and asked uncertainly, "You said Shanks is your uncle? Is there any evidence? Are you familiar with the straw hat on the head of the boy wearing the straw hat over there? That's what Shanks gave him. I used to live in Windmill Village. Shanks stayed there for a while, and that's when I met him. And he also told me about his relationship with you. Otherwise, how would I know about your relationship with him?" Xiachun opened his mouth and came with a firm look on his face, as if what he said was true. However, what Xiachun said was indeed quite credible. At least Eagle Eye believed it at this time. As for when he seeks confirmation from Hong Fa and finds out that there is no such thing, it will be a matter of the future. That has nothing to do with Xiachun. As expected, after listening to Xiachun's words, Hawkeye stood there and thought about it, then nodded and said, "Since you are Shanks' nephew, I agree to your request, and I can fight with you." After saying that, he pulled out the black knife he had behind him instead of using the pocket knife to deal with it, because he felt a dangerous aura from Xiachun's body, which deserved to be taken seriously. Seeing Hawkeye in a fighting posture, Xiachun showed a smile. Then the iron rod found on Crow's boat appeared in his hand. As for everyone else around him, they were stunned at this moment, including Luffy and others and Zoro who had just been rescued. Especially Luffy. A big question mark appeared above his head at this time. "You didn't let me take action just now. Were you planning to do it yourself?" "Damn, Xiachun, you are such a B****ch. At this time, everyone else was completely unfavorable to Xiachun for this battle. They all watched the battle between Hawkeye and Zoro just now. The bounty hunter Zoro was beaten in the hands of Hawkeye and was unable to fight back. His companion should be in a similar situation. Not to mention Zoro, who had just regained consciousness. He had truly felt the difference in the world just now. That's not a power he can match now. Although Xia Chun was very strong in his opinion, he had never shown his true strength in front of him. But he still didn't think Xia Chun could fight Hawkeye, and the situation in the battle might be a little better than him. At least that's what he still thinks now. Until Xia Chun held the iron rod with one hand and appeared above Eagle Eye the next second. The iron rod in his hand hit Eagle Eye hard. Hawkeye was also not to be outdone. Hido Eye made a backhand chop and collided with the iron rod. In an instant, an extremely powerful shock wave came out from the center of the fight between the two. The surrounding waves were directly lifted to a height of tens of meters and even formed a small tsunami. Everyone around them screamed in terror. Is this really something human can do? After the waves subsided, everyone discovered that they were already more than 1,000 meters away from Xia Chun. And because the shock waves are still being released, this distance even tends to get further away. At this time, the two people in the center of the battlefield looked at each other with different expressions. Hawkeye was very surprised at this time. This young man was so powerful that even he felt that the knife in his hand was unstable at that moment. And the eagle's eyes slowly caught sight of the black luster shining on the iron rod. Armed and domineering, it was really strange that he would see this thing in the East Daxia Sea. You must know that even in the first half of the Great Channel, there were only a few people who mastered this skill. Only in places like New World will this become a commonly used skill. Therefore, he was still very curious about Xia Chun's ability to master this power now. Xia Chun felt the huge power coming from his hands at this moment, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. As expected of Hawkeye, he took his full blow so easily. You must know that with his current physique, the power of a full-strength stick is extremely powerful. The person who can compete with 4 emperors is not easy. In this case, he can play with all his strength. Xia Chun narrowed his eyes, and then continued to attack Eagle Eye. The 6 secret movements seemed to come to life in his hands, and with the cooperation of various techniques, he even faintly suppressed Hawkeye. On the other hand, Hawkeye was a little confused at this time. After sailing at sea for many years, he could certainly tell that Xia Chun was now using the Marine 6 style, and it is still used to a very superb level. Only, isn't it inappropriate for a pirate like you to be so familiar with Marine stuff? Could it be that this person is Marine spy? With this idea in mind, Hawkeye also raised his question. Oh, you're talking about this. Xia Chun started his unnecessary compilation again. Again, do you see that Straw Hat Boy over there? His grandfather is Garp, so I learned all 6 styles from Garp. Marine hero, Garp's grandson. Hawkeye was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that this Straw Hat Boy had such an identity. But when he turned around, he thought of a question. Why is my grandpa Marine, but my grandson wants to be a pirate? Who knows? Xia Chun shrugged. Then he launched a series of attacks toward Hawkeye. Every time the two people collide, a huge shock wave will be generated, and the waves will continue to surge one after another. Suddenly, Xia Chun narrowed his eyes, came to the front of Eagle Eye with his shaver, and threw the stick in his hand high. Aim at Hawkeye with both hands in shape of fists. 6 King's Spear. An extremely powerful impact burst out from Xia Chun's fist, speeding towards Eagle Eye. Hawkeye directly held the knife in front of him, blocking this powerful and heavy blow. However, his feet moved back more than 10 meters under the force. There was a hint of excitement in Xia Chun's eyes. Opponents of this strength are not common. Then Hawkeye raised the knife in front of him and struck down hard. A huge green sword light attacked Xia Chun. I lost it. Seeing this scene, Xia Chun was so frightened that his cerebellum shrank, and he quickly stepped aside. The sword light rushed straight into the sea. There was no movement at all. The next second, the sea level began to split from the middle, and a hollow area stretching for thousands of meters and hundreds of meters deep appeared on the sea surface. The water did not even flow back for more than 10 seconds, and it did not surge until dozens of seconds later. This produced several small whirlpools and another powerful wave, pushing Barty further. Sigui Xia-chun is so awesome, Luffy said with stars in his eyes. At the same time, there were not a few people who had the same reaction as Luffy. Everyone looked at the fight between the two men with their mouths open. How could there be such a monster in the world? Even Zoro, who was more familiar with Xia-chun, had his eyes widened at this time. The power Hawkeye uses to fight now is much stronger than when he fought him, and Xia-chun was actually able to fight back and forth with the opponent in this situation. Did he hide it so deeply all along? Poor Zoro thought that Xia-chun was just a lot stronger than him, but now it seems the world is really so far away. Nami was also watching this scene blankly at this time, feeling unable to calm down for a long time. She also didn't expect that Xia-chun, who stayed with her every day, would have such strength. This kind of power, even suddenly, Nami seemed to have thought of something, and her face suddenly darkened. After a long time, she gritted her teeth and made a decision. She has to solve her own problems by herself. Then she sneaked around to the melee while no one was paying attention to her. At the same time, Krieg and others were also filled with horror. After feeling the power like a god, there was a trace of fear in his heart. He just seemed to want to go over and kill Hawkeye. What kind of lifeless idea is he having? In an instant, he just wanted to escape from this place quickly, otherwise he would be dead later. Thinking like this, he looked at Barati not far away. He needs a ship, so Krieg waved his hand and said to the many pirate boys behind him, "Boys, while the two monsters over there are still fighting, let's take over this ship quickly. Come on." Xia-chun looked at the surging sea water below in the air and was frightened for a while. Fortunately, he dodged quickly, otherwise he would have suffered a lot if he had received this blow. Just when he was still shocked by the power of Hawkeye's attack, Hawkeye's voice came from below. "Boy, don't be in a daze." Xia-chun turned his head and saw another huge sword light speeding towards him. But the distance at this time gave him no time to dodge. In this case, Xia-chun narrowed his eyes. "Hold the stick in your hand tightly with both hands." He roared angrily. "Thunder, 8 trigrams." The stick in his hand was suddenly swung out by Xia-chun and collided with the sword light. Drink! After a few seconds of stalemate, with Xia-chun's loud roar, the sword light was directly shot into the sky by Xia-chun. As for why Xia-chun uses the name of Teacher Kai's move, all I can say is, no way. He is a bad namer, and there is no way his name could be as powerful as Teacher Kai's moves. Moreover, the mace and the iron rod are both sticks, and he can use Teacher Kai's moves with the iron rod. So, Teacher Kai must never say that he pirated his moves in the future. Without hesitation, Xia-chun rushed towards Eagle Eye again, and the two fought again. After some time, after another confrontation, the two of them looked at each other, and Hawkeye's state also fluctuated slightly, panting slightly. On the other hand, Xia-chun on the opposite side looked a bit miserable at this time, with countless knife marks on his body and tattered clothes. Blood continued to seep out of his body, turning him into a bloody man. My physical strength has also bottomed out, and I'm gasping for air. Eagle Eye looked at Xia-chun and said, "You are already bruised, and you don't have much energy left. Do you want to continue fighting? Broken all over?" Xia-chun chuckled. "Are you sure?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xia-chun's wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, the small wounds on Xia-chun's body had disappeared, and the larger wounds only had some white marks left. Animal-type fruits have relatively strong recovery capabilities, let alone mythical animal-type fruits like his. To put it bluntly, as long as the damage was not particularly serious, he might be able to recover with just a few hits. And when his fruit ability is further strengthened in the future, his recovery ability will also become stronger. It is even impossible to regenerate a severed limb. He is the Monkey King, but now there is a real problem. He does not have much physical strength anymore. This thing will not recover with the passage of time. It will only become less and less. Eagle Eye also looked surprised when he saw this scene. "Is this your devil fruit ability?" "That's right." Xia-chun nodded. Then he continued, "I have one last trick, I want you to give me some advice." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chun used moonwalk to fly into the sky. The stick in his hand was raised high, and the armed, domineering energy wrapped around it. And at the same time, all the strength of his body was poured into it. Meteor. As Xiao Chun spoke, he quickly rushed towards Eagle Eye. He kept using moonwalk to accelerate in the air, and by the time he got close to Hawkeye, his speed had reached an unimaginable level. Uncle Kazuru once said, "Speed is quality." When he reached Hawkeye, he hit him hard with the stick in his hand. Boom! A shock wave, several times more powerful than before, spread out again, and everyone could clearly feel the shock wave, even if they were several kilometers away. As expected, another wave hit them, and the waves this time were hundreds of meters high. Luffy, Krieg, and others who were fighting looked at this situation with their eyes widened. Then he stopped fighting instantly and ran up to Barati desperately. Now the only ship in the sea can give them a sense of security. As the voices gradually calmed down, the battle between Xiao Chun and Eagle Eye had already decided the winner. Xiao Chun slumped down on a floating wooden board, sweat dripping from his forehead. Looking at the opposite side, Hawkeye was still panting slightly and said, "I lost." Xiao Chun actually knew about his failure before the battle started. Although he is strong, it is impossible to say that he can defeat a man of Hawkeye's level. So he didn't feel any loss about it, and he could also feel that Hawkeye was letting off steam. Otherwise, the world's best swordsman has more than just this strength. After this battle, he roughly understood his current level. It's probably similar to Luffy's strength when he used Gear 4 Elastamine 2 years later. He is already very satisfied with this result. After all, how long has it been since he came to the world of One Piece? It has reached a height that most people cannot reach in their lifetime. If this is not enough, it would be a bit greedy, and his strength will not stay at this stage for long. When he checks in a few more islands, then Jia. The 3-day separation was really the best way to describe it for him. Hawkeye slowly put away his sword and stood up. Looking at Xiao Chun, who was slumped on the ground, there was no wave in his eyes, but his heart was very uneasy. This young man is quite capable. The last blow just now made him feel threatened, so he used most of his strength to block it. Originally, he thought that this battle with Xiao Chun was just a boring game for giving advice to children. Unexpectedly, he felt a little excited after a long absence. Today's young people are really fiercer than the last. "Boy, what is your dream?" Eagle Eye suddenly asked Xiao Chun. "My dream." Xiao Chun hesitated for a while, then showed a smile and said, "I want to live freely in this free sea and do whatever I want without any restrictions." "I see. This is not a simple matter," Eagle Eye said calmly. Even with his current strength, he will still be subject to some restrictions, such as world government. And what he saw in Xiao Chun's eyes was the kind of free will that was completely unrestrained. And this must mean confronting the world government. In this case, Suddenly, Hawkeye reacted and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Why does he care so much? Young man, just let him follow his own ideas. What he can't do, maybe Xiao Chun can do it. Hawkeye slowly turned around, stepped on a wooden board, and finally turned to look at Xiao Chun. Young people, don't give up on your dreams. Keep at it. I will. Xiao Chun revealed a big white fang and said. After receiving the answer, Hawkeye drew out his black knife again and then slashed forward. Then the plank under his feet began to rush towards a small boat, which was washed away unknown distance. Looking at the black spots gradually disappearing in the distance, Xiao Chun also smiled. What a joyful battle! 10 minutes later, Xiao Chun slowly stood up after regaining his strength. He looked around. When he noticed that Barati had almost turned into a small black dot in the distance, he suddenly slapped his head and then quickly flew into the sky. Keep using moonwalk to get there. Damn it, he forgot about it. Fortunately, we can still see the shadow of the boat. Otherwise, we would be doomed if we couldn't find the boat. He can't tell the direction. Sometime later, when Xiao Chun came to Barati, he discovered that the place had also been damaged to some extent. The two raised fin boards were now broken into pieces. Look at Luffy sleeping soundly on the ground and Krieg lying on the ground over there. Xiao Chun immediately understood what was happening here. At the same time, Under Xiaqin's knowledge and perception, except for the other people on the spaceship, they were no longer there. I understand in my heart. It seems that Nami has made the same decision. She just had to tell them and let them go back with her. Can't someone like Eren be easily crushed to death? It's such a fool to have to bear it all alone. But the matter has come to this, and there is no point in thinking about it anymore. Let's deal with the current matters first. Xiaqin slowly fell to the ground, and the pirates and others around him immediately took a few steps away from him. This can't help but put a dark line on his face. Does he look so scary? But the people around me didn't think so. Due to their limited knowledge, they just saw such a powerful battle all at once. It directly shattered their worldview. In their opinion, Xiaqin is now the strongest person in the world, with the power to destroy the world. It's strange that they are not afraid. In this case, the next thing is much simpler. Under Xiaqin's powerful force, these pirates ran as fast as they could, grabbing nearby wooden boards and drifting away. But it can be considered that they have some conscience and have not forgotten Krieg. By the way, he also took him with him. This battle also came to an end. Xiaqin turned to look at the chefs and asked, "Is it still open now? I'm a little hungry." "Open." Half a day later. "So, I guess Sister Nami's destination is Eren Paradise," Joseph said with certainty. "Okay, now that we know Nami's destination, let's go get him back," Luffy shouted from his side. "Then, let's set off without further delay," Xiaqin also said calmly from his side. "Maybe something will happen if we wait too late. Yoshi, let's go." Japu also had tears in his eyes after hearing this. Go chase your dreams." After some time, on the sea heading to Hokage village, a small boat was sailing. The 4 people on the boat were enjoying the meal leisurely. Xiaqin took a mouthful of meat and drank another sip of red wine. He couldn't help but sigh. This is life. What a hard life it was before there was no chef. Although due to the existence of system space, he can directly bring a lot of meat. But those who get tired of it after eating it for a long time, how could there be a customized service like Sanji's now? Hey, compared to cooking for you, I would rather cook for Miss Nami. I'm so happy to think that I can see Miss Nami later. Sanji couldn't stop thinking next to him. At this moment, they suddenly felt the ship begin to vibrate. "Hey, what's going on?" Luffy asked doubtfully. The next second, a huge creature broke out of the sea and stared at the people on the boat. Why does this kind of behemoth appear in the East Asia Sea? Isn't this something that only exists in the Great Waterway? Joseph said in horror, holding his head. "Oh, it's really big, this manatee." Xiaqin raised his eyebrows and said, "Idiot, how can a cow be in the sea? This is a hippopotamus." Sanji retorted from his side, "Does your hippopotamus have horns?" "Well, if you say so." Stop talking, brother, it's going to attack us," Joseph yelled, looking at the manatee in front of him. Okay. I was worried that the boat was too slow, but now I have a solution." Xiaqin waved his hand, and then charged towards the manatee with Conqueror's domineering force. In an instant, the manatee froze on the spot, looking at Xiaqin, who was sitting leisurely on the stool with a very horrified expression. "I didn't dare to take any action at all. Then the next thing will be easier. Brave Nyonyo, not afraid of difficulties. Go for it." Xiaqin and Luffy stood on the bow of the boat and shouted. In front of them was the manatee, tied up with a rope. "Oh ho ho, so fast. Just rush to Eren's paradise." Not long after, they saw an island in the distance. Unsurprisingly, it was the island where Hokage village was located and where Eren's paradise was located. But things will never be so smooth sailing. Hey, silly bird, manatee, stop." Seeing the manatee about to hit the wall, Sanji shouted with an ugly face. But Xiaqin and Luffy next to them seemed to have no idea and still shouted, Come on, rush." But no matter how much Sanji shouted, the manatee still hit him. Then, why does it feel like we are flying in the sky? Luffy tilted his head in confusion. "Please remove the image." Ding, I checked into Hokage village successfully. My fruit ability was upgraded to intermediate level, and I got the piercing eyes. For a moment, Xiaqin felt a stinging pain in his eyes, which made him cover his eyes unconsciously and sit on the stool. "Xiaqin, what's wrong with you?" Luffy couldn't help but asked when he saw Xia Chen's strange behavior. It's okay, my eyes just hurt a little. After a while, when the boat slowly stopped on land, the stinging sensation in Xia Chen's eyes gradually dissipated. What are you bastards doing? Zoro's angry voice came. Oh, Zoro, what are you doing here? Several people nearby were chattering, but Xia Chen was feeling the changes in his eyes. When Xia Chen slowly opened his eyes, if anyone saw him at this time, they would find that the pupils of his eyes had turned golden, shining with brilliance. The whole person looks more handsome. Of course, the biggest change is definitely not the change in appearance. Xia Chen cast his eyes on Luffy and others aside. He found that his eyes gradually penetrated their clothes, and then he saw Shao Kunkin? Oh no, it's their chi and blood flowing. In Xia Chen's eyes, they look like human beings composed of chi and blood. By observing the flow of chi and blood, Xia Chen can keenly discover where they are injured and which part of their body is more powerful to attack. To put it simply, it is equivalent to a vulnerability detector. And not only that, his eyes can even emit powerful energy rays like Superman in Marvel. Extremely powerful. Xia Chen really loves this ability. He's so handsome, isn't he? Just when Xia Chen thought this check-in was over, a voice came again in his mind. Ding! Check into Hokage village successfully and get ding, ding, ding. There is a bug in the system and it is being repaired. It cannot be repaired. The demonized form of the Monkey King's fruit has been released. Please note that the demonized form is extremely unstable. Host needs to... Xia Chen was immediately confused by this series of prompts. But when he heard that the bug could not be repaired and he received another reward, he was instantly excited. Is this pie in the sky? Would it be better to give him a few more bugs like this? And this demonization sounds awesome. Just when he wanted to learn more about the newly acquired demonization, the system prompted that the demonization was unstable. But before he could continue to understand, he felt a sudden killing intention filling his mind. In an instant, Xia Chen fell down on the spot, rolling around on the deck, holding his head. At this time, several people who heard the noise also turned their attention to Xia Chen. When they saw Xia Chen rolling around on the ground, they all showed horrified looks. Luffy hurried over, helped Xia Chen up, and asked, Xia Chen, what's wrong with you? The remaining people also rushed over and looked at Xia Chen, who looked ferocious. What is going on? Sanji asked, stammering. Zoro didn't say anything, but his expression had the same idea as Sanji. They were people who had seen the battle between Xia Chen and Hokage, and knew that Xia Chen was extremely powerful, much stronger than them. But now Xia Chen, such a strong man, is running around with his head in his hands and rolling around with a ferocious face. What the hell happened? Suddenly, Xia Chen opened his eyes. The original pair of golden pupils had disappeared, replaced by a pair of blood pupils. In an instant, a strong murderous intention enveloped the surroundings, making everyone feel trembling. Luffy looked a little anxious and couldn't help shouting, Xia Chen. Xia Chen's eyes instantly looked towards him. At this moment, Luffy felt as if he was facing Shinigami directly, and the strong pressure instantly made his back wet. Xia Chen said to everyone in a trembling voice, You go find Nami and the others quickly, and let me relax for a while by myself. Xia Chen's mind was filled with violent, murderous intent at this time, which gradually swallowed up his reason. Just now, he even had the idea of killing everyone here. Fortunately, he relied on his strong willpower to temporarily contain the murderous intention. Otherwise, everyone here will suffer. But he wasn't sure how long he could suppress this murderous intention, which was why he was so eager to let them go first. But Luffy wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Xia Chen. Go quickly. After a moment of silence, Luffy stood up slowly and said, I know. Then he said, Zoro, Sanji, Joseph, let's go. After saying that, Luffy jumped off the boat and walked in a certain direction. Zoro and others followed Luffy after taking a look at Xia Chen. There must be a reason why Xia Chen would let them go. Just as Luffy believed in Xia Chen, he also believed that Xia Chen would handle it well. He is such a strong man. After everyone left, Xia Chun felt that his consciousness was getting less and less clear. If he continues like this, he will definitely lose control and kill everyone later. Thinking of this, Xia Chun galloped directly towards the seaside, and at the same time, he didn't forget to say something about the system. Damn system, what kind of rubbish bug is this? After waiting at the beach, Xia Chun plunged directly into the sea. The moment he entered the sea, his murderous intent was completely out of control. Both eyes were completely occupied by the violent killing intent, and at the same time, the body also underwent huge changes, and the clothes on his body turned directly into flowing black at this moment. Just like when Luffy transforms into Nika, his clothes turn white. At the same time, a black flame also appeared behind Xia Chun and surrounded him, and it was not extinguished even in the sea. The hair color also changed from black to blood color. The whole person looked like a demon who had stepped out of hell. At this time, there were many sea beasts around who didn't know whether to live or die and swam over after hearing the noise. Xia Chun looked at them with bloodthirsty eyes, full of violent killing intent. What follows is a violent massacre. At the same time, everyone on Luffy's side fell silent. They had just had a fight with Nami and met Johnny, who also told them about Nami killing Usopp. So now the scene has fallen into a dull atmosphere. Until, why are you here? Hearing the familiar voice, everyone looked over with surprised expressions. Usopp. After some time, so, you mean Nami stabbed herself to save you? Zoro asked. Yes. Usopp nodded. Then the atmosphere was silent for a few seconds, before Luffy stood up and said, Since things are like this, then, let's take back our navigator. Understood, Captain. Zoro curled his lips and smiled. Then the group of people walked in the direction of Aaron Paradise. At this time, Nami was sitting on the ground, her eyes filled with helplessness and despair. No matter what, she could not stop the determination of the villagers to attack Aaron. They didn't want her to have to go through this anymore. Obviously, she was willing to say it herself. Thinking that all the villagers in the village would eventually die in Aaron's hands, Nami collapsed completely. He picked up the knife in his hand and kept stabbing at the Arlong pirate's tattoo on his arm. There was also a desperate roar coming from his mouth. Ah. Suddenly, Nami found that her arm was grabbed by something and couldn't move, so she looked back. I saw a completely different Xia Chun grabbing her arm and looking at her, with no emotion in his blood-colored eyes. Looking at Xia Chun, who was completely different except for his appearance and body shape, Nami was stunned and couldn't help but ask blankly. Xia Chun, what happened? How did you become like this? It's nothing. Something went wrong with some stupid thing, and it's causing a bit of trouble now. Obviously, the way he spoke was Xia Chun that Nami was familiar with, but she felt that Xia Chun was very unfamiliar at this time. Just because Xia Chun's tone was extremely cold, he no longer had the same feeling as before. Suddenly, Xia Chun knelt down and held her in his arms. Don't worry, I'm here. Nami, Aaron's existence has always made you suffer, causing you to lose your happiness at your best age. But this kind of day will never exist in the future. I will solve everything. After saying that, Xia Chun slowly stood up and turned his head. Be the navigator of our pirate group. You can't escape. After saying that, Xia Chun rose into the sky from where he was and flew quickly towards Aaron Paradise. Nami looked at Xia Chun, who was getting farther and farther away, and the tears in her eyes were like bursting from a dam, and she couldn't help but shed them anymore. He murmured, Thank you, Xia Chun. At the same time, an inexplicable feeling was also growing in her heart. Hey, Nami, you're here. Suddenly, Nami heard a voice coming from behind and couldn't help but turn her head to look. The moment he saw Luffy and the others, a smile appeared on his lips. She has now faced her own heart and will never lose this hard-won friendship again. And she knows Xia Chun well. If he says he can solve it, he will definitely solve it. So, Nami waved to everyone and said, Everyone, I'm here. Seeing the smile on Nami's face, everyone was stunned. Wasn't he looking sad just now? Why has it become like this now? Without thinking too much, Luffy ran over and said to Nami, Nami, let's go and defeat Eren together. Let's free Kokoja village. No need. Nami shook her head and said, Huh, what? Xiaqin has passed. When he first heard Nami's words, Luffy wanted to ask why, but when he heard the next sentence, he suppressed the words in his mouth. Xiaqin has gone? That's great. He will definitely be able to solve it if he goes. Luffy said happily. In his opinion, as long as he takes action against someone as strong as Xiaqin, the fishmen here will definitely be no match for him. But, you said Xiaqin has passed. Zoro asked with an ugly look on his face. Yeah, what's wrong? Nami is a little confused. Is there anything wrong with Xiaqin coming over? Zoro's expression changed several times, and finally he said slowly, I think Xiaqin's current state is not quite right. Just now when he was on the boat, he suddenly ran around with his head in his hands. At the same time, the moment he opened his eyes, I felt an unprecedented, strong, murderous intention. So something must have happened to him. Did you notice anything different about him just now? If you say so. When he spoke just now, he seemed to have a kind of indifference that could repel people thousands of miles away, and his eyes were also extremely indifferent. At the same time, the whole person has become completely different from before, with blood-colored hair and blood-colored pupils, black flowing clothes, and black flames surrounding his back. Nami told everyone about the appearance of Xiaqin that she had just seen. After hearing Nami's words, Zoro strengthened his judgment. Something must have happened to Xiaqin. So he said directly to everyone, Let's rush over and have a look. Good. Looking at Eren's paradise getting closer and closer, the killing intent in Xiaqin's eyes became more and more obvious. Although he just said that killing so many sea beasts in the sea had slightly reduced his murderous nature and temporarily restored his clarity, it was not enough. He needs to kill more creatures. Otherwise, he is not sure whether he will be controlled by killing intent later. And on this island, the best choice is the Fishman clan led by Eren. So, he can only go on a killing spree. Anyway, there is no good person in this group of fishmen. As for the little octopus who will have a relationship with Rayleigh in the future, he is also there? That was not within his scope of consideration. He had already said when talking to Hawkeye before that he wanted to be a free pirate. Nothing can restrain him, so he can rely on his own heart. After a while, Xiaqin came to the door of Eren Paradise. Also here, he also saw the villagers of Kokoja village. Without hesitation, he sent them to have a tryst with Duke Zhou with a burst of Conqueror's domineering attitude. Otherwise, he is afraid that he will be unable to restrain himself if he takes action later. Xiaqin slowly landed in Eren's paradise. All the fishmen looked at this person who fell from the sky with curiosity. One of the younger brothers slowly walked over and asked Xiaqin, Hey, human, what are you here for? Xiaqin didn't answer and didn't look at him. This immediately made him feel insulted. He raised his palm and patted Xiaqin. Didn't you hear Lousy talking to you? The sound of flesh and blood tearing was heard. Before the fishman could make any move, Xiaqin's hand came out from behind him and directly penetrated his entire body. In an instant, the fishman lost consciousness and lay on the ground. This sudden scene made all the Murlocs present stunned for a moment. After reacting, Eren roared at Xiaqin. Hole, what have you done to my compatriots? Go and tear this human being to pieces. I'm going to throw him into the sea and feed him to the fish. All the fish people swarmed forward, but Xiaqin just smiled evilly and then quickly shuttled among the crowd of fish people. Every time he passes through a place, it's like Shinigami passing through a border, and one fishman's life is being harvested by him one after another. Eren's eyes were splitting when he saw this scene, and anger directly filled his eyes. The next second, he rushed directly towards Xiaqin. He wants to cut this human being who dares to kill his compatriots into pieces. But before his attack could land on Xiaqin's arms suddenly stretched out and grabbed his neck like a ghost. Xiaqin obviously looked smaller in size, but now he was lifting Eren up like a dead dog. Eren struggled wildly and kept beating Xiaqin's arm, but Xiaqin's arm was like a steel bar. No matter how hard he tried, it had no effect. Gradually, Xiachen narrowed his eyes and crushed Aaron's neck. Immediately afterwards, Aaron's struggling body began to become weak, his hands dropped, and then he was thrown out by Xiachen. Ah, brother Aaron! The remaining fishmen who were not dead were extremely angry when they saw this scene, and they continued to attack Xiachen without fear of death. And Xiachen, as a good person, of course has to send them to hell. Every second, countless fishmen would die in Xiachen's hands. For a time, Aaron's paradise turned into a bloody purgatory. Some time later, when Luffy and others arrived at the gate of Aaron's paradise, they saw scores of fallen villagers. Nami's pupils dilated instantly, and she hurried over. At the same time, tears kept flowing out. Everyone, the situation seems a little wrong. When Nami picked up Ken, she found that he didn't have any injuries on his body. He didn't seem to be dead now, but sleeping? Nami checked again in disbelief. He is indeed sleeping, so that means... Nami then checked all the surrounding villagers and found that they were all asleep, which made her take a long breath. Fortunately, everyone is okay. So now it's time to think about why everyone sleeps here together. According to her knowledge, there was only one person she knew who could do this. Nami turned his attention to Aaron Paradise, and then hurriedly ran towards the door. When the gate of opening hit, Nami's pupils contracted violently. As if he had seen something unbelievable, he froze in place. Nami, what are you looking at here? Luffy slowly walked over from behind and asked Nami. However, when he saw the scene in Aaron's paradise, he also showed the same expression as Nami, and then shouted tremblingly, Xiachen. This shout also attracted the attention of Zoro and others, who slowly walked up and then showed the same expression. This was not really a fuss for them, but the scene they saw in front of them shocked their vision. At this time, there was a river of blood in Aaron's paradise, with fallen murlocs everywhere. The blood of murlocs even dyed the pool inside red. But in the middle of this purgatory-like scene stood a man, covered in black flames, with blood-colored hair and blood-colored eyes, like a king who had stepped out of hell. This person is Xiachen. After killing all the fishmen, his murderous intention has finally been relieved. At this moment, he is trying his best to suppress this murderous intention. The black flames on his body fluctuated erratically. Xiachen. Nami was just about to go over when Zoro grabbed her arm, then looked at Xiachen with a solemn face and said, Xiachen is in a very strange state right now. Let's not go over there now. We will check the situation later. It might be dangerous if we go there hastily. Zoro's understanding of Xiachen is no less than Luffy's understanding of Xiachen, and because Zoro is more willing to observe, in some respects he is the person who knows Xiachen best. Judging from his previous impression of Xiachen, Xiachen was definitely not a murderous person, but today he killed all these fishmen here, leaving no one alive. This looked very abnormal. Thinking of Xiachen running around with his head in his hands, Zoro guessed that something must have happened to Xiachen that they didn't know about. But currently, they have nothing to do about this situation and can only wait for Xiachen to solve it on his own. If they were strong, they could go and knock Xiachen out as a group. If he hadn't seen the battle between Xiachen and Eagle Eye, he might have had this idea. Now, giving away heads is a bad behavior. After some time, the black inflammation on Xiachen's body slowly disappeared. His blood-colored hair began to turn back to black, and the color of his pupils turned back to the golden color of his fiery eyes. Feeling the killing intent gradually subsided in his body, a smile appeared on Xiachen's lips. Jelluo, you're so damn hard to control. Fortunately, he has a strong will that was honed by watching a bunch of action stars in his previous life. Otherwise, it would be really hard to bear it. Now that he has completely regained his clarity, he has to... System, can you explain a lousy why there is a bug? This, you also know that I am just a system. So if there is a problem with the operation of my system, it should be normal for some bugs to appear, right? Xiachen was so angry when he heard what the system said. Your grandma is so stupid. Then you can explain to me why the demonized form of the ape fruit has so many disadvantages? The fruit of host is in the form of Monkey King, who also encountered many injustices in the process of growing up and naturally has a dark side in his heart. So by the way, you also inherited the dark side of the great sage, right? Before the system finished speaking, Xiachen interrupted it and said, underscore, host, you are so smart. I don't care. You made such a serious mistake this time. The demonized state you gave me has such great disadvantages. What if I can't control my murderous intent and provoke a big pirate? So, you have made such a big mistake, and you have to make it up to me, right? Now, Xiachen's legs were finally exposed. Yes, he just wants to reap benefits. Even though he has nothing to do now, the probability of encountering a big pirate, as he mentioned, is also very small. But a small probability does not mean that there is none. If there is, then rounding it off will make it 100%. It makes no sense not to compensate him. Then, what compensation does host want? There was a hint of caution in the system's voice. It was indeed a problem this time. As a moral system, it fails. For the sake of your sincere repentance, I don't ask too much, just get rid of the side effects of my demonic form, which is the murderous intention. Xiachen's voice sounded slightly expectant. Having experienced the demonic state, he deeply understands how powerful that form is. It completely made him stronger in all aspects, and it felt like Luffy in Nika form. Now let him use this form to fight Hawkeye. I don't say he can win, but he will definitely be able to last longer and force out more of Hawkeye's strength. However, this form also has two disadvantages. One of them is that the physical energy consumed will be relatively large. This is quite normal. Haven't you seen that every time Luffy switches to 5th gear, it feels like he's about to be buried? In comparison, this form of his only requires a little more energy consumption, which is already very good. Another shortcoming is the problem of murderous intention. In this form, the murderous intention has simply reached a peak. He wants to kill anyone he sees, and the longer he uses this form, the more murderous he becomes. The reason why the murderous intention was slowly fading just now is because he did not actively want to enter this form just now. He was forced to activate this form. At the same time, he has been restraining this murderous intention in his heart. So the more he kills, the smaller his murderous intention becomes. To put it simply, it is to kill the intention to kill. But he can't say it's like this every time, right? What if there aren't so many creatures to kill for him? What should we do? In this case, wouldn't this form only be used in critical situations? I don't dare to use it at all. Uncontrollable things are too dangerous. Host requirement detected, being analyzed. Analysis successful. Host request rejected. The core of the demonized form is the killing intention. If the killing intention does not exist, then this form will lose its meaning. The system can make the killing intention controllable, but it cannot erase the killing intention. If the host must erase the murderous intention, then it must erase the form as well. Do you want to erase it? Xiachen was stunned for a moment at first. Then he immediately reacted and said quickly, don't erase, don't erase. Just kidding. How could such a powerful form be erased? And just now the system seemed to say that it could make this murderous intention controllable. It's a shortcoming that can be controlled, and he's still worried about it. This is a huge advantage, right? Then Xia Chun immediately said to the system, then make the murderous intention controllable. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Chun felt a strange energy pouring into his body, causing him to unconsciously close his eyes and carefully feel the changes in his body. Luffy here saw Xia Chen's appearance change back to his original appearance, and was about to go over and ask what was going on. But he only walked halfway and found that Xia Chun had entered the previous form again, which frightened him and took a few steps back. At the same time, an extremely powerful killing intent emanated from Xia Chun. At this moment, everyone felt as if they had entered a world of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, with countless corpses at their feet. A few seconds later, when everyone came back to their senses, they found that their bodies were soaked with sweat. Those who were timid like Usopp fell to the ground with weak legs. Even if he was as strong-minded as Zoro, he felt a trace of fear burst out of his heart at that moment. In an instant, Everyone looked at Xia-chan with incomparable solemnity. What they didn't know was that Xia-chan felt very comfortable at this time. Just now, after the change was completed, he felt as if he had something extra inexplicably. Then he couldn't help but turn on the demonic state. But the difference this time was that he was full of killing intent. But there is no sign of losing control. Instead, he can use these murderous intentions like an arm, causing physical and mental suppression to his opponents. After getting familiar with the killing intent, Xia-chun slowly opened his eyes, but saw Luffy and others next to him looking at him, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you doing?" Luffy did not answer immediately, but gulped before stammering and asked, Are you Xia-chun?" "Nonsense. You can't recognize me just standing here." "But I remember Xia-chun doesn't have black hair and black eyes. You are all red. Xia-chun is not wearing black clothes either. Besides, Xia-chun is not surrounded by black flames like you. Xia-chun, can I dye my hair, put on contact lenses, change my clothes, and do some special effects?" But Xia-chun knew that he would not be able to explain it clearly to a fool like Luffy, so he lifted his demonic state. The black flames wrapped around his body slowly disappeared, and his clothes and hair returned to their original colors. But his pupils were still golden. Because Xia-chun's eyes have turned into blazing eyes, there is nothing we can do. This is a bit different from the original Great Sage. It's not that he only uses it when he wants to, but it has basically become a normal skill of his. There is no consumption on him, just like his own innate ability. "Is this okay?" Xia-chun asked, looking at Luffy calmly. "No, your eyes are the wrong color. I percent yen #yen a hashtag. You've been meowing to no end, haven't you?" Xia-chun instantly appeared in front of Luffy with a shaver, and then hit him with a fist wrapped in an arm color. Clang! "It hurts, it hurts!" Luffy shouted loudly, covering the swollen bump on his head. "So, do you think I am me?" Xia-chun's gloomy voice came. Luffy couldn't help but look up. What caught his eye was Xia-chun's gloomy face, which made him shrink down in fright. He hurriedly replied, Yes, you are Xia-chun." While answering, he got up and stepped back. Zoro looked at Xia-chun and asked, "What was going on in your state just now? Why did you emit such strong, killing intent?" "Oh, this. My abilities evolved, and then something went wrong. At that time, I was controlled by murderous intent, so I came here and killed all these fishmen. Including the color of my current pupils are also changes caused by the evolution of my abilities." "Ah!" Nami couldn't help but exclaimed when she heard this, and then asked anxiously, "Then are you still controlled by murder? You were so scary just now." Indeed, I think so too," Usopp said tremblingly after getting up. "You just looked like you wanted to kill us all." Zoro also said lightly, "Don't worry, it's okay. It was just a small accident. Now I can control this murderous intention. Didn't you see that I was able to communicate with you normally in that form just now?" After hearing Xia-chan say that he could control this murderous intention, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The killing intent released at that moment almost made them think that Xia-chan was going to kill them. "I am so surprised." Xia-chan looked at the tragic situation around him and couldn't help but touch his nose. But he didn't feel guilty. Eren was not a good person, and he had killed countless humans. Nami also lived a miserable life in his hands for so many years. What he is doing now is completely eliminating harm for the people, and he even thinks that he should be awarded a banner. Then Xia-chun turned his attention to Nami, showed a smile, and said, "Nami, you are free." "Yeah, I'm free." Nami smiled equally happily. Luffy also regained the courage to yell at Xia-chun, "You are so treacherous, Xia-chun. I was obviously planning to fight off this Eren, but in the end, you took it all away." "That's right. He killed all the prey by himself. How selfish." Zoro also pouted at the side. "Indeed, I also want to observe the fishman's body structure to better handle the ingredients." This is what Sanji said. "I actually don't mind at all. I totally agree with you helping me defeat my opponent." As for this cowardly sentence, no one except Usopp could say it. After hearing their words, Xia-chun didn't say anything, but raised his hand slightly and pointed at Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji in turn. You, and you. It's all rubbish. What did you say? The three people who heard this couldn't help it, and looked at Xiachan with eyes full of anger. What? What did I say wrong? An idiot captain, a half-dead, third-rate swordsman, and a lecherous cook with curled eyebrows. What's wrong with calling you trash? Or do you think that comparing you to trash is an insult to the word trash? In that case, I apologize. It does seem a bit insulting and rubbish. Xiachan wanted to say something more, but Luffy and the other two could no longer bear it. Go up and beat him. As soon as the words fell, the three of them rushed towards Xiachan. Hey, 3 against 1, you don't have martial ethics. Seeing this scene, Nami felt particularly happy and couldn't help laughing. It's really fun to stay with them. In the evening 2 days later, Hokage village. Hey Luffy, I fell in love with this piece of meat first. What do you mean by taking it away? Xiachan yelled at Luffy with a piece of meat in his mouth. You didn't take it. You said it's what you like. Luffy said disdainfully. You guy. Xiachan couldn't help but clench his fists, but suddenly he seemed to think of something, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If you dare to mess with me, I will let you know why the flowers are so red later. Xiachan saw an opportunity and directly received all the meat in front of Luffy into his own system space, then ran away after collecting it. Luffy, who was eating, suddenly saw the meat in front of him disappear and was stunned for a moment. But when he saw Xiachan running in the distance, he immediately understood something. He shouted angrily, Xiachan, you are cheating. Xiachan said without looking back. I got the meat based on my ability. Why am I cheating? Seeing Xiachan walking away, Luffy jumped up in anger. Fortunately, this time, everything in Hokage village is self-service. If you run out, you can take it again, otherwise he would really bite Xiachan to death. In one of the alleys, Sanji slowly walked towards Zoro with a bottle of red wine, and then sat down opposite Zoro. It's quite comfortable to not have to cook for yourself sometimes. By the way, how are you feeling after your injury? Zoro took a sip of wine and said, it's okay. This kind of injury can be cured by just drinking some wine. After that, he took another sip of wine. You really... Sanji is a little helpless, this drunkard, Zoro said. But it's the 3rd day, is it still so lively? This is how a banquet is held. After all, they've been oppressed by Eren for so many years. Now that they are liberated, it is normal for them to be happy. That's right. Sanji threw the red wine in his hand to Zoro, then slowly stood up and said, Okay, it's time for me to get down to business. Beautiful ladies, here I come. Eyes closed face. This pervert cook. On the other side, Usopp was also very happy telling his brave story on a high platform. You don't know, I punched Eren to death and made him kneel down to beg for mercy. Sigoi, you are so awesome. The whole village was immersed in a happy atmosphere at this time. Enjoy this free life without oppression. On a hillside on the island, a lonely grave stood quietly on the top. At this time, there was a girl with orange hair sitting in front of the grave with a happy smile on her face. Belmir, do you know? Eren is defeated and the village is finally free. And I am going to be a pirate too. If you were still here, you would definitely support me, right? But it's useless even if you don't support me. I won't listen to you anyway. After finishing speaking, Nami fell silent for a long time. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. Hey, what are you doing? This voice is... Nami turned around and saw that Xiachan was staring at her with a smile not far away. Then he slowly walked towards her and sat down next to her. Xiachan, why are you here? Nami's voice was filled with surprise. I found that the navigator on our ship was not at the banquet. Why didn't I come out to look for him? What did you talk about with your mother? We chatted a lot and basically told her everything. That's great. Your mother would be happy if she knew you were like this. I think so too. Nami blinked at Xiachan and said with a smile. Suddenly, Xiachan's eyes focused on Nami's arm. He looked there in a daze and couldn't help but ask, You have this tattoo? Oh, you said this. It's a pattern composed of oranges, windmills, and the sun. Xiachan was a little confused when he heard Nami's answer. Of course, he knew that the tattoos were these 3 patterns. But the question is, why is there an extra sun? Did he remember that in the original novel, Nami only had oranges and windmills tattooed on her arms? The windmill is in memory of his hometown, Hokage village, and the orange is in memory of his mother, Belmere. So what is this sudden extra sun for? However, Xiao-chun didn't ask Nami about the meaning of the sun. Maybe there was something new worth remembering. Suddenly, the atmosphere between the two began to become silent. After a long time, Nami said, I plan to leave all the 100 million belly earned during this period to the villagers. The villagers' life has been quite miserable under Aaron's oppression for so many years. Okay, Xiao-chun nodded and then said, the villagers can be proud of being able to get berry from you. After all, who doesn't know that you have nothing to lose? Is 100 million belly enough? If not, I have a few 100 million more. After hearing the first half of the sentence, Nami wanted to pinch Xiao-chun, but the next sentence left her stunned. He couldn't help but asked blankly, do you have any personal money? Hey, what is private money? I'm not married. This word is very incorrect. It's just a few 100 million coffins that were saved occasionally, not worth mentioning. Xiao-chun waved his hand, with a Versailles expression on his face. But the next second, Nami came over and grabbed his neck, shook him hard and asked, where did you come from, Barry? Don't shake. Xiao-chun felt like his stomach was turning. He had been eating and drinking at the banquet just now, and now he felt like he would vomit after being shaken so violently. Nami stopped shaking Xiao-chun, but turned her hand to grab Xiao-chun's collar. At the same time, she looked at Xiao-chun with evil eyes and asked, tell me the truth. Where did your berry come from? Can you not say this? Xiao-chun said with a guilty look on his forehead, a drop of sweat dripping down his forehead. No, say it quickly. Looking at Nami's increasingly fierce eyes, Xiao-chun wanted to slap himself. Tell you to talk too much. Isn't it good to keep your own treasures by yourself? If you have to tell me, don't you understand that wealth should not be exposed? You must have drunk too much to say this. Drinking is misleading. Xiao-chun said slowly, I took a little bit from Crow before, and then I also took 100 million points from Aaron's Paradise this time. Finally, it was the Marine who came the day before yesterday. Do you remember? Is that the one who looks like a mouse? Nami asked after recalling it. That's right. I also got 100 million points of berry from him. Actually, it's not much. Not much means how many? Nami asked immediately. 5 million berries? Xiao-chun tentatively reported a number, but Nami didn't say anything, but stared at him intently. Hey, don't look at me like that. I'm not lying to you. It's really, well, actually it's 10 million berries. Nami still didn't speak, still looking at him quietly. No, I really didn't lie to you. It's really just 20 million berries. After a while, Nami stared at the pile of treasures in front of her with shining eyes, while Xiao-chun on the other side was a little speechless. Nami turned to look at Xiao-chun and said angrily, Mr. Xiao-chun, you are so awesome. In just a short time, you got 100 million belly. If it were me, I don't know how long it would take me to get so much. Also, I asked why the treasure on Crow's ship was empty last time. It turned out that you were the first to take action. You are indeed the originator of the rescue. You are so quick to take action now. Hearing Nami's sarcastic words, Xiao-chun didn't say anything, but gave her a hateful look. He asked unwillingly, you have to give me at least 10 million berries out of 100 million berries, right? Otherwise, it's a bit unreasonable. This is the result of my hard work for so long. Well, Nami pondered for a moment, then said, you make sense. Xiao-chun's eyes lit up. Really? I think it makes sense too. In this case, Nami took out a pile of berries from a pile of treasures on the ground, worth about 100,000, and handed it to Xiao-chun. Here, I'll give this to you. You can't take any more. Any more will make it unjustifiable. In an instant, Xiao-chun's anger level increased rapidly, and he was about to become a super scion. After a few breaths, Xiao-chun slowly suppressed the anger in his heart and watched Nami snort and take the 100,000 belly from her hand. Don't give it up for free. Although 100,000 berries is a little less, it will be more if you save it. Wealth is accumulated. Then Xiao-chun looked at Nami and said hummingly, you can just move this pile of treasures back by yourself, hum? Then he slowly turned around and walked down the mountain. He wanted to leave this sad place. Looking at Xia Chen's angrily leaving figure, Nami couldn't help but laugh out loud. Why do you feel Xia Chen is cute for no reason? Then her eyes couldn't help but fall on the sun pattern on her arm. There was a hint of tenderness in his eyes. She will never forget that one day a man appeared in her world, hugged her, and said, "Don't worry, I'm here." At that moment, she felt that this man was like the sun lighting up her dark world. It was also from that moment that she decided that no matter what happened in the future, she would face it bravely, because she had him by her side. The sun is really a beautiful thing. Xiachen walked slowly on the way down the mountain, holding the 100,000 berries in his hands. The next moment, a smile appeared on his lips, and he put the 100,000 berries into the system space. Then he turned and glanced in Nami's direction. Then he continued walking down the mountain. I couldn't help but think proudly, "Young man, are you trying to show off your acting skills with me? I wonder if he goes to act, will he definitely get an Oscar?" That's right, Xia Chun doesn't only have 100 million berries. Just kidding, the entire savings of the Arlong pirates over the years are more than this. And when Colonel Mouse came that day, he not only asked him for help, but followed him directly back to Marine Station. Just a small visit to the entire Marine branch. Even Xia Chun himself didn't know how much treasure he got, but it should be about 300 million berries. Because the treasures he just gave to Nami were only 1/3 of his total treasures. Thinking of this, Xia Chun had to sigh that these two guys are really fat, and they made him rich instantly. But the distress he showed in front of Nami just now is also true. Although he only took out part of it, it was still 1/3. It's just like cutting blood. It seems that I must never expose the fact that I am rich in front of Nami in the future. Otherwise, I don't know how I will be exploited. Well, since you are in such an unhappy mood, let's go ahead and have a drink. The next morning, on the coast, Xia Chun and others continued to transport things to the melee, and at the same time, he also placed a lot of things in his own system space. Most of them are ingredients, but there's a lot less meat to eat. Now that Sanji is on board, we can stock up on more ingredients instead of cooked food. After all, Sanji's food is much better than most restaurants. After transporting all the supplies, Xia Chun lay on the bow of the melee. Under the warm sunshine and the gentle sea breeze, Xia Chun fell asleep again without knowing it. It wasn't until there was a noise that he woke up in a daze. Xia Chun slowly sat up and looked towards the place where the sound came from. At this time, Nami was standing behind the crowd and glanced at Xia Chun. At this moment, Xia Chun immediately understood what she meant and shouted to everyone on the boat, "Weigh anchor and sail the boat." "What? But Nami hasn't." Usopp asked doubtfully, but was interrupted by Xia Chun before he finished speaking. "Believe me." Seeing Xia Chun's appearance, everyone on the boat started to take action out of trust in Xia Chun, and then the boat slowly started moving. The villagers standing on the shore still didn't know what happened. I couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why did the ship sail?" But after only a moment of curiosity, they returned their attention to Nami in front of them. Jin told them about Nami leaving 100 million belly to them. Everyone was very moved at this time. It was obvious that she had worked hard to steal it for so many years. "Shauna, let us say goodbye to you properly. Don't leave in a hurry. It's just that we haven't thanked you properly yet." After listening to the villagers' words, Nami showed a smile and then said lightly, "That's not necessary." As soon as she finished speaking, Nami began to shuttle among the crowd. When she walked past everyone, she finally arrived at the shore. Then, using the inertia of the sprint, he jumped hard and finally landed firmly on the armrest of the melee. The villagers at the back were still wondering why Nami didn't say goodbye to them before leaving, but they understood instantly when they saw Nami's next move. I saw Nami standing on the deck, lifting her shirt up slightly, and then each wallet dropped on the boat like dumplings. That is... A huge shout broke out from the crowd. "How brave you are, you little brat. You little thief cat. You are still a thief, and you even steal the wallets of people in the village. Damn it. Nami, never let me see you again. Shauna, you must take good care of yourself. Be happy forever." The initial curses among the villagers gradually turned into blessings and reluctance to leave Nami. And Nami couldn't help but shed tears looking at this scene. Everyone goodbye. A few days later, somewhere above the sea, a pirate ship with a straw hat skull and crossbones flag was sailing slowly. At this time, some discordant sounds came from the ship. What do you mean? Why has the price of newspapers increased? Nami squinted at the newspaper delivery bird in front of her eyes filled with displeasure. Then he pointed at it and said, I won't buy it if the price goes up again next time, you know? It's just money for a newspaper. Is this necessary? Usopp asked curiously from his side. You don't understand. 1 day is 1 share. So 10 days is not 10 shares. If you add up a little, it's not a small amount. The more things like Barry, the better. I don't want to be a beautiful girl who doesn't have money to dress up. Usopp. Then Nami sat on the stool, flipped through the newspaper he just got, and said, The sea has not been peaceful lately, and some turbulent things have happened. Just when Nami finished reading this page and turned to the next page, 2 pieces of paper fell from the middle of the newspaper. Well, this is it. Nami picked it up and looked at it curiously. The next second, her eyes widened with a horrified expression. Reward order? A sudden shout attracted everyone's attention. Everyone showed interest when they heard the reward order. Wow, there are a full 25 million berry, Luffy said happily, holding the reward in his hand. Usopp on the side also smiled and said, Now the whole world can see my heroic appearance. Sanji was a little curious when he heard this and couldn't help but ask, Isn't this Luffy's reward order? Why do you say this? Who said I can't show up because of Luffy's bounty? Here, let me show you my uncle, Usopp said as he pointed to a place where Luffy's bounty was placed. Sanji, you obviously only exposed the back of your head. So what? At least I can appear on the reward order, can you? Sanji was full of dissatisfaction, but could not think of anything to retort for the moment. At this time, Nami, who was standing by, could not stand it anymore and said to them angrily, Do you think being rewarded is a good thing? It means we will be in constant trouble in the future. Do you understand it or not? But Luffy and Usopp didn't care about her and were still entertaining themselves. Seeing this, Nami couldn't help but sigh. Hey, I feel tired, but these are not the things that worry her the most. What worries her more now is, from the corner of Nami's eyes, she glanced at Xia-chun, who was leaning on the boat. Hey, Xia-chun, are you also offering a reward? Sanji asked Xia-chun after seeing what he had in his hand. That's right. Xia-chun nodded. When they heard this, Luffy and Usopp, who were playing around, stopped, and all came to Xia-chun. Xia-chun, how much is your reward? Well, I'm afraid you won't be able to accept it if I tell you, so you better see it for yourselves. Xia-chun handed the reward order in his hand to everyone. 300 million belly? The 3 of them couldn't help but gasped and screamed. Hey, you guys are so noisy. Zoro woke up in a daze and looked at several people and complained. But at this time, the 3 of them opened their mouths wide and didn't pay attention to what he said at all. So what? At least I can appear on the reward order, can you? Sanji was full of dissatisfaction, but could not think of anything to retort for the moment. At this time, Nami, who was standing by, could not stand it anymore and said to them angrily, Do you think being rewarded is a good thing? It means we will be in constant trouble in the future. Do you understand it or not? But Luffy and Usopp didn't care about her and were still entertaining themselves. Seeing this, Nami couldn't help but sigh. Hey, I feel tired, but these are not the things that worry her the most. What worries her more now is, from the corner of Nami's eyes, she glanced at Xia-chun, who was leaning on the boat. Hey, Xia-chun, are you also offering a reward? Sanji asked Xia-chun after seeing what he had in his hand. That's right. Xia-chun nodded. When they heard this, Luffy and Usopp, who were playing around, stopped, and all came to Xia-chun. Xia-chun, how much is your reward? Well, I'm afraid you won't be able to accept it if I tell you, so you better see it for yourselves. Xia-chun handed the reward order in his hand to everyone. 300 million belly? The 3 of them couldn't help but gasped and screamed. Hey, you guys are so noisy. Zoro woke up in a daze and looked at several people and complained. But at this time, The three of them opened their mouths wide and didn't pay attention to what he said at all. Zoro walked over slowly, saw the reward order turned over on the ground, and couldn't help but pick it up curiously. Then, the number of people with widened eyes and mouths increased from the original 3 to 4. The picture on the reward order is what Xia-chun looks like after being transformed into a demon. He's a bit handsome, but the title below is what Xia-chun is most satisfied with. Demon King Xia-chun. This is the title Marine gave Xia-chun. For a time, Xia-chun had an inexplicable liking for the person in Marine who proposed this title. All I can say is that he is very smart. Luffy asked unwillingly, "Why is your bounty so high? It's 10 times as much as mine." No. Xia-chun waved his hand and then said seriously, "We must be more rigorous when speaking, not 10 times but 12 times. As for why the bounty is so high, I don't know. Maybe they noticed the strong aura in me. After all, I'm not like some weaklings who only have a bounty of 25 million, and there are even a few who don't even have a bounty. It's embarrassing to say that. If I were these people, I wouldn't even dare to say that I'm a pirate. There's not even a bit of bounty on it. To say it's a pirate is an insult to the word pirate," Xia-chun said in an arrogant tone, while raising his head slightly, looking at the few novices in front of him with contempt in his eyes. In an instant, the eyes of the 4 people in front of him were blazing with fire, and they looked at Xia-chun with evil eyes. "Everyone!" Zoro opened his mouth calmly, and then the other 3 people had a tacit understanding at this time and rushed towards Xia-chun at the same time. Bang! Bang! This is how an unfair 4-on-1 battle began. "Hey, I didn't say it was you. Why are you taking the seats yourself?" Xia-chun said unwillingly, but only the fists of 4 people responded to him. Seeing this, Xia-chun also became angry. "Lousy! How can someone like Lousy, who has a bounty of 300 million on his head, be bullied by a few of you who collectively don't have as much as me? Die to Lousy!" Bang! Bang! At the same time, Luffy and Xia-chun's bounty orders were also known around the world. The East Asia Sea, somewhere on the sea, on a Heart-Skull pirate ship, a man with a red nose gritted his teeth as he looked at Luffy's bounty. As for Xia-chun's reward order next to him, he ignored it. Although the bounty of 300 million is very high, it has nothing to do with him. The Straw Hat Boy is his enemy. Buggy didn't recognize Xia-chun in the reward order at all, mainly because the gap between Xia-chun's normal image and his demonized image was indeed a bit big. It makes sense that Buggy wouldn't recognize him. Damn Straw Hat Boy. If it weren't for you, Lousy wouldn't be in this situation now. When Lousy finds you, he will definitely kill you. Is he the one who defeated you? A woman with a good figure and a beautiful face asked calmly as she walked out of the darkness. Unfortunately, I was also beaten away by him. The pain is still very impressive to this day. Hole. Whose nose are you talking about? Arita? Did she say this just now? Why didn't she have any impression? Buggy, if you have a bad ear, you can have it cured. I said Straw Hat Boy is our common enemy. If you want to deal with him, bring me with you. Huh? I didn't expect you to have a grudge against Straw Hat. Buggy asked in surprise. Although he's been on this ship for a while, he really doesn't know what happened between Arita and the Straw Hat Boy. It seems that the Straw Hat Boy is really a troublemaker and can get involved with anyone. I think so too, Arita said, licking her bright red lips. You actually said I have a red nose. The island where the red-haired pirates are located is located offshore. A crossboat slowly approached the island. Several pirates on duty suddenly saw something on the sea in the distance and couldn't help but pick up their telescopes and take a look. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. It almost scares their souls out of their wits when they look at it. Eagle Hawkeye? When Eagle Eye came to the island, he ignored these minions and walked directly towards the center. After a while, he walked in front of the red hair and others. The red-haired man was a little surprised to see Hawkeye's arrival, and then said dully, Hawkeye, are you here for a duel with me? I'm a little uncomfortable right now. I never thought about dueling with a man who had a broken arm. Hawkeye said calmly, I just suddenly remembered the pirate you mentioned before and came to show it to you. As he said that, Hawkeye took out Luffy's bounty list and handed it to the red-haired man. Luffy, A smile suddenly appeared on the red-haired face, and his eyes stayed on Luffy's reward order. It's really been a long time. Just when the red-haired man wanted to say something, Hawkeye's words stopped him in place. By the way, I also brought your nephew's reward list this time, but he looks a little strange. The redhead blinked. He understood every word Hawkeye said, but why couldn't he understand it when connected together? My nephew, the redhead asked again uncertainly. Looking at the red hair's expression, Hawkeye was also confused. Don't you know your own nephew? Could it be? After some time, the red-haired man and Hawkeye sat together, taking a sip or two of the wine next to them from time to time. But both of them remained silent in tacit agreement. Time passed like this for another 10 seconds. Ha ha ha. This kid, I didn't know I had such a nephew. It's interesting. And the first bounty was 300 million. Could it be that he did something earth-shattering? This makes me want to meet my nephew. Hawkeye next to him said calmly, with an unhappy tone. If nothing else goes wrong, I should take part of the credit for the bounty he has placed. I fought with him once at sea, and the reason he convinced me to fight him was because he said he was your nephew. I guess the battle between me and him was known somehow, so his bounty is so high. But his strength is definitely worth the bounty. The red-haired man looked at him in surprise after hearing what Hawkeye said. I've rarely heard you approve of a young man so much. Hawkeye took another sip of wine and said calmly, although I'm a little upset that this kid lied to me, to be honest, his personality is quite to my liking, and his strength is basically unmatched by anyone at his age. But no matter what, he lied to me this time. It seems that I have to have a good communication with him next time I meet him. Hawkeye, don't be so stingy. I recognize this nephew, so I don't think he is lying to you. Hawkeye, don't you know that in certain cases it is useless to promise after the fact? A faint smile appeared on the redhead's lips, looking into the distance. Why do you want to meet this nephew? East Dasha Sea, aboard the Melee. Oh, is Rogtown just ahead? I really want to go quickly and see the place where One Piece was born and died. Luffy hugged the goat head of the Melee with one hand and did it with the other hand. Look out. On a more spacious deck on the other side of the ship, the sound of gold and iron was heard constantly. At this time, Zoro was holding the word Wado Yaimon and slashed forward. The whirring sound of breaking through the air symbolized the power of this knife. But at this time, this seemingly powerful blow was clamped by two dark fingers and could not move. Xia Chun held Zoro's knife between his two fingers and patted his mouth with his other hand, making a bored and sleepy expression. It's full of irony. Did you see it? This is the difference between no bounty and a bounty of 300 million. The difference is unimaginable by a third-rate swordsman like you. Xia Chun said calmly. But this time, he looked at Zoro with a slightly helpless look. For some reason, since he saw Xia Chun's 300 million bounty a few days ago, he didn't know if he was ashamed that he didn't have any bounty at all. During this period, he came to challenge Xia Chun every day. At first, Xia Chun was quite interested in playing with Zoro a few times, but the gap between Zoro's current strength and him was really a bit big. So after playing for a few times, Xia Chun lost interest and just knocked Zoro down casually. But Zoro was like taking the wrong medicine. He kept challenging Xia Chun, even if Xia Chun didn't agree to him. He directly attacked Xia Chun, regardless of whether Xia Chun agreed or not. This makes Xia Chun very angry, just because he won't kill him, right? Later, when Xia Chun really got annoyed, he actually struck a little harder, but Zoro was still the same, always looking for a fight with Xia Chun as soon as he got better. Now, for Xia Chun, fighting with Zoro every day has become his daily task. But there is one thing to say, Zoro is indeed a little stronger now than when he first challenged him. Although it is still a serious matter for him, the growth is indeed real. So now Xia Chun also wants to understand that in order to improve Zoro's strength, he should reluctantly be his sparring partner. Who makes him a deputy captain? Who thinks about the crew? Xia Chun flicked Zoro's knife away and said to him, the speed is good, but the strength is too bad. So, how is your understanding of the iron-cutting realm now? It's still a little bit close. It always feels very close, but there's just a missing opportunity. That's it, Xia Chun touched his chin. Thanks to his presence, Zoro came into contact with the realm of cutting iron a while earlier than in the original work. But this thing can only be understood by Zoro himself. As for the way of swordsmanship, he knows everything from 7 to 6. He knows nothing. His only role may be to be Zoro's sparring partner. Hey, we've arrived in Rogtown. Sanji's voice came from the bow of the boat, attracting Xia Chen's attention. Is it finally here? A smile appeared on Xia Chen's lips. He is still very interested in Rogtown. Of course, it's not because this is the place where One Piece was born and died. He is not interested in this. What really interested him was someone in Rogtown at this point in time. Of course, another very important thing is that you can check into a new island again. I wonder what good things I can get this time. After some time, ding, I successfully played in Rogtown, and my arrogance has been upgraded to intermediate level. As the sound of the system fell, a feeling of clarity suddenly appeared in Xia Chen's mind. When the feeling dissipated, Xia Chen unconsciously exuded his domineering aura. After feeling it carefully, Xia Chen showed a happy smile. Although the improvement of the domineering power of the world has not greatly improved his strength, but his range of perception and perception are enhanced. This is still pretty good. It was just convenient for what he was going to do next. Rogtown is the last island opened in the East Daxia Sea. The next time I visit the island, it will only be in the Grand Channel. Thinking of this, Xia Chun couldn't help but open his system panel to see how much stronger he was now compared to when he started. Name: Xia Chun. Fruit: Renren Fruit Monkey King Form, Intermediate. Ability: Indestructible Body, Intermediate Level. Flaming Eyes, 6 Postures, Demonized Form. Armed Color Dominance, Elementary. Informed and Domineering, Intermediate. Conqueror's Haki, Elementary. Okay, Xia Chun can't estimate his own strength by looking at the panel. His panel is a bit simple. And even though a lot of the things here are elementary, the gold content of this elementary level is quite high. Take the primary weapon color that Xia Chun now masters as an example, combined with his battles during this period. He came to a conclusion. His weapon color level now is similar to Luffy's original weapon color level 2 years later. You must know that Luffy practiced for a long time before he reached this level, and Xia Chun only needs to simply check in on the island, which is so exciting. While thinking, Xia Chun and others had arrived at the outskirts of Rogtown. Luffy said, I want to go to the execution platform and take a look. I'm going to buy a knife. I'm going to buy clothes. I'm going to buy equipment. I'm going to buy ingredients. I'm going without telling you. For a moment, everyone looked towards Xia Chun. You're a bit unbecoming of a human being. You've concealed your whereabouts, right? This is what everyone wanted to say, but Xia Chun disappeared before they could say this. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but feel itchy with hatred. Let's see if you can still play like this when they become stronger. Immediately, everyone separated here and walked towards their own destinations. Xia Chun quickly shuttled through Rogtown, and at the same time, he used all his strength to sense the surroundings. Suddenly, when he passed by a place, he heard a familiar name. Are you Luffy? This discovery made Xia Chun stop and step forward, wondering in his heart. Isn't Luffy going to the execution platform? It seems to be quite far away from the execution platform. Could it be that Luffy also inherited Zoro's road-crazy attribute? When Xia Chun saw the specific situation, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth slightly. I saw a Marine smoking a cigar looking at the pirate in front of him with a condescending expression. What he said just now was also what he said. Smoker? Xia Chun whispered softly. Then he was about to leave. He was not interested in Smoker. But many times if you don't look for trouble, trouble will find you. Hey, that guy over there, wait. Smoker's voice came from behind. Xia Chun turned his head, showing a puzzled expression. Are you talking about me? Yes, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Smoker asked uncertainly. He always felt that Xia Chun's appearance was very familiar, and he was sure that he had only seen him recently, but he couldn't remember it, so he asked Xia Chun directly. No, Master Marine, this is my first time coming to this island, Xia Chun said helplessly, spreading his hands. Well, Smoker looked at Xia Chun and pondered. Looking at Xia Chun's face, I just feel more and more familiar. After all, Such handsome people are rare. While Smoker was brainstorming, the pirate next to him, who was mistaken for Luffy, was unhappy. What do you mean being in a daze in front of him? A vicious pirate, right? Do you dare to respect his identity as a pirate? So, he couldn't help it. Damn, Marine, you dare to ignore me like this. Go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, the pirate took out a pistol from his pocket and fired several shots at Smoker. But what happened next almost made his eyes pop out. When the bullet hit Smoker's body, it penetrated directly, and Smoker's body turned into white smoke. Weird monster! The pirate was so frightened that he slumped to the ground and looked at Smoker with fear in his eyes. This was the first time he saw a human who was immune to pistols. Smoker ignored him and waved gently. The few Marines behind him instantly understood what he meant and walked up to the pirate to subdue him. This level of pirates is more than enough for even an ordinary Marine to deal with. At this moment, Smoker was still trying his best to search for memories in his mind, trying hard to remember who Xia-Chan was. 1 minute later, Xia-Chan looked at Smoker, who was still thinking and couldn't help but said, "Mr. Marine, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Smoker still didn't speak, still looking thoughtful. Seeing this scene, Xia-Chan ignored him and turned around and walked back. However, before Xia-Chan took a few steps, Smoker's voice came from behind. "Demon King, Xia-Chan?" Xia-Chan turned his head in confusion, looked at Smoker, and asked in confusion, "Master Marine, are you talking about me?" Smoker looked at Xia-Chan's face and couldn't help but take out the reward warrant in his arms. After some comparison, he asked again, "Are you the Demon King, Xia-Chan?" He said that the more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. It turned out that he had seen Xia-Chan's reward order this morning, but because the image on the reward order was a little different from the current image of Xia-Chan, he didn't react at once. It made him think about it for so long. Xia-Chan made a surprised expression and said fearfully, "Mr. Marine, what are you talking about? How could I be a criminal on the wanted order? Although I say I look a bit like him, I'm really not him. You don't want to fish for law enforcement, do you?" Speaking of this, Xia-Chan looked just right and angry. Smoker took a deep look at Xia-Chan and then instantly turned into a white wave of air and rushed towards Xia-Chan. But Xia-Chan stood there blankly, as if he didn't react. As Smoker's fist got closer and closer, Xia-Chan still did not dodge. Finally, Smoker's fist stopped 1 centimeter in front of Xia-Chan, and the wind from the fist blew up Xia-Chan's hair. "Hi! Marine is hitting someone!" Xia-Chan yelled, and the voice resounded through the sky, attracting the attention of everyone around him. But when they saw Smoker here, they all turned their attention back. They saw nothing. Smoker looked at the frightened Xia-Chan in front of him and said nothing. Instead, he took out a stack of Baileys from his pocket, which seemed to be worth tens of thousands. "I'm sorry, this is the only Bailey I have on me." After saying that, Smoker turned around and walked elsewhere. What he didn't see was that the corners of Xia-Chan's mouth turned up a little after he left. Xia-Chan shook Bailey in his hand. Another profit. If Xia-Chan didn't want Smoker to discover his identity now and cause him to search for him all over the town, Xia-Chan would have just shaved off and left. But now the result is not bad. As for why Xia-Chan didn't hide away until Smoker was about to attack him until the last moment, is it because you believe in Smoker? Of course. This was partly because Xia-Chan didn't believe that Akainu would be merciful if he was facing him. It is Akainu's principle of life to rather kill the wrong person than let him go. But the most important thing is that Xia-Chan has sharp eyes and can observe Smoker's internal condition at all times. This was the real reason why Xia-Chan didn't dodge until the last moment. Otherwise, you really have to rely on trusting the other person's character, which would be too unrealistic. After casually putting the berry in his hand into the system space, Xia-Chan continued to gallop through Rog Town. 10 minutes later, when Xia-Chan sensed a certain breath, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a smile. Finally found it. Xia-Chan came to the place where he sensed the aura and found that it was a very old tavern. It was quiet inside, and there was not a single voice from customer. But now there is. Xia-Chan pushed the gate of opening and walked in. The two people inside unconsciously turned their eyes when they heard the door open. One of them is a man in a green cloak sitting outside the bar, and the other is an old man sitting inside the bar who looks like the boss. Yo, hello, boss, give me a glass of rum. Xiao walked directly to the bar and said to the old man. Although the old man was a little surprised by Xiao arrival, he still went to get him a glass of wine. Taking advantage of the old man's break to get the wine, Xiao greeted the man next to him. Hello, dragon. Are you here to meet Luffy? As soon as Xiao finished speaking, an extremely powerful conqueror's domineering energy emanated from the dragon and pressed towards Xiao. At the same time, his eyes were sharp as he looked at Xiao and asked word by word. Who are you? Why do you know me? And you seem to know something. At this time, Xiao, who was opposite him, felt a sense of oppression on his body. On the surface, he was very calm, but deep down he was very surprised. Should I be said to be worthy of being the leader of the Revolutionary Army? This conqueror's dominance is so powerful. Xiao replied calmly. Don't be so nervous. I'm the vice captain of the spaceship. If you've seen his reward order, you should have seen mine too. After hearing this, Long seemed to think of something, then looked at Xiao and asked uncertainly. Demon King Xiao? Bingo! Xiao snapped his fingers, a touch of pride appearing on his face. Not because of anything else, but because this title is really... It felt so good to his heart that he couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the person in Marine who had this title. You are a bit different from the bounty order, Long said calmly, and then the conqueror's domineering energy disappeared from him. After learning that Xiao was a crew member on the Lu spaceship, Long became less vigilant towards Xiao. He believed in Luffy's vision and the quality of the companion he found would definitely not be bad. Wouldn't do anything to harm him. But in a blink of an eye, he asked another question that he was more curious about. By the way, how did you know about the relationship between Luffy and me? Garp said that. Xiao said seriously that he was lying. As long as the person involved is not here, Xiao will try his best to make him go away. Anyway, this is not the first time he has done this. After hearing Xiao words, Long Busu all wanted him, because not many people knew that Luffy was his son. And Garp has the greatest chance of doing such a thing. So this is normal. But since Garp can tell Xiao this, it proves that the man in front of him is a trustworthy person. Suddenly, Long's eyes became much more friendly when he looked at Xiao. Xiao was also completely relieved. People who have been double certified by his Laozi and his son, he can rest assured. So, why did you come to me this time? Long asked curiously. He didn't know that Xiao knew that he was on the island in advance. He just thought he was discovered by chance. Nothing. I just came to meet the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Luffy's father. Look at the courage of a leader who dares to openly oppose the world government. So how do you feel now that you've seen it? Long asked with a raised brow. Not bad. Xiao pondered for a moment and then said seriously. Ha! Long suddenly laughed, looking at Xiao with an inexplicable meaning in his eyes. I thought that my strength was pretty good in this world, and I thought my courage was pretty good, but I didn't expect that you only had an okay rating. Boy, your scoring standards are quite high. Of course, after all, I use myself as the standard to judge, so naturally it's just a little higher. Oh, Long became interested when he heard this and couldn't help but ask. So your evaluation of yourself is average? No. Xiao shook his head, and after thinking for a while, he said, that means simply being number one in the world. Long was stunned on the spot. Your evaluation of me is okay, but your evaluation of yourself is the best in the world, right? However, Long was a person who had seen the world. He was not angry, but said calmly, you are quite confident in yourself, which is a good thing, but young people still need to restrain themselves. Too much confidence is not a good thing. So, how about you try to hurt my self-confidence? At this moment, Xiao finally stated his purpose. That's right. He came to Long just to fight with him. Oh no. To put it more politely, it should be called verifying one's own strength. He is very curious about what level of strength he can reach after turning on the demonic state, because this will determine how arrogant he is as a person. The first requirement for someone who can activate his demonic state and fight with all his strength is to be very strong. The second is that people are willing to fight him and show mercy to him. Otherwise, if he breaks into the Marine headquarters now, there will definitely be many people willing to fight him, but if nothing happens, he will most likely go to Impel Down to recuperate after the fight. And obviously, the dragon meets all the above conditions. I can't say in terms of strength, but it must be very strong. In addition, according to Xia Chen's rounding, Daffalong is his uncle. The uncle must be merciful to his nephew, right? When his thoughts came to this, Xia Chen felt a little dazed for a moment. Why did he feel that he liked to recognize his uncle recently? Chen has been wandering for half his life, but he only regrets that he has never met his master. If he doesn't give up, Chen is willing to worship him as his adoptive father. No. Xia Chen shook his head vigorously. He is recognizing his uncle, not his adoptive father. So he is colluding with him. Long looked at Xia Chen steadily, and after a long time he said, "Since you have this idea, then I will play with you. Then let's go and find a deserted place on the island." After saying that, Xia Chen disappeared instantly. Seeing this scene, Long shook his head lightly. "Young man, you are still too impatient. You don't even wait for me, an elder." After saying that, his figure disappeared instantly. Above a forest outside Rog Town, a line of white smoke was galloping in a certain direction at an extremely fast speed. The expression on Smoker's face was very solemn. Just half an hour ago, he was searching for traces of the straw hats in Rog Town. Suddenly, a huge wave of fighting was felt coming from outside the town. Immediately, he rushed to the source of the battle fluctuations without any hesitation. It was already close to the edge of the island, some distance away from Rog Town, so even after half an hour's journey, he still hadn't arrived yet. Moreover, the fluctuations of the fighting had stopped a few minutes ago, and he didn't know if he would be able to see the fighting people when he arrived. And, judging from the fluctuations that just came over, he is definitely far from the opponent of the person fighting. But he came over without hesitation. Rog Town was the territory under his jurisdiction, and he wanted to ensure that no problems would arise. If you want to destroy this place, step over his corpse first. At this time, in the center of the battlefield, two people stood here quietly. Long looked at Xia Chen in front of him in surprise, and he understood why Xia Chen was so confident in him. If he had this strength at Xia Chen's age, he would be more arrogant than Xia Chen. Thinking of this, Long inexplicably wanted to recruit Xia Chen and couldn't help but ask Xia Chen, "Are you interested in joining the Revolutionary Army?" Join the Revolutionary Army? Xia Chen was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Long would have the idea of letting him join the Revolutionary Army, but he was not interested. "Forget it. I still prefer to be a pirate. How wonderful it is to be free. Okay, my goal has been achieved, so I will go back first. Bye." After saying that, Xia Chen turned around and walked towards Rog Town. At this time, Smoker also rushed here and bumped into Xia Chen, who was about to leave. "Hey, Master Marine, I didn't expect to meet you in such a remote place. What a fate." Xia Chen said hello to Smoker, but Smoker seemed not to hear his words at this time, but looked at the scene with horror on his face. What he saw in front of him was a piece of land that was destroyed everywhere, and the surrounding trees were all turned into sawdust. A hollow area of several miles in radius was formed in the forest. Xia Chen looked at him like this and did not bother him. Instead, he walked slowly past him. Just when he was about to use the moon cloth to rush back to Rog Town, Smoker stopped him again as before. "Demon King Xia Chen." The same words came out of Smoker's mouth, but the difference from the first meeting was that his tone this time was no longer full of questions, but full of affirmation. "It's me." Xia Chen did not deny his identity like before this time, but admitted it openly. He has no reason to pretend anymore. His goal has been achieved, so he is not afraid of trouble now. "How dare you lie to me? I'm going to take you into Impel Down." After saying that, Smoker rushed towards Xia Chen and pulled out the 10 hands on his back. In his opinion, since the current Xia Chen looks different from the one in the reward order, it must be because of eating the devil fruit. And the weapon inlaid with the Sea Tower Stone in his hand is the nemesis of those with devil fruit abilities. It's a pity that imagination is beautiful, but reality is very skinny. He misjudged one thing. The strength gap between him and Xia-Chun was too huge. Xia-Chun didn't even turn around, but just dodged Smoker's attack slightly. Ow, how was it possible? Smoker was shocked, with a drop of cold sweat streaming down his face. Then Xia-Chun's faint voice came to his ears. Master Marine, you are brave. Do you think my 300 million bounty is just water? Or are you too confident in your Logia abilities? Bang! Smoker flew backwards at a speed many times faster than the attack, and then hit the ground heavily several hundred meters away. Smoker couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood as soon as he struggled to get up. Looking at Xia-Chun, his eyes were full of solemnity. Master Marine, your strength is a bit weak. You want to catch me? It's 100,000 years too early. After that, Xia-Chun continued to walk outside. Suddenly, after taking a few steps, he stopped and waved towards Smoker. By the way, thank you, Barry. That's too much. Smoker struggled to get up from the ground. Even if he couldn't defeat Xia-Chun, he would still go to find him. But at this moment, a hand held down his body as he was about to get up. You can't beat him. Smoker slowly raised his head and looked at the man in front of him with shock in his eyes. Just now, his attention was focused on Xia-Chun, and he didn't notice the identity of the other person here at all. Dragon! When Xia-Chun returned to Rog Town, he just saw a huge thunder striking from the sky. Ha ha! I can't die, Luffy said happily after patting his straw hat. At the same time, it began to rain heavily, accompanied by strong winds. Seeing this scene, Xia-Chun said directly to Luffy, "Let's go, Luffy. Marine has already taken action. If we don't leave, it will be too late." "Oh, it's Xia-Chun. Why are you here?" Luffy heard someone calling him and said happily after realizing it was Xia-Chun. After hearing this, Xia-Chun couldn't help but help his forehead. No wonder the straw hats in the original work always escape to the limit. Isn't the way you chat just to let Marine find you? Don't worry about why I'm here. Now, will you listen to me? Marine, here you go. So run away. Do you understand? Oh, I understand. Luffy nodded. Then why are you still standing there? Run, Xia-Chun said angrily, looking at Luffy, who was still standing still. Oh good. Luffy ran out immediately, but Straw Hat, stop. Buggy's voice came from behind. But what Xia-Chun didn't expect was that Luffy really stopped. Seeing this scene, Xia-Chun couldn't bear it anymore. Damn it, you like ink so much, don't you? Xia-Chun looked at the direction and found that there was a long alley at this location that could lead directly to the outside of the town. Then a smile appeared on the corner of Xia-Chun's mouth. Yongxia instantly appeared next to Luffy, looked at Luffy, and sneered. Since you don't want to leave by yourself, then let me help you. Then after taking aim, Xia-Chun kicked Luffy out. In an instant, Luffy flew towards the outside of the town at extremely fast speeds. Xia-Chun, who was standing there, clapped his hands and showed a smile. Isn't this much faster? It really is. After finishing everything, Xia-Chun turned to look at Buggy and others behind him. Hey, if you don't leave, Marine will be here later. Are you sure you want to drag your feet here? However, Buggy ignored Xia-Chun's words and instead stood up and looked at him angrily. You be asterisk. D. How dare you let the Straw Hat Boy go? Do you know that I almost killed him just now? Huh? Hearing Buggy's question, Xia-Chun's eyes turned cold, and he appeared next to Buggy the next second. He is my captain. The word let go is not appropriate. And even if he doesn't leave, do you think I will let you delay us here? Buggy, you are a bit arrogant. Looking at Xia-Chun, Buggy, who appeared in front of him instantly, he couldn't help being startled and took a few steps back. He didn't see clearly how Xia-Chun appeared next to him just now, and he couldn't help but feel a little fear in his heart. However, what Arita said next almost frightened him so much that his cerebellum shrank. Bah! Buggy, he seems to be the Demon King Xia-Chun. What? Buggy yelled at Arita in horror. That's right, Arita. After eating the slippery fruit, you become more beautiful and your eyes are different. You're flattering. Arita forced a smile and said to Xia-Chun, The man in front of her was a man with a bounty of 300 million, which made her a little panicked standing in front of him with a bounty of only 5 million. And there was a reason why she could recognize Xia Chen so quickly. The main reason was that she had never seen anyone more handsome than Xia Chen, especially the demonic appearance on the reward order, adding a touch of evil charm to the handsomeness. She would often watch this bounty order doing something happy in the dead of night. So even though Xia Chen was not demonized now, that face was already deeply embedded in her mind. Riolita couldn't help but blush when she thought of this, and her legs tightened unconsciously. Seeing Arita's blushing face, even Xia Chen had to admit that her current appearance was first-rate among the women he had ever seen. But when he thought of her former appearance as a fat woman, Xia Chen couldn't help but feel disgusted and quickly looked away. Otherwise, you will feel nauseous later. Xia Chen turned his attention to Buggy again. At this time, Buggy had completely lost his previous arrogance. His legs were constantly shaking, and he stammered. Demon, Lord Demon King, I spoke too loudly just now. My mouth just doesn't listen to me sometimes. It's all my fault. At this point, Buggy looked hard, raised his palm, and slapped half of his face hard. In an instant, half of his face began to swell up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then he tremblingly said to Xia Chen again, Look, I've already taught it a lesson, so why don't you treat me like a fart? Xia Chen was also stunned when he saw this scene. Buggy God Tier is Buggy God Tier, so cruel. However, after Buggy's operation, Xia Chen's little anger disappeared immediately. In fact, he didn't intend to do anything to Buggy. He just wanted to scare him. After all, he didn't look at the monk's face, but also the Buddha's face. Based on his relationship with the red hair, Xia Chen wouldn't do anything to him. Of course, the premise is that Buggy has not touched his bottom line. Otherwise, if he really makes him angry, he will still F***K him even if the red hair is here, not to mention that the red hair is not here. If the red-haired one dares to stop him, he'll do it together. Lubu wouldn't even hesitate to kill his adoptive father. So what's wrong with him beating his uncle? Can he be worse than Lubu? Xia Chen said calmly. Since you sincerely regret, then I won't care about it. By Captain Buggy. After saying that, Xia Chen's figure disappeared instantly. After Xia Chen left, Buggy couldn't help but fall to the ground, breathing heavily. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and understood that those who understand current affairs are heroes. Otherwise, he might have to explain it here. The pirate's in front of you. Please just surrender and capture me. The sudden sound made Buggy feel anxious again, and he couldn't help but turn his head to look. But when he saw that the place where the sound came from was only a female marine wearing glasses and a group of marine minions behind her, anger suddenly surged into his heart. Damn you, you all treat Captain Buggy like a soft persimmon, right? Xia Chen is so cowardly because of his strength. Why are you? Is it because of your passion? A look of ferocity flashed across Buggy's face, and he stood up and looked at Dasky fiercely. He smiled evilly and said, Little girl, you are so brave. You dare to come to me for trouble. Split into pieces. Buggy decomposed in an instant and flew towards Dasky with several cold blades in his hands and feet. Dasky looked at the attacks around him with a solemn expression, pulled out Shigure from his waist, and neutralized the attacks around him one by one. But Buggy's attacks continued, and gradually she couldn't keep up with the rhythm of the attacks, and her whole body began to be slowly put in a dangerous situation. Suddenly, a small knife appeared in front of her. By the time she reacted, she had no time to resist. She could only watch the small knife rushing towards her, with a trace of despair in her eyes. Looking at the approaching knife, Buggy laughed and said, Die, Marine girl. But the next moment, his smile froze on his face because his arm was wrapped in a burst of white smoke and could not move any further. At the same time, Smoker was walking slowly from a distance. The moment he saw Smoker, Buggy's face turned ugly. It's true that he is low in strength, but he has a lot of knowledge. Logia's devil fruit users like Smoker are completely invincible to people like them who have not mastered Hokage. Thoughts ran through his mind for a short time before Buggy shouted towards the back. Boys, Marine Colonel Smoker is here. F asterisk asterisk K him. A group of pirate boys behind them shouted, with excitement in their eyes. Full of momentum. On the contrary, Buggy was stunned by the sudden shout. No, don't interpret it randomly. That's not what I meant. But looking at the eyes of the pirate boys behind him, Buggy suddenly felt that he was indeed a bit useless by leaving like this. And if word spread, it would damage his dignity as Captain Buggy. In this case, Buggy turned his head and looked at Smoker. His eyes gradually became fierce and then shouted, Smoker, green mountains will not change. Green water will always flow. 30 years in Hudong and 30 years in Hushi. Don't bully the middle-aged and poor. If Mr. Japan lets you off the hook today, he will P asterisk asterisk S you off tomorrow. Little ones, the wind is blowing hard. I'll take the first step. After saying that, Buggy started his buggy tank form and ran behind him at a high speed. All the pirate boys were stunned on the spot. Our general has already escaped before the battle begins. What should we do? Quick, run. As the voice of a pirate in the crowd came out, it suddenly seemed like some mechanism had been triggered. All the pirates began to rush towards the direction where Buggy was escaping, joining the mighty fleeing army. We can't let them escape. Dasky yelled. Plop! The sound of an object falling to the ground drew her attention. Then his face was instantly filled with panic. At this time, Smoker fell directly to the ground and couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Dasky stepped forward quickly. Colonel, what's wrong with you? No, it's okay. Smoker struggled to sit up and waved his hands. There's no need to chase these pirates. With my current situation, I'm afraid I won't be able to fight anymore. I just managed to hold on for a while to scare them away, which is already the limit. After speaking, Smoker couldn't help coughing a few more times, but no blood came out again. Colonel, who hurt you like this? Smoker may have thought of something after hearing Dasky's words. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes, and then he said word by word, Demon King Xia-chun. Demon King Xia-chun? Is he also on this island? Dasky couldn't help but asked in confusion. But in a blink of an eye, she thought of the Roranoa she just met. Zoro is a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, and so is the Demon King Xia-chun. It is not surprising here. Smoker didn't answer, but fell into deep thought. Demon King Xia-chun was much more powerful than he thought, and he lost his fighting power with just one move. Thinking of this, Smoker had the urge to scold Marine. Who set the bounty? This is definitely not the kind of strength that a bounty of 300 million can have, right? But it's useless to say this now. This time they Marine were defeated. Then Smoker turned to look at a figure on the house next door and said, Thanks, Dragon. He was able to return to Rogtown so quickly because of the help of the dragon. Otherwise, it would have taken him a month and a half to return with his seriously injured body. Long laughed lightly. You're welcome. Then the figure disappeared instantly. Smoker turned to look at the surrounding Marines and said, Prepare the ship. Let's go to the Grand Waterway. Huh? But Rogtown is the territory under your jurisdiction and your injury. Before Dasky could finish her words, Smoker interrupted her with a wave of his hand. No need to say more. I will submit an application to the headquarters for the general in Rogtown. As for my injuries, I can still recover at sea. After speaking, Smoker looked at the direction Xia-chun left. He murmured, I must catch you, Demon King Xia-chun. In the sea not far from Rogtown, on the Melee, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp were currently strangling Luffy's neck, their eyes full of anger. Luffy, do you want to die? Fly over and knock us from the town into the boat. If we weren't so lucky, we would have died countless times. Sanji roared from the side. The three of them were running along the streets of Rogtown just now, when an unknown object flew straight towards them. Under normal circumstances, they can definitely avoid the attack of this unknown object, but if this unknown object is a rubber man who has eaten a rubber fruit, how should they deal with it? So Luffy was very kind and helped them. He stretched out his hands to hold them all together and let them quickly return to the ship. The problem is that they are not rubber figures, but living flesh and blood. Well, they hurt, okay? Hence the present scene of friendly partnership between crew and captain. Xia-chan sat aside and watched this scene leisurely, drinking coffee from who knows where. This life is a pleasure. A few days later, Nami was wearing a raincoat and looking towards the distant sea in the storm. We are finally approaching the Grand Passage. It's just that the chart is strange. There's a mountain blocking our way. It seems we have to go through the mountain. Huh, idiot. What are you talking about? How can a boat climb a mountain? Zoro replied unceremoniously from his side. But that's how the sea chart is drawn. Nami retorted without any sign of weakness, but her confidence was a bit lacking. It does seem a bit unrealistic that a boat can climb mountains. Bang! Zoro sneered disdainfully again, but before he could speak, a pair of hands grabbed his neck. Hole. Miss Nami must be right. How can you question her? Sanji said angrily. M9. You damn curly cook, what are you doing? Stinky green algae head, you are not allowed to say anything wrong with Ms. Nami. Damn it, Zoro couldn't stand it anymore and started G Sanji directly. Xia-chun on the side picked up the coffee in his hand and took an elegant sip, and then said lightly, entering the Great Channel does require climbing a mountain. I don't know when Xia-chan discovered that he had a hobby of drinking coffee. He would take a sip from time to time. It felt really refreshing. The entrance to the Great Channel is on the upside-down mountain in the Red Continent. There's a canal there. Due to the sea currents, there will be a strange scene of the sea currents climbing up the mountain. You'll be found dead. After hearing Xia-chen's words, Nami understood instantly and showed an expression like this. But the next second she looked at Xia-chun doubtfully. Why do you know this? Gulu. Xia-chun took another sip of coffee and said with a calm expression on his face. These are basic common sense. Nami, do you mean to say that I, a navigator, have no knowledge? However, Nami felt that Xia-chan was becoming more and more mysterious at this time. It was also the same when sailing. Xia-chan knew most of the problems very well, and it felt like there was nothing he didn't know. If Xia-chan knew what Nami was thinking now, he would definitely say confidently, "You think I watch anime for nothing?" At this moment, the ship began to shake, and at the same time, Usopp's voice came over. Nami, the ship is out of control. Huh? Nami was stunned for a moment after hearing Usopp's words, and then hurried to the railing to observe the sea currents under the boat. After a few seconds, Nami shouted loudly, "Don't worry, just let the boat follow the current. We can't control the boat in such a strong current. If nothing goes wrong with this current, it should take us towards the canal." A confident smile appeared on Nami's face. As long as she knew the principles, there would be no maritime problems that she couldn't solve. After all, she wanted to become the best navigator. Nami, I saw the Red Earth continent. Luffy's excited voice came from above the main pole. Huh? Let me see. Nami immediately picked up the telescope and looked into the distance, only to see an extremely huge red mountain appearing in front of her eyes. At this time, Xiachen also saw the Red Earth continent clearly with his extremely strong strength. Suddenly, Xiachen's mouth was so big that it seemed like an egg could fit in it. No, he had thought that the Red Earth continent would be huge, but he never thought it would be so big. I can only say that there is a huge difference between what you see in the anime and what you see in reality. The shock is definitely not something you can experience by watching anime. As the distance got closer, everyone saw clearly what the Red Earth continent looked like, and then they all had the same shocked expression on their faces. But the next moment they panicked. Nami, it seems we are going to collide. Usopp yelled in horror. What? Nami instantly picked up the telescope and observed it, and found that the ship was indeed rushing towards the Red Earth continent at a high speed. And due to the influence of sea currents, they now have no ability to control the ship at all. Instantly, a drop of cold sweat flowed from Nami's forehead. Could it be that the chart is wrong? It's impossible. The expression on Nami's face became anxious, and now she didn't know what to do in this situation. At this moment, Xiachen's voice came from the side, which relieved Nami's tense heart. Don't worry, just follow the current. Nami turned to look at Xiachen, not doubting the accuracy of what he said, because she knew that Xia Chun had always been a person who made people feel safe. But you still have to ask, as this can increase her sailing experience. Why is it okay to just follow the current? Look, there is a crack in the red Earth continent in the direction we are heading, and that's where the canal is. So the current is not taking us toward the wall, but toward the canal. Huh? After hearing Xia Chen's words, Nami turned her head and looked at that place, and sure enough, she found a crack. I can't help but admire Xia Chen even more. With Xia Chen here, it's safe, unlike. Nami looked at the other 4 people on the boat, each with a confused expression on their face. These 4 trash. The seawater is really climbing up the mountain. Zoro looked ahead with a telescope and shouted in shock. He felt a little pain in his face now. Just now he was swearing about how the sea water could climb the mountain, but now in the blink of an eye this scene appeared in front of his eyes. It's actually a bit, but you can't blame him. Who in the right mind would think that seawater can climb mountains? Oh, you're a third-rate swordsman with no knowledge. He's like a local dog, so disgraceful. Xia Chun said disdainfully from the side. I don't know why. Xia Chun wanted to laugh at Zoro when he saw him looking like a local dog, although Xia Chun himself almost had his eyes popping out when he saw the water flowing back. But he didn't show it. He was shocked in his heart. As long as he doesn't show it, no one will know that he is also a local dog. One thing to say is that although Xia Chun already knew about the existence of this situation in advance, he was still shocked when he saw it. He and Zoro actually have similar thoughts. They also think that climbing mountains with sea water is really ridiculous, but many times this kind of thing just exists. It seems that he still hasn't fully adapted to the unreasonableness of the One Piece world. He needs to exercise more in the future, otherwise he won't be a ****ch when he goes to Sky Island. You idiot, what qualifications do you have to criticize me? Zoro said, unconvinced. M9. Xia Chen's figure disappeared instantly, and the next second his whole face was close to Zoro's. Third-rate swordsman, look directly at me. My skin is at least a few degrees paler than yours. Who are you to see that I'm dark? The wuda that Zoro was talking about was actually taught to him by Xia Chun. In his previous life, wuda in his hometown meant *************. Once when Usopp was making explosives, he accidentally blew himself up, and then his whole face turned black, so Xia Chun said Usopp at that time. Unexpectedly, Zoro had learned it secretly and used it on him. It's against Tian Gang, right? You drink black coffee every day. What else is it if you don't drink black coffee? Zoro was startled by Xia Chun, who suddenly appeared in front of him, but he still said firmly. Xia Chun was immediately confused. What I drank had something to do with me. Is it so outrageous? In this case, bang, 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 bang. After a while, Xia Chun clapped his hands with satisfaction and walked towards the bow of the ship, while Zoro looked at Xia Chen's back from behind and gritted his teeth. When Lousy becomes stronger, you'll be the first to be killed. As soon as he arrived at the bow of the ship, Xia Chen noticed that Nami's face was solemn, and couldn't help but curiously asked, "What's wrong?" Nami pointed forward with his finger and said, "This current can indeed take us to the canal, but now the course is a little off. If we continue to follow this trend, the Melly will definitely hit the pillar next to it, and we will be dead by then. Oh, I thought it was a big deal, but it turns out this is it." Omego? Nami looked confused. Isn't it a big deal that affects the lives of everyone on the ship? Xia Chan gave Nami a reassuring look, then looked at Luffy and said, "Luffy, quickly turn into a balloon and go to the door to cushion it." Luffy, why should I go? Because you can do it. After all, you're the captain of our pirate group, and you must be the most capable one. Only you can handle such a difficult task. Xiaochen made a fuss about Luffy, and Luffy was frightened for a moment. Then the simple-minded man said happily, "Haha, I really have to do it." 10 seconds later, when the ship approached the door frame, Xiaochen shouted, "Luffy, come on. I am coming." After saying that, Luffy jumped directly to the front door, opened his mouth, and a large mouthful of air was sucked into his stomach. In an instant, Luffy's body swelled into a big balloon. At the same time, the Mary also crashed towards the door. Boom! The hull of the ship suddenly leaned against Luffy's belly, and Luffy's face instantly turned red. Xiaochen looked at this scene and nodded with satisfaction. Not to mention, sometimes Luffy is quite useful. With Luffy's buffer, the Mary returned to the right direction, heading straight toward the top of the mountain under the leadership of the ocean current. After playing a great role, Luffy stretched out and returned to the ship. Although he was a little tired, his eyes looked ahead full of excitement. The Great Channel, here I come. Oh! Luffy shouted excitedly. The rest of the people also had expectant smiles on their faces. As long as they climb over this mountain, they can enter the Great Channel. The melee kept rushing upwards, driven by the current, and it didn't take long to reach the top of the mountain. Then after a short flight, it fell into the canal downstream. When going down, the speed is faster than the previous uphill climb, and the splash is bigger. So it's more exciting. Woo! Suddenly, a strange sound came. Xiaochen couldn't help but look up and looked ahead. He murmured, "Laboon." Apart from Xiaochen, Zoro was the only one on the ship who noticed the sound. He couldn't help but curiously ask the people around him, "Did you hear any sounds?" "It must be the wind," Nami replied confidently. Now she is an experienced navigator and cannot make a fuss about any situation at sea. Otherwise, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Although the sound is indeed a bit strange, it is the Great Channel after all, the most incredible sea area in the world. So, a strange wind sound is normal. Is it possible that it's the sound of a whale? Xiaochen said with a half-smile. Xiaochen, what are you talking about? How can the sound of a whale be so loud? If it is really the sound of a whale, how loud is this whale? Before Sanji finished speaking, he saw a black mountain in front of him. When he got closer, he realized that it was not a mountain, but a huge whale. Everyone on the boat was frightened and panicked. Ow! How could there be such a big whale? This is a kind of island whale from West Blue. It can grow to the size of the entire island. So this size is normal. You'll be found dead. Everyone stood on the spot and clapped their hands together. But in a blink of an eye, no, Xiaochen, the problem now is not to calmly say what kind of whale this is. We are going to hit it. Okay, I have a way, Xiaochen said lightly. Star, Omega asterisk. What can I do? Everyone asked in unison. The solution is... Xiaochen jumped on the goat's head and slashed forward with his right foot. Lan Jiao, a slash flew out and hit Laboon's body. Moo! Laboon couldn't help but neigh in pain, then opened his mouth and sucked in all the seawater around him. Of course, Xiaochen and his ship were not immune. Then the entire ship entered Laboon's belly. Oh, Sigma, asterisk, death penalty. According to you, the so-called way to avoid crashing is to let us be swallowed. Just tell me if you bumped into me, Xiaochen said, spreading his hands. It's true that I didn't roar, but we're going to be eaten. Isn't this more serious than a collision? Luffy and the others strangled Xiaochen's neck, shook him, and shouted, You guys are looking for a fight, right? Bang, 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 bang. Hey, people nowadays are not allowed to speak out if they do something wrong. Luffy said mockingly with his face covered in bruises and red spots. That is, the wrong person dares to hit someone first. What do you think is the reason? The world is deteriorating, and people's hearts are not as old as they used to be. Zoro and Sanji also spoke one after another. After hearing this, Xiaochen's fist felt itchy again for some reason. But after thinking about it, I decided to forget it. It's no fun to bully these weaklings all the time. Xiaochen said calmly, Since I dare to be swallowed by a whale like this, it proves that it is absolutely fine. You guys, don't be so jabbering. Just wait and see, and it'll be fine. A few minutes later, after a period of spinning, the melee landed steadily on a green ocean. The blue sky, the white clouds, the flying birds. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Didn't we get swallowed by a whale? What is this? Nami asked, stammering. We are indeed in the belly of the whale now. At some point, a cup of coffee appeared in Xiaochen's hand, and he said lightly after taking a sip, Indeed, look, these white clouds and birds don't move. They are all painted on them. Usopp also pointed to the sky and said, So, the ocean below is stomach acid? Sanji's face changed drastically. That's right. Who are you? Just when everyone was still wondering why the whale's belly was like this, an old voice sounded in their ears. After hearing this, everyone's eyes turned towards the direction of the sound. Wow, a chrysanthemum is coming towards us, Luffy shouted in horror. Oomph, what a chrysanthemum. So rude. Chrysanthemums can still talk. Luffy became even more frightened. Idiot, that's obviously a person. Zoro said speechlessly, but he was also a little confused. Why is there an island in the belly of a whale? Thinking like this, Zoro couldn't help but ask him, Old man, who are you? Why are you in the belly of the whale? Shouldn't you tell someone who you are before you ask someone? Ah, that's right. I am Roronoa. I am Kuroka's, the lighthouse keeper of Gemini Point. I am 71 years old. My zodiac sign is Gemini, and my blood type is AB. Clang! Hidao came out of his sheath. Don't stop me. Lousy is going to chop him. Calm down, calm down. Sanji pulled hard at the side. You want to take action? I advise you not to do it, because it will kill people. Kuroka's said quietly with a cold light in his eyes. Everyone's expressions froze when they heard this. Staring at the old man in front of him, Sanji took a puff from the cigarette in his mouth. While blowing out smoke rings, he said, Let's see who will die. He didn't believe that an old man in his 70s could have any fighting ability. What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't it obvious who will die? Of course it's me, Kuroka said confidently. Sir, it turns out it's you. By the way, what are you doing here? You probably want to do harm to this whale, right? When he said this, Kuroka stared at the people opposite him. Of course not. We were just accidentally eaten by Laboon. Xiaqin stood on the bow of the boat and said, Oh, I see. Kuroka's nodded, but suddenly he seemed to realize something. He looked at Xiaqin in horror and asked word by word, Why do you know the name of this whale? A mysterious smile appeared on Xiaqin's face. This secret. After hearing this, Kuroka took a deep look at Xiaqin, but in the end he did not continue to delve deeper into this topic. Instead, he said, Since you don't have any ill intentions, if you want to go out, you can go out through the iron gate. Kuroka pointed to an iron door nearby and said, Hey, there's a door in the whale's belly. Luffy's eyes widened. By the way, are these paintings all painted by you, old man? Usopp also asked. Yes. This is just a little hobby in my spare time as a doctor. Doctor? Luffy's eyes instantly lit up when he heard this word. He said happily, Old man Daiwa, please come on my ship and be my ship's doctor. Idiot, what are you talking about? Do you think my 71-year-old body can still join you in your mischief? I may die in the middle of the road. Oh, that's it. That's such a pity. Okay, no more words. The door is over there. I will take you out. As soon as Kuroka stood up, the entire sea of stomach acid began to shake. Seeing this situation, his eyes narrowed, and he immediately jumped into the sea of stomach acid. Old chrysanthemum! Luffy shouted. Won't he be corroded by stomach acid? Sanji said with a cold sweat on his face. Xiaqin said, No. As a doctor, he is very familiar with his own constitution, so there's no need to worry about this problem. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw Kuroka emerge from somewhere, then climbed onto the platform he built and gave Laboon a shot of tranquilizer. Not long after the sedative was administered, everyone noticed that the sea of stomach acid that had been shaking began to slowly calm down. Eventually, it returned to its previous calm state. What was going on? Nami asked in horror. Laboon is hitting the red continent. Kuroka, who swam back after hearing Xiaqin's words, immediately turned his head and stared at him. Ask that sentence again. How do you know this? I told you, old man, this is a secret. I'm actually just an ordinary person who knows a lot of things. For example, I also know certain things about you. The doctor on board One Piece Roger, Mr. Kuroka. When Xiaqin said these words, not only Kuroka was shocked, but even his companions behind him were also turned to stone one by one. Then they all shouted loudly, Ship Doctor of One Piece. Kuroka once again took a deep look at Xiaqin, as if he wanted to see through him. Xiaqin responded with a faint smile and looked at him as well. After a long time, Kuroka said slowly. Young man, you do know a lot of things, but I can see that there is no malice in your eyes. In that case, I won't ask so many questions. Because you know I won't tell you even if you ask. It's better not to ask, Xiachen replied lightly. Kuroka's. Do young people dare to save a little more face for me? At this time, everyone finally recovered from the news that Kuroka's was the One Piece ship's doctor. Luffy directly asked excitedly, Old Man Daisy, did you find the One Pieces? Yes, that's right. Kuroka's nodded. Do you want me to tell you what's there? Kuroka's teased. No, Luffy firmly refused. I will eventually become One Piece with my own abilities and find One Pieces. Seeing the determination on Luffy's face, Kuroka's was also infected for a moment, as if he had seen a man who said this with great enthusiasm many years ago. After he came to his senses, a smile appeared on his lips. Boy, being One Piece is not that easy. Even if it is very likely to cost you your life, don't you regret it? I don't care. I will be One Piece. Kuroka's looked at Luffy steadily. After a long time, ha ha, then I wish you good luck. Kuroka's wanted to say something else, but suddenly the voices of a man and a woman came from above. Old man, suffer death. As soon as Kuroka's turned his head, he found a cannonball flying towards him, and he couldn't help but shed a few drops of cold sweat. Xiachen narrowed his eyes slightly, and with a few flicks of his fingers, he flew out with a few tiny slashes. Bang! The cannonball exploded directly in the air, and then Xiachen turned his attention to the two people above. One is a girl with blue hair and a ponytail, and the other is a man wearing a crown with nines painted on both sides of his cheeks. Mr. Nine, Mississippi Wednesday, what are you doing here? The two were just about to fire the second cannonball when they were stunned when they heard Xiachen's words. How could this person know them? They were very shocked at this moment, but the people behind them were even more shocked. Although I knew Xiachen knew a lot of things before, how did I find out recently that he knew more things? He knew everything he asked. The key is that he knows the two people who appeared out of nowhere. This is a bit outrageous. You don't even have enough information about Morgans, do you? Who are you? Why do you know our names? Me? You don't even know me? What do you two do for food? Xiachen looked angry. This familiar tone, this familiar accent, this familiar expression. The people behind him instantly understood Xiachen's thoughts. As expected, he will start performing. Mr. Nine, Mississippi was even more confused on Wednesday, and at the same time, there was an inexplicable anger in her heart. No, who are you? Why should we know you? Huh, you two haven't read the messages sent by the club during your recent missions, right? Xiachen said with a sneer. When they heard this, the two of them were instantly shocked. Indeed, during this period, they were all thinking of ways to kill the whale, so they did not receive any notification from the club at all. Could it be that the person in front of me is a new cadre in the company? While they were still thinking, Xiachen's voice came over again. Listen to me, I am Mr. One, newly appointed by the boss. Do you understand now? Mr. One? This is so much higher than their level. The strongest person under the boss. Instantly, a trace of fear filled the hearts of the two of them. Sorry, Mr. One. We did not receive the message before, so we did not recognize you. Please forgive me. Mr. Nine bowed quickly and said. On the other hand, Mississippi Wednesday, who was next to her, did not react immediately, but was thinking about something. After a while, she showed a smile. I said, why don't you pretend to be more like him? There's no way you are Mr. One. Oh, why do you see it? Xiachen asked with a smile. Mississippi Wednesday had a confident smile on her face. Because we have met Mr. One before. He looks very imposing. You can tell he is a strong man. And you are so handsome, with fair and tender skin. You don't look like a powerful person. I can only say that you are not good at pretending to be Mr. One. It's too fake, Mississippi said firmly on Wednesday. Xiachen was confused. He had thought of countless reasons for his exposure, but this was the only one he had never thought of. No, the law stipulates that strong people cannot be handsome. What is the truth? Princess, your judgment standards are really special. Xiachen asked quietly. So you think I'm not strong enough, so I'm not Mr. One? That's right. In this case, with a swish sound, Xiao Chen's figure disappeared instantly. Huh? Where's the person? The two of them were stunned. The person who was in front of them just now? Why did he disappear all of a sudden? Before they could find Xiao Chen, an arm from behind them patted their shoulders. So what now? Do you think I have the strength? Sigma, degree. It was a voice that sounded as gentle as jade, but at this moment they felt the biting cold wind. Their bodies trembled unconsciously, and then they all turned their heads slowly like robots. Xiao Chen, who was still below just now, was now looking at them with a smile. Ow, how is it possible? This thought came to both of them at the same time. It was only a second at most before this man disappeared, right? He came up behind them silently, and they were still on a platform dozens of meters high. This kind of subverted their worldview. At this moment, they immediately believed the identity of Mr. One Xiaochun. Who else could he be if he was so strong? But at the same time, Mississippi Wednesday meant that Vivi's already desperate heart became even more desperate. Mr. One is so powerful. So how powerful is Crocodile above him? Her eyes dimmed instantly when she thought of this. Can the kingdom of Alabasta be saved? Xiao Chun didn't know that his casual display of strength made Vivi think so much. But even if he knew, it didn't matter to scare her. Okay, as Mr. One, I order you not to take action against this whale. But Mr. Nine wanted to say something else, but Xiao Chun interrupted him directly. Why? What I said didn't work. No, don't dare. In that case, you should go to my ship first. May I ask, sir, who is this ship? Did you see the man in the straw hat over there? Xiao Chun said, pointing at Luffy, who was looking at them stupidly. I saw it, sir. Is there anything wrong with him? His head is worth 25 million belly. Do you think there's any problem? 25 million Baileys? Is this the one that looks like a fool? Yes, so you know what to do, right? I know. Let's first trick them into Whiskey Peak and then catch them all, right? Sir, Mr. Nine answered first. Yes, the boy is teachable. Xiao Chun looked at him with admiration. So, let's go. After saying that, Xiao Chun took them to the melee one by one. As for why he didn't just kick it down, don't get me wrong. Xiao Chun just doesn't want the melee to be damaged. So, you are with them? You all want to kill Laboon? Did you just say that there was no harm? Kuroka's asked, staring at Xiao Chun. Oh, old man, I'm sorry. I'll explain it to you right away. After saying this, Xiao Chun's eyes narrowed, and the powerful conqueror's domineering energy came out of his body. Vivi and Mr. Nine instantly fainted on the boat. Conqueror's haki, Kuroka's was really shocked this time. He originally thought that Xiao Chun was just a little pirate with some strength, but now it seems that there's a big deviation for what he expected. It was just a little show to trick them. Otherwise, if I really want to harm Laboon, you can't stop me, can you? So I don't have to lie to you. Kuroka's was also thinking about this issue at this time, and found that it was indeed as Xiao Chun said. If Xiao Chun really had any malicious intentions, then with his current strength, there's a high probability that he would not be able to defeat Xiao Chun. Thinking of this, Kuroka's also believed Xiao Chun's words. Those who can awaken Conqueror's domineering energy are born kings, and such people do not bother to lie. No, he just finished deceiving those two idiots. Wow, old man Juhua, does that mean you've been here for nearly 50 years now? Oh, that's right, but I also went out for a while during the trip, just sailing with Roger and the others. After that, I came back here to stay with Laboon again, but as Laboon got bigger and bigger, I had no choice but to treat it from the inside. So your treatment is to open these water channels in its body. Zoro asked speechlessly, is it possible that it was killed by you first instead of hitting it by itself? You know what the heck, green algae-headed boy. You're a doctor and I'm a doctor. Don't question my medical skills. M9. Chong. Hidao Yuan was once again unsheathed. Don't stop me. I will kill him no matter what I say this time. So, this whale has been waiting here for his partner for 50 years. Luffy asked in an unclear tone. That's right. Because of this agreement, Laboon has always wanted to break away from the Red Earth continent to find them. But with just a whale, how can it cause harm to this continent? Speaking of this, Kuroka's couldn't help but sigh. While chatting, after a while, everyone saw an iron gate. As the iron door slowly opened, Xia Chun and the others saw the outside world again. After some time, Sanji slowly exhaled the smoke from his mouth. In 50 years, they will be dead long ago, right? Needless to say, he must be dead. Zoro added. No. In fact, I heard news that they escaped from the Grand Channel, but they forgot their agreement and did not come to take Laboon away. They forgot the agreement. Luffy said blankly. Are they too bad? They made a promise, but didn't keep it. Usopp said angrily beside him. Then Uncle, didn't you tell Laboon about this? Why? I told it, but it's a pity that it doesn't want to believe it, and it keeps hitting the Red Earth continent as always. If Laboon keeps doing this, it will die soon. There was a sad look on Kuroka's face. At this time, Xia Chun, who was on the sidelines, felt that it would be bad if he didn't say anything. After all, he was the one who knew everything. Just when Xia Chun was about to say something, he caught a glimpse of a sneaky figure from the corner of his eye. Xia Chun's eyes turned cold, and his figure disappeared instantly. The next second, everyone only saw a black shadow flashing in front of them, and then a huge roar came from the stone wall next to Twin Capes. Everyone immediately turned around and saw Xia Chun standing there steadily. Nami couldn't help but ask curiously, Xia Chun, what was that black shadow just now? Oh, it's Luffy. After saying that, Xia Chun's figure disappeared and sped towards Luffy's direction. Xia Chun stood quietly in front of the rubble pile, looking ahead. After a while, there was a sound from the rubble. Luffy slowly climbed up from it, looked at Xia Chun, and asked angrily, Xia Chun, what are you doing? What am I doing? I want to beat you up. After saying that, Xia Chun appeared in front of Luffy, armed and domineering wrapped around his hand, and beat Luffy. Luffy was angry when he was beaten inexplicably at this time, and kept shouting and attacking Xia Chun, but the strength gap between the two was too big, and his attacks had no effect at all, and he could only be beaten passively. After a while, the melee docked at the shore, and Zoro and Sanji quickly ran over and grabbed Xia Chun. Xia Chun, stop fighting. If you keep fighting, Luffy will be beaten to death by you. At this time, Luffy was all in tatters, with scars all over his body, and Xia Chun had spit out countless mouthfuls of blood, making him look miserable. Zoro looked at Xia Chun solemnly. He could tell that Xia Chun was really angry this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dealt with such a heavy hand. But now he's also a little curious as to what Luffy did to make Xia Chun, who has always been good-tempered, angry. Xia Chun took a deep breath and slowly walked to Luffy lying on the ground. Luffy was also staring at him intently at this time. What did you want to do just now? Xia Chun asked lightly, with a chill in his tone. I want to go. You want to fight Laboon, and then use this to make a new agreement with it, so that he will not continue to hit the Red Earth continent. Luffy was a little confused at this time. Why would Xia Chun know what he wanted to do? Now that you know what he wants to do, why do you stop him? And even beat him up? I don't have a problem with you wanting to fight Laboon, but if I hadn't stopped you just now, you would have wanted to remove Mary's main pole, right? Speaking of this, the chill in Xia Chun's tone became even more obvious. He stared at Luffy and shouted angrily. Monkey D, Luffy, what do you think of our ship and the Mary? Xia Chun's voice made everyone around him freeze in place, and no one dared to gasp loudly. Xia Chun is so scary now. This is the first time they have seen Xia Chun like this. Do you think that Mary is not our partner? If you want to fight with your own fists, why are you pulling out Mary's main pole? To be honest, Xia Chun really couldn't stand Luffy's behavior, so he couldn't help but beat him. As a captain, he doesn't care about the ship at all. It can even be said that many of Mary's injuries were caused by Luffy. After listening to Xia Chun's words, Luffy froze on the spot. The anger in his heart disappeared in an instant, and he kept thinking about what Xia Chun just said. After a while, Luffy slowly stood up, looked at Xia Chun, and said seriously, Thank you, Xia Chun. You are right. Mary is our partner. I should love it and not harm it. Xia Chun nodded. Luffy's character of correcting his mistakes is still very good. Then what are you doing standing around now? Go make an agreement with Laboon. Oh, good. After that, Luffy ran towards Laboon. Although Xia Chun looked miserable when he beat Luffy just now, the injuries were not serious, and had little impact on Luffy's strength. Then Xia-chun turned to look at everyone again. Okay, let's watch the show aside. Sanji, please make some delicious food. Nami wants to eat it. Miss Nami, is it true? Are you hungry? Sanji quickly ran to Nami's side and said enthusiastically, right. Nami was confused for a moment and then nodded. Next, two different scenes formed on Luffy's side and Xia-chun's side. He was fighting with La Boon there, while the others were enjoying the food, chatting, and occasionally commenting on Luffy's battles from time to time. After some time, the battle between Luffy and La Boon finally stopped, but according to Luffy's words, the battle between them was not over, and they made a promise to continue the battle after he sailed the Grand Channel for a circle. Hey, you guys are so unjust. You actually eat secretly. Luffy, who had just finished the battle, came over and saw everyone's situation and couldn't help complaining. Which of your eyes saw us eating secretly? Aren't we just sitting here eating openly? Xia-chun asked doubtfully. Luffy thought for a moment with his dim head, and then said, it seems to make sense. After saying that, Luffy also ran over, picked up the food, and stuffed it into his mouth. Just now, he was beaten first by Xia-chun and then by La Boon. Now, he is almost starving to death. Midway, Kuroka's looked at Luffy and asked, Straw Hat Boy, can you abide by the agreement between you and La Boon? We'll be like the previous pirate group. No, Luffy said firmly. Then he added with a smile, unless I die. Is this so? Kuroka's was thinking on the spot. At this time, Xia-chun on the side took a sip of coffee and said calmly, Old man, it's not that the Lombard pirates didn't abide by the agreement, but because they are all dead. How do you know the name of that pirate group? Kuroka's was surprised again. I said before, I know a little bit more than 100 million things, so it's normal to know that this pirate group is called the Lumba Pirates, right? Well, when you say that, you are really a normal bird egg. Kuroka stared at Xia-chun with wide eyes, and even stood up and circled around him a few times. Xia-chun now seemed to him to be exuding a mysterious aura. He obviously looks like a big kid, but he didn't expect to know so many things. Xia-chun slowly took a sip of coffee again. Calm down, old man. Don't leave. You're making me dizzy. Well, Kuroka sat back down, not struggling with why Xia-chun knew so much about this matter, but followed the question just now and said, Why did you say they are all dead? Because, Mr. One, before Xia-chun could say anything, he heard a sound coming from the melee and couldn't help but turn his gaze. I saw that Mr. Nine and Vivi were already awake and were shouting and waving to him. Sorry, wait for me. After saying that, Conqueror's domineering energy came out of his body again and charged towards the two people on the Mary. Then the two fell down again, just like before. Unfortunately, they both fell into a coma not long after they woke up. Conqueror's domineering power is really used casually. Kuroka's looked a little embarrassed. Why does it feel like a cannon hitting mosquitoes? No way, this is the most time-saving and labor-saving way. Xia-chun spread his hands. Okay, let's continue the topic we just talked about. All the Lumba pirates were buried in a certain sea area. That's why they didn't come back. It's not that they broke their promise. I don't know where you got your information, old man, but it's wrong. That's it. Kuroka's did not doubt the authenticity of what Xia-chun said. Judging from what Xia-chun has shown during this period, he knows far more than he knows himself. So since Xia-chun said it was wrong, then it is no accident that he did get the wrong news. By the way, old man, do you still remember Brook? Of course, our relationship at that time was pretty good. He's not dead. What? Are you telling the truth? Kuroka stood up excitedly. It is indeed true, but his current situation is a bit complicated. He could be said to be dead or alive. Skuro, how do you describe it? Kuroka's was immediately stunned. Both dead and alive? So abstract. Kuroka's couldn't understand what Xia-chun said, and everyone behind him couldn't understand it either. Not to mention now, even when Xia-chun talked about the Lumba pirates before, they were a bit out of touch. At the same time, the same thought popped up in my mind. Why do you know so much when you are in the same boat? However, adhering to the principle of not interrupting if you don't know something, they all ate quietly in the back. Xiaochen continued. Brook did die in a battle, but he ate the underworld fruit, so his body is indeed dead, but his soul is alive. And his current identity is that of a living skeleton. A living skeleton? Nabla, that sounds so interesting, Luffy said with eyes shining. Indeed, I have never seen a living skeleton like this in my life. I wonder if the bones will break if I cut them with a knife. What will it taste like when using these bones as food? You are devils. Nami and Usopp couldn't help shouting after hearing what Luffy and the other three said. Who are these people? A living skeleton. This thing sounds scary, okay? Haha, it's really interesting. I wonder if I will have a chance to meet it in the future, Luffy said with anticipation. Xiaochen smiled and said nothing. After a while, Kuroka's finally accepted the fact and smiled. That guy. Ha ha ha. After laughing for a while, Kuroka's looked at Xiaochen and said, Thank you for bringing me this news. Hey, uncle, what are you talking about? If you really want to thank you, just give us your record pointer. We don't have a record pointer yet. Ha ha. Of course, no problem. Record pointer? What is that? Nami asked curiously. It is a pointer used to guide the direction in the Great Channel. Xiaochen said lightly. Huh? Can a compass work? Look at your compass now. What's so good about this compass? Why? Why does the compass needle keep spinning? Nami asked in horror. Because the magnetism of the Great Channel is very confusing, and all the weather conditions here are untrustworthy, including white clouds, ocean currents, and wind directions. The only thing that can be trusted is the direction pointed by the recording needle. In the Great Channel, each island is connected by magnetic force, so every time we go to an island, we need to stay on the island for a while, waiting for the recording pointer to record the magnetic force of the island. This time can be long or short. Some can only be recorded in a few days, and some can only be recorded in a few hours. After the recording is completed, he will point in the direction of the next island. Xiaochen talked a lot about record pointers in one breath. He was a little thirsty, so he picked up the coffee next to him and took a comfortable sip. You are really knowledgeable, Mr. Xiaochen. Of course, Xiaochen replied subconsciously, but suddenly he seemed to react to something. Just as he was about to turn his head received a heavy blow. Oh, it hurts! Xiaochen covered his head and wailed. Looking at Nami's cloudy face, she said tremblingly, What's wrong? Why didn't you tell me this earlier? You didn't even ask. Xiaochen felt a little aggrieved. He knew a lot of things, so he must only talk about it when encountering special situations. Otherwise, why would he talk so much when he had nothing to do? But he didn't dare to say these words. Nami's punch just now. It hurts. Xiaochen seriously doubted that Nami was the first person in the Straw Hats to master Batang. This power is quite powerful. Kuroka's took out the record pointer and handed it to Nami, giving Nami a burst of joy. I don't know if it's the nature of a navigator, but I feel happy when I see this kind of pointer. Kuroka said, There are 7 lines in the Great Channel. Which one are you going to choose? This is the Whiskey Mountain Peak. Xiaochen said lightly. What's the difference between these 7 items? Nami asked curiously. What's the difference? The islands you pass are different. Nami's anger rose again when she went down. If it weren't for the fact that Kuroka's was an old man, she would have asked him to try what is called One Punch Man. Kuroka's was a little confused when he saw Nami's changing expression. He wasn't wrong either. It seems that this little girl has a bad temper, hey? No wonder every one of the crew members on their ship was beaten hard by her. Returning to the topic, Kuroka's continued. No matter which route you choose, the final destination is the final island, Lavdru. So if you're determined to become One Piece, you can choose any one. Then why choose Whiskey Peak? Nami turned to look at Xiaochen. Because this route is more interesting. Xiaochen replied. More interesting? Luffy's eyes lit up again when he heard this, and he said loudly, Okay, then let's decide to go to Whiskey Peak. Hearing this, Nami couldn't help but raise her forehead. Why does she always feel like nothing good is happening? Half a day later. Goodbye, old man Daisy. Luffy stood on the melee and waved to Kuroka's on the shore and shouted. Then he looked at Laboon. Laboon, wait until I travel around the world for a week before I come to you. Before that, You must not knock off the painting on your head. Moo, Laboon responded with a reluctant voice. Gradually, the Mary slowly moved away with one person and one whale watching. Kurokas looked at the Mary in the distance and murmured, Roger, I saw someone like you again. It seems that the world will not be peaceful in the future. Half a day later, we boarded the Mary. At this time, there was a lot of snow on the boat. Why is the weather in this great waterway like this? It was sunny and windy just now, but in the blink of an eye it started to snow heavily. Nami said, shivering while wrapped in a sweater. Then she looked down and saw that Usopp and Luffy were competing to build a snowman. In the end, Usopp must have won. The snowman he built was much better than Luffy's. Even Xiao-chan on the side couldn't help but praise Usopp's snowman when he saw it. It was really good. Then Xiao-chun picked up the coffee and took a sip. Not to mention, drinking a warm cup of coffee in this weather is so comfortable. Then his eyes turned to the two people above. Hey, you two, come over here and shovel the snow. Why are you standing there? Mr. One, do we also have to work? Nonsense, you don't have to work. Why should I drive you to Whiskey Peak? Hurry up. Mr. Nine wanted to say something else, but finally shut up at the signal from Vivi next to him, and the two of them started shoveling the snow honestly. Seeing the two of them looking like this, a smile appeared on Xia-chen's lips. It seems like I can no longer act on my identity. Xia-chen, there is a huge iceberg ahead. What should I do? While Xiao-chen was still thinking, Sanji's voice came from the bow of the boat. Xiao-chen slowly stood up and walked slowly towards the bow of the ship. Then he jumped and landed on the head of the goat in front. Looking at the huge iceberg in front of him, he said slowly, Hey, if you encounter a situation like this during navigation, it can be easily solved. Watch my demonstration. After saying that, Xiao-chan raised his leg slightly, and then his right leg swung past him like a sharp blade in the wind. A huge slash shot out, speeding towards the iceberg ahead. The slash cut across the iceberg quickly without making any sound. After a few breaths, the iceberg began to crack for the middle and collapse toward both sides. The cut place in the middle was as smooth as a mirror. Done, call it day. Xiao-chen returned to the original stool, slowly picked up the coffee, and took a sip. Comfortable. Xiao-chen's face was calm, but the other's eyes widened at this time. Oh, what a huge iceberg. Why did it disappear all of a sudden? Are you sure we can learn from this demonstration? Do you think so highly of us? Zoro's eyes were shining brightly. After all, he was the only one who could unleash the slashing attack in the future. The other people's attack methods were not slashing. Vivi and Mr. Nine's feet were trembling constantly at this time. Is this kind of strength against natural disasters really something that humans can possess? Hey, what are you two doing in a daze? Don't be lazy. Xiao-chan stared at the two of them. Yes. One day later, an island covered with huge cacti appeared in front of the melee. This was the destination of Xiao-chun and the others, Whiskey Peak. Looks like I can enjoy some delicious food tonight. A smile appeared on Xiao-chen's lips. But until then, Xiao-chun, why did you tie those two people up with ropes and put them in the cabin? Luffy asked curiously, and the others looked at him with the same doubtful eyes. You will know tomorrow. A meaningful smile appeared on Xiao-chen's face, but his attention was focused on the voice that just sounded in his head. Ding, check into Whiskey Peak Island successfully and get Somersault Cloud. Somersault Cloud? A look of surprise appeared on Xiao-chen's face. This was the first time he encountered something that did not improve his strength. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at the attributes of the Somersault Cloud. Somersault Cloud, Golden Cloud, the fastest speed can reach 100 kilometers/second. All interpretation rights belong to the system. Although Xia-chun didn't know how fast a somersault was, it shouldn't be such a number that has zeros and holes. No wonder it is necessary to add a statement at the end that the right of interpretation belongs to the system. It turns out that this Somersault Cloud is unauthentic, but Xiao-chun was too lazy to care about this. 100 kilometers per second is enough for him, okay? Even Kizaru is not necessarily that fast. Although Kizaru is said to be a shining fruit, his speed definitely does not reach the speed of light. Otherwise, what would happen to others? who can react at a speed of 300,000 kilometers per second. Xia Chun is quite satisfied with this reward. Although it does not improve his strength, it doesn't matter. His current strength can already deal with most situations. Instead, this somersault cloud now gave him the urge to play, but he restrained it for the time being. If you accidentally stray too far, it will be funny if you can't find your way back later. It seems that in the future, he will collect one more thing besides treasure. Permanent record pointer. As long as there is a permanent recording pointer, Xia Chun can travel between all islands in the world. And it's extremely fast. It doesn't take long at all. After closing the system panel, Xia Chun turned his gaze to the surrounding dense fog. Under his domineering perception, he knew everything around him. But he didn't intend to ruin the development of the plot. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to tie up Vivi and the others. Isn't it good to have a big meal for free? And if nothing else happens, he can see a good show tonight, which is what he is most interested in. Thinking of this, Xia Chun looked around quietly, waiting for the development of things. As the fog gradually dissipated, the surrounding scenery was revealed. Oh, welcome, welcome. I saw countless people surrounding their boat, making a very welcoming appearance. Oh, do everyone here welcome pirates? Luffy said with a happy smile on his face. Usopp also kept spitting out love. So pirates are so popular here. Pretty girl. Sanji watched the women greeting him from the shore, twisting and turning. Except for Xia Chun, only Zoro and Nami looked at this scene a little confused. They seemed unfazed on the surface, but they were wary in their hearts. When the boat stopped, everyone got off the boat. At this time, an old man with long curly hair walked toward them. As soon as he arrived in front of Luffy and others, he said enthusiastically, "Hello, distinguished guests from afar. I am the mayor of Whiskey Mountain. My name? Ahem. Boom. Call Agara boy. Old man, your hair is so curly." Luffy said excitedly, pointing to his hair. Haha. Don't worry about those insignificant things. Whiskey Peak is a town that is dedicated to hospitality. It's our mission to treat our guests with hospitality. So, can we throw a party for you? Of course. Luffy, Usopp, and Sanji said happily together. Nami couldn't help but be speechless looking at these three people. How dare you hold a party without knowing anything about the situation? She always felt that there must be something wrong with this, but she was not worried. With Xia Chun here, she could handle it no matter what happened. This was his trust in Xia Chun. In this case, let's see what tricks these people want to play. At night, in a tavern on Whiskey Mountain. These things are so delicious. I want more, Luffy said inarticulately as he stuffed food into his mouth. I was fighting with the whale and knocked it down with one punch. A group of people heard Usopp's words and made a sound of shock. Beautiful lady. Sanji lay on the bodies of several beauties and rubbed them happily. On the other side, Zoro, Nami, and Xia Chun were all sitting here drinking. The mayor looked at Nami and said, "Madam, we're going to hold a drinking competition. What do you think? Do you want to participate? These wines are very delicious." "Well, forget it. I don't like drinking very much." Nami waved his hand. "The winner gets a bonus of 100,000 belly. Please let me participate." After saying that, Nami looked at Xia Chun and Zoro and said, "Hey, you two are joining too." "Okay." Xia Chun nodded. If he doesn't participate, this group of people will not be relieved later. But it's also because his wine tastes really good. It seems that he can save hundreds of millions of points to the system space later. After some time, when he drank the 8th cup, Xia Chun took the lead and pretended to be unable to hold on anymore and fell down on the table. It's not because of any other reason. It's mainly because I'm a little full from the drink. Then at the 12th cup, Zoro also pretended to be unable to hold on and collapsed. Nami was left alone to kill everyone. It seems that Nami still wants to get the 100,000 Baileys, even for acting. Finally, when Nami defeated the last nun-looking woman, she won the game. At the same time, she couldn't hold on and fell on the table. Seeing everyone collapsed, the atmosphere in the tavern slowly began to quiet down. Then they walked out one after another. The moment they went out, Xia Chun and the other three opened their eyes at the same time. Zoro looked at the three of them, then at the three people lying on the ground over there, and couldn't help but sneer. TCH, three idiots. Hearing this, Xia Chun and Nami both nodded in agreement. Three idiots indeed. What do you think they want to do? Nami asked. You will know this kind of thing if you go out and see it. Xia Chun said with a smile. Okay, then let's divide our forces into two groups. You go and see what's going on outside, and I'll go look for the treasure here. After saying that, Nami walked towards the surrounding rooms. Xia Chun looked at Zoro and said, Go and see the situation, and I'll prepare a gift for them. A gift? What do you mean? Zoro was a little confused. You'll find out later. At the same time, there were two people standing together outside the tavern. The nun slowly took off her black robe, revealing her bronzed and strong muscles. He asked the mayor, We don't have enough food, so why do we have to hold a banquet for them? The mayor slowly took out a reward notice from his sleeve, and it was clearly Luffy's face painted on it. The head of this guy wearing a straw hat is worth 25 million. If we catch him alive, the profit can be increased by 30%, which is enough for us to live for a while. Is he worth 25 million? The nun, Mississippi, said in shock on Sunday. She really didn't expect that the guy who looked thin, frail, and harmless would have a bounty of 25 million. But I always have a bad feeling, the mayor, Mr. 8, said worriedly. The first thing is that one of them looks very similar to someone with a ridiculously high bounty. As he spoke, Mr. 8 took out a reward order from his pocket again. Yes, this time it was Xia Chen's reward order. Look for yourself. Do you find anything? Mississippi Sunday stared at him for a while, and then said, You mean the most handsome one among those people? Yes. Apart from their different costumes, their faces are exactly the same. So I'm a little worried. Mississippi Sunday also nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, it is a bit unreasonable that two people with such handsome faces should have this. Mr. 8, your analysis criteria are really unique. Then Mr. 8 said, But the possibility that he is this person is very small. This is a big pirate with a bounty of 300 million. How could it be that we can meet him casually? Another problem is that there is no news from Mr. 9 in Mississippi. We don't know if they have encountered any trouble. Mr. 8 said this calmly on the surface, but he was very worried in his heart. After all, he knew Mississippi Wednesday's true identity. She is their hope to save the Alabasta Kingdom. Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's deal with the pirates inside first. Maybe you don't have this chance. A faint voice came from the top of the building, causing their faces to darken instantly, and they unconsciously looked up above their heads. Zoro was sitting on the roof at this time. He pulled out a knife and pointed it at Mr. 8 and a group of people. Aren't you drunk? Mr. 8 was horrified. Which idiot would be completely at ease coming to a town that welcomes pirates? Don't tell me. There are indeed such idiots, such as the three remaining on our ship. Another voice came from behind them, attracting their attention. At this time, Xia Chun moved a stool from nowhere and sat in the back, drinking coffee slowly. In front of him were two tied people, Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday. Not only were their hands and feet tied, their mouths were also gagged with cloth. I could only signal to Mr. 8 and the others with my crazy eyes, but unfortunately, he couldn't understand. A little ahead of them, there was a circular scratch on the ground that enveloped the three of them. You're not drunk at all. It's the same reason as the green algae head above. Xiaochen replied calmly. There's something very wrong with your town, don't you think? Everyone at Baroque's studio. Hearing Xia Chun reveal their origins, everyone had a look of horror on their faces. Mr. 8 even asked directly, Why do you know our identities? You don't need to know how I know. After that, Xia Chun looked at Zoro and said, I'll leave this group of people to you. You guy. Zoro curled his lips. Then he turned to look at the two knives on his waist. Yukizuka, third-generation Kitetsu. This may be a chance to give you a try. After saying that, Zoro jumped down and rushed directly into the crowd. Mr. 8 turned to look at Mississippi Sunday and said, You go deal with the swordsman, and I will rescue Mr. 9 and Mississippi Wednesday. In his opinion, the safety of Her Royal Highness the Princess is the most important. Mr. 8 ran towards Xia Chun and watched him getting closer and closer to the princess, but the man was still drinking coffee and didn't make any move. Mr. 8 couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. Got it. However, bang! The sound of hitting something was heard, and Mr. 8 was seen hitting a golden cover. Then he slowly slid to the ground and fell backward. Tisk, TSK, it hurts to see you running so fast. Xia Chun joked from inside the hood. The golden cover in front of me is the range of the circular scratches on the ground. Yes, it is the cover Sun Dasheng used to protect his master every time. So based on this illusion, he named this trick, Master, don't be afraid of the cover. And the method of use is actually very simple. Just mobilize your own energy. Needless to say, actually take out the stick and scratch it on the ground. Wouldn't that be too stupid? As for the round mark on this place now, he just paid tribute to the original version. This skill is the first skill that Xia Chun has developed by himself in a true sense. Otherwise, all skills are obtained by punching in from the system, which makes him seem very nagging. Mr. 8 slowly got up from the ground. A stream of heat flowed from his nasal cavity, and he couldn't help but touch it with his hand. The nose, which was not very big at first, was swollen at least several times in size at this moment, and blood was constantly flowing. Then he tore 2 strips of cloth directly from his clothes, rolled them into a ball, and stuffed them into his nose. Then he stared at Xia Chun. What kind of magic are you doing? Useful magic. You have to try it before you know whether it works or not. Mr. 8 said stiffly. It's no use. Are you looking like this now? Xia Chun's words directly made Mr. 8 furious. And then he said bitterly, I want to see if you can still be so confident later. Mr. 8 walked around behind Xia Chun and stared at him. What are you doing? Xia Chun asked doubtfully. I'm going to defeat you from behind. You despicable villain, you actually used 2 of us as a shield. If I attack you from behind now, if I break the defensive shield later, I will hit you first without hurting them. Be prepared to die. Mr. 8's shotgun. After saying that, several shotguns stretched out from Mr. 8's hair and aimed at Xia Chun's back. I have something to say. You reminded me. Xia Chun's faint voice came, making Mr. 8 have a bad guess in his heart. In order to avoid more trouble, he must break this cover quickly. I saw Xia Chun over there quickly lifting Vivi in front to protect her in front of him. Then he showed a provocative smile towards Mr. 8. When Mr. 8 saw Vivi appearing in front of him, he panicked and had already pressed the trigger. At this critical moment, Mr. 8 turned his head as fast as he could in his life and finally aimed the wound at the last moment when the bullet came out of the chamber. Zoro, who was fighting over there. As the sudden sound came, Zoro's attention could not help but be attracted. However, as soon as he turned his head, he saw countless bullets flying towards him. Sigma. In desperation, Zoro subconsciously grabbed the person next to him and blocked him in front of him. After a few breaths, the movement disappeared. It's so dangerous. Zoro couldn't help but exhale. Then, Xia Chun, what are you doing? Isn't he your opponent? Zoro grabbed his neck and yelled at Xia Chun. Who said he is my opponent? Didn't I just say they would be left to you? And he wants to hit you himself, but he doesn't hit me even though I'm sitting in front of him. What can I do? Mr. 8, why don't I hit you? Don't you have any idea? If you just took the man next to the princess and stood in front of you, you would be done if you saw whether I was intrusive or not. As the delay got longer and longer, Mr. 8 became more and more impatient. Now that Vivi stayed in Xia Chun's hands for 1 more minute, he would worry for 60 more seconds. Thinking of this, Mr. 8 began to change directions constantly, trying to go to the side without Vivi to break the defensive shield, but how could he move as fast as Xia Chun? Every time he arrived at a location, Xia Chun would already place Vivi in front of him, waiting for him. So a very interesting scene happened next. Mr. 8 was jumping back and forth everywhere outside the defensive cover, but a full 10 minutes passed and not a single bullet was fired. Zoro over there has almost finished all those miscellaneous fish. Mr. 8 kept panting on the spot and said breathlessly to Xia Chun, Do you dare, don't block her in front of you? Not to mention that he was as tired as a dog, and Vivi over there was already starry-eyed while constantly changing positions back and forth. The cloth in his mouth also fell off. Look at Mr. 8 with a silly smile on his face. Mr. 8, why are you standing upside down? Look, look, the stars are on the ground. M9. After hearing this, Mr. 8 was instantly furious. Damn the pirates. How dare you make their princess look like this? Okay, I won't bother you anymore. I'm sitting here now. If you can break this defensive shield, I will let them go without saying a word. Xiaochen took a sip of coffee and said slowly, Are you telling the truth? Mr. 8's eyes lit up. Of course. Xiaochen smiled lightly. He just wanted to have fun. Or did Mr. 8 want to break his defensive shield? Idiot's dream. Even if it were him, he would have to use more than 80% of his strength to break through this defensive barrier. Can Mr. 8 achieve such strength? Don't be kidding. If he had such strength, he would have gone to kill Crocodile long ago. Why would he need to be an undercover agent here? Mr. 8's shotgun. As Mr. 8 roared, countless bullets poured out with fierce tongues of fire, all hitting the defensive cover. But, how is it possible? Mr. 8 had a look of horror in his eyes. I saw that all the bullets fell on the ground after hitting the defensive cover. On the other hand, the defensive cover did not even cause a ripple. A few minutes later, looking at the bullets scattered on the ground and the still indestructible defensive shield, Mr. 8 felt despair in his heart and couldn't help but kneel on the ground. Xiaochen looked at the bullets all over the ground and was amazed. He asked why Mr. 8's hair was so long and thick, and all his emotions were used to hide the bullets. At the same time, the battle on Zoro's side also ended, and the other staff of Baroque Studio now fell to the ground. Well, in that case, I should also... Xiaochen stood up and was about to say something. Then he seemed to sense something breathy, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Xiaochen turned to look at Zoro and said, The remaining 3 people will be left to you. After that, Xiaochen waved his hand casually, and the master in front of him disappeared, and then his figure also disappeared from the place in an instant. This be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. You left this mess to me again. Zoro said angrily as he looked at Xiaochen, who disappeared. Mr. 8 here saw the defensive shield disappear and ran to Vivi without saying a word, shaking her vigorously. Mississippi Wednesday, how are you? Now they don't know that their identity has been exposed, so even if they are worried, they still only call her by their code name. After shaking for a while, Vivi finally regained her consciousness. Then she immediately looked at Mr. 8 and said, Ikaram, run away. That man is not something we can deal with. Vivi directly called Mr. 8's real name. At this time, she no longer had so many thoughts. The scene of Xiaochen casually splitting a huge iceberg really scared her. She couldn't even think of any resistance. Princess Yu. Just as Ikaram was about to say something, a sound came from the distance. Hey, everyone is here. The traders from Baroque Studio. A woman with an afro and an umbrella came from a distance. Mr. 5, Mississippi Valentine's Day. Ikaram exclaimed. Then he asked guiltily, What trader? What are you talking about? Do you want to continue the show? The guard captain of the Kingdom of Alabasta, Ikaram. And you, Miss Wednesday, Princess Vivi. After hearing Mr. 5's words, Ikaram and Vivi's expressions instantly turned ugly. How did you know our identities? Do you think you're hiding well? Baroque Studio is not as simple as you think. Okay, after telling you so much, it's time to send you on your way. Who told you to seek death and have to pry into the boss's secrets? Mr. 5 and the others walked slowly towards Vivi and the others, while holding the boogers in their hands ready to go. Zoro looked at this scene a little curious. What's going on? Is there internal strife? Although he didn't know what happened between them, it didn't stop him from watching a good show. Zoro slowly inserted the knife back into his waist and then looked at it with interest. At the same time, on a mountain peak next to the town, a figure wearing a white coat and a white hat stood here, looking at the town below. A smile appeared on his lips. Princess Vivi, how should you deal with this situation? Yeah, how should she deal with this situation? The sudden sound coming from the side made Ying's heart slow down for a moment, and then he immediately took a few steps back. He looked towards the place where the sound came from. Xiaochen was looking at her indifferently, with the corners of his mouth raised slightly. "Nicole Robin, why are you here?" The human figure, Robin, did not immediately answer Xia Chen's words, but stared at him and said word by word, "Demon King Xia Chen. Oh, you are indeed the son of the devil. You are one of the few people who know who I am as soon as you see me. A lot of idiots wouldn't recognize me even if they saw me, making it difficult for me to act cool. So, can you answer my question now? What are you doing here?" Robin slowly regained her composure after being nervous for a while, because she knew that being impatient was useless. In front of this man, if he really wanted to, she would not have a chance to escape. Fortunately, it seems that he has no such interest now. "I came here simply because I was a little bored, so I just can take a look." Xia Chen didn't say anything when he heard Robin's words, but looked at her with a faint look. It wasn't until Robin was a little out of breath that Xia Chen said calmly, "Okay." Robin was a little confused, and all the words he wanted to explain were stuck in his throat. "No, do you believe me so much? This makes me a little flattered." After thinking about it, Robin still felt that it was a bit unreal and couldn't help but ask, "Do you believe what I said? Why don't you believe it?" Xia Chen asked. Xia Chen's answer should be given directly to Robin. It's normal not to believe what the strange pirate said, right? But she still didn't understand what Xia Chen was thinking, so she simply didn't care. Her life was in his hands now, so why did she think so much? Thinking of this, Robin couldn't help but want to give himself a slap, just to join in the fun by doing nothing. Now it's better, his life is not safe. Although Robin was panicking, she still forced herself to calm down and thought about ways to escape. But just as she was about to make any move, an extremely strong momentum pressed on her body, and instantly, her back was soaked with sweat. "Why are you leaving in such a hurry? How about you stay and watch a show with me?" "Can I say no? Not really possible." "Then why do you bother to ask?" "In that case, let's watch the show somewhere else. It's been a while." A few minutes later, the two came to the roof of a house, and Xia Chen watched the battle not far away with interest. "I saw that Luffy and Zoro were fighting nonstop at this time, but the difference from the original work was that in the original work, Luffy and Zoro were evenly matched. But the current situation is that Zoro has the upper hand, thanks to Xia Chen. If he hadn't been forced, to fight Zoro every day, Zoro's strength would definitely not be what it is now." Thinking of this, Xia Chen couldn't help but rub his chin and start thinking, should he find a chance to train these little brats? Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stand it anymore if they were always so weak. Just when he was still thinking, he seemed to see something, stood up immediately, and then disappeared instantly. Chong! The sound of gold and iron clashing was heard, and Zoro's knife, slashing at Luffy, was being held tightly by a black arm, preventing him from making any progress. How is this possible? Zoro's eyes widened. Why is it impossible? Do you think you are awesome if you understand the realm of cutting iron and become a real swordsman? You're still far behind, Xia Chen said calmly, but secretly sweating in his heart. Fortunately, Zoro has just realized the realm of cutting iron. Otherwise, he might not be able to catch Zoro's sword with his bare hands based on his still rudimentary armament and haki. Then he looked at Zoro and Luffy and said angrily, "Are you two trying to kill each other with this style of play?" Xia Chen's original intention was just to see the fight between Zoro and Luffy, but he didn't expect that their fight would become more and more fierce, especially Zoro's last knife. If it really hit Luffy, Luffy would be seriously injured, even if he didn't die. So, what? I will never forgive an ungrateful person. Luffy shouted, "I'm too lazy to explain to you. Let me chop you to death." Zoro was not to be outdone. Then the two started to fight again. "You two are looking for death, right?" Bang! Bang! Xia Chen directly punched each of them. Since it doesn't make sense, they have no choice but to take action. This way they will calm down faster. And the fact is just as Xia Chen expected. After some time, "Aha! Zoro, if you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have fought you if you had told me earlier. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Damn it, didn't I say anything? Did you give me a chance to explain? You just hit me in the face with your fist." It was okay if Luffy didn't say anything, but Zoro got angry when he said it, and he didn't know who it was that just couldn't listen to anyone's words. "Don't worry about that. Zoro, it was just an accident, Luffy said sheepishly. Okay, since everything is fine, let's go back. Meet them first, Xiaoqin said lightly. Then let's go, Zoro said and walked toward somewhere. But before he took a few steps, he heard Xiaoqin say, Zoro, you're going the wrong way. Ahem. Zoro pretended to cough casually and then turned around and continued walking naturally. Seeing this scene, Xiaoqin couldn't help but shake his head and then followed Zoro. He had to follow Zoro, otherwise the person would disappear while walking. As for Robin, he had already disappeared when he came to stop Luffy and the others from fighting. But it doesn't matter, he wouldn't do anything to Robin originally. Otherwise, without Robin, who will translate the historical text. Xiaoqin was walking when he suddenly heard Luffy calling his name and couldn't help but turn his head in confusion. What's wrong? You? Can you teach me to fight? I want to become stronger. The battle with Zoro just now made Luffy understand that Zoro has been making progress without knowing it, but he has not made any progress at all. Zoro's knife made him feel the danger of death. If Xiaoqin hadn't stopped him, he might have been seriously injured now. After hearing this, Xiaoqin looked at Luffy intently and didn't speak for a long time. And Luffy was staring straight at Xiaoqin, his eyes full of determination. After some time again, come tomorrow. After saying these words, Xiaoqin turned around and continued walking forward. And Luffy also showed a happy smile after receiving Xiaoqin's answer, full of longing for tomorrow's arrival. Xiaoqin was also thinking in his mind while walking. We really need to find a way to improve Luffy's strength. The enemies they are encountering now will gradually make Luffy and the others feel weak. Xiaoqin couldn't help but sigh when he thought of this. Hey, it seems that he will be very busy next time. There was no other reason why he didn't help Luffy and the others improve their strength before. It was simply because he was too lazy. But now there is no other way. We really have to help them, so that they can have the strength to solve the next series of difficulties more easily. However, Zoro's current strength is much stronger than at this period in the original work. You must know that in the original work, he only realized the realm of cutting iron when he fought Mr. One in Alabasta. It's been quite a while now. If I wait until I get to Alabasta to call Mr. One, why don't I just call him casually? Thinking that Xiaoqin was inexplicably motivated, he worked hard to improve the strength of Luffy and the others. What will happen when Alabasta comes? I'm looking forward to it. The next day, Mr. Xiaoqin, do I really not need to pretend to be Princess Vivi to lure away the pursuers? No. How many times have I said it? No. Xiaoqin's angry eyes stared at Karim, with veins popping up on his forehead, as if he was choosing someone to devour. Karim, is there something wrong with you? Why are you so annoyed? You have asked this no less than 10 times since last night. Now, let me tell you one last time. You don't have to do anything, just stay in this town, understand? As long as I'm here, even if Crocodile comes, there's nothing I can do to you. Do you understand or not? Listen, I understand. Ikaram raised his hands upright with a hint of embarrassment on his face. There was nothing he could do, and he didn't want to worry so much, but he still felt panicked. That was Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Thinking of this, Ikaram couldn't help but want to ask again. When Xiaoqin saw the way he hesitated to speak, his face immediately became clouded. If you dare to say another word, I will kill you right now. Do you believe it? Karim swallowed up everything he wanted to say in an instant, watching Xiaoqin keep nodding wildly to indicate that he understood. Seeing him like this, Xiaoqin let out a deep breath. This caused his blood pressure to soar, and he almost needed to be put on a ventilator. Then Xiaoqin turned to look at everyone and said, "Follow me." Should I go too? Usopp asked tremblingly. He learned from Luffy that Xiaoqin was going to teach them how to fight today. Since it was all about fighting, injuries would definitely be inevitable. So Usopp is a little timid now. Nonsense. Stop whining and catch up quickly. After saying that, Xiaoqin walked towards the outside of the town. Immediately afterwards, Luffy and others followed him and walked out. Although Usopp was reluctant, there was nothing he could do. Everyone had gone, so he couldn't be the only one not to go, right? Then a group of people walked out of the town in a mighty manner. In addition to Xiaoqin and his group, There were also Vivi, Ikaram, Mr. Nine, and Mississippi. These people all went there on Sunday. Although Xia Chan didn't ask them to go, he didn't object to them either. Then they can go watch the battle and learn from it, right? After a while, everyone followed Xia Chun to an open space outside the town. Xia Chun turned to look at them, pondered for a moment, and then said, "First of all, I want to teach you the 6 marine moves. Next, I will demonstrate these moves one by one." "Marine 6 styles? Are they the moves in marine?" Zoro asked in confusion. "Right. Then if we learn their moves, won't they come and catch us?" Usopp said in horror. But after he said this, everyone looked at him involuntarily, with expressions on their faces like they were looking at a fool. "What are we? Pirate? Isn't it normal for Marine to catch pirates? Does it mean that if you don't learn from him, he won't arrest you?" Xia-chan was a little speechless. This Usopp loses his wits as soon as he gets scared. "But why do you know Marine's moves?" Sanji also asked from his side. "You care about me?" Xia-chun said angrily. "Okay, stop pushing Lai and watch my next moves carefully. First of all, the first one is the most versatile move among the 6 moves, shaving. The so-called shaving means stepping on the ground more than 10 times in a very short period of time to achieve the effect of high-speed movement. Just like this." As soon as Xia-chan finished speaking, his figure instantly disappeared from the place and then appeared in front of everyone. "Sigoi, Xia-chun, is this the skill that disappeared every time before?" Luffy asked excitedly. "That's right." Xia-chun nodded and then continued. "As for this technique, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, you 3 can consider learning it. As for Usopp and Nami, you 2 can just take a look at it for now. Learning the Marine 6 styles requires certain physical requirements. Luffy and the other 3 can barely do it now, and Nami and the 2 of them can't even do it. Xia-chan brought Nami and Usopp with him today, not mainly to teach them the 6 styles, but to teach them how to see, hear, and look. This does not have any physical requirements. The next demo is Moonwalk. Moonwalk is a variant of shaving. It changes the trajectory in the air by stepping on the air at a shaving speed just before falling during the jumping process. This move is very important. With it, you have the ability to fly. After speaking, Xiaoqin also demonstrated a wave of moonwalk operations to them. The next thing I want to demonstrate is Lanjia. Paper drawing. I feel that the remaining 2 finger guns and iron blocks of Marine Type 6 are useless to you, so I won't demonstrate them. Whatever these 4 want to learn is up to you. It doesn't matter if you don't even learn it. This is purely up to you, because learning will definitely consume energy, and I can't guarantee the gains or losses. Xiaoqin's words made everyone slightly stunned, and the excitement in their eyes gradually faded, but Zoro's expression did not change at all. He has no interest in these moves at all. Only Kendo is his true love. Xiaoqin then said, "Okay, the 6th form of Marine is only second. The next thing to teach is the most important thing. Listen, in this world, there's a kind of power that is standard for all strong men, without exception." Hiss! Everyone couldn't help but take a breath after hearing Xiaoqin's words, full of anticipation for what Xiaoqin would say next. This kind of power is called domineering in the world. Haki. Luffy was a little confused. Why did he feel like he had heard this name somewhere? Suddenly, Luffy had a flash of idea and asked Xiaoqin, "Is it the Conqueror's Haki that Uncle Chrysanthemum mentioned last time?" "You are right to say that, but you are also wrong. Haki is a general term. Conqueror's Haki is just one of them, and there are very few people who have awakened it. It all depends on their qualifications." "Then do you think I have the qualifications?" Luffy asked Xiaoqin expectantly with his eyes wide open. "A little bit." Xiaoqin replied calmly. Only one of them." Luffy's tone was full of frustration when he heard Xiaoqin's words. Seeing Luffy like this, Xiaoqin didn't say anything. Of course, he wouldn't tell Luffy that his qualifications were pretty good, but he still had to give a shot to his self-confidence. Otherwise, it will be too long to wait. Conqueror's domineering is another matter, but what I want to say next is the key point. At this point, Xiaoqin glanced at everyone, and then said word by word, and I require each of you to master it. There are 3 types of Haki. In addition to the Conqueror's Haki mentioned just now, there are 2 other types, Armed Haki and Wisdom Color Haki. That's what I want you to master. Look carefully. Armed Color Haki is actually like a pair of armor. When the armor is hard enough, it can be transformed into a means of attack. As Xiaochen spoke, he wrapped his armed domineering energy around his right fist, dyeing it black. This was the ability you used to block my move last night. Zoro asked curiously from the side. Right. Armed Haki can increase defense and attack power. That's why I can block your sword with my bare hands. In addition, Armed Color Haki can also be attached to the sword. So as long as your Armed Color Haki cannot be broken, your sword will not be damaged. How are you? Are you excited? Zoro said nothing, but the excitement in his eyes fully explained his current thoughts. Protect the knife from damage? This is an irresistible temptation for him. In addition, Hokage, who you want to defeat so much, has also mastered this power, and his mastery is extremely deep. Zoro's eyes lit up even more when he heard this. An idea came to my mind silently. The first step to defeat Hokage is to master the Armed Color Haki. Okay, let's get back to the topic. In addition to the functions I mentioned above, Armed Haki also has a very important function, which is that it can touch the body of Logia users. Logia ability user? What is that? Luffy asked doubtfully, and the others looked at him curiously. I really am. Xiaochen couldn't help but hold his forehead. Then I had to educate them about all the knowledge about devil fruits. After a while, do you understand now? Xiaochen looked at Luffy and asked. Then he nodded quickly like a chicken pecking at rice. Just like the smoke man you met last time, he is Logia's devil fruit user. If you had Armed Haki at that time, you would be able to touch his entity. Of course, this has to be based on the fact that he is relatively weak. You still can't meet the top Logia experts because they can elementalize the areas where they are attacked in advance through their knowledge, color, and domineering. The Haki of seeing and hearing is a kind of Haki that can predict other people's actions in advance. After saying that, Xiaochen closed his eyes and then said to Luffy, Luffy, punch me. Out of confidence in Xiaochen's strength, Luffy punched Xiaochen without even thinking. Then when Luffy's fist was about to touch Xiaochen, he dodged Luffy's attack with a slight shake of his head. So awesome. Vivi and others on the other side looked at this scene with their mouths wide open, and an idea came to their minds. Can Crocodile resist such power? Okay, this is the basic principle. Next, let's practice the weapon colors first. I will teach you the method that I think is easiest and quickest. After saying that, Xiaochen's stick appeared in his hand. Looking at the entire pirate world, who is the best teacher? Xiaochen didn't know what others thought, but in his opinion, only one person could hold this title. That is Mr. Kaidokai, one of the 4 emperors who is now far away in the New World. 1 stick teaches Sakura, 2 sticks teaches Bamatu, and 3 sticks awaken the fruit. Teacher Kai directly upgraded Luffy from the barely powerful deputy to the emperor-level combat power in a very short period of time. How long does it take for others to complete this stage? Therefore, Kaido deserves the title of the best teacher. Luffy and the others all have the attribute of becoming stronger when they are beaten. Basically, most of their strength improvements are achieved during battles. So Xiaochen's current idea is to beat them continuously and force out their potential. It's impossible for him to teach them like Rayleigh. His own weapon skills are only at the beginning level, and he doesn't have such a deep understanding to teach them like that. So, how many sticks can he use to teach them arm domineering? Come on, everyone attacks me. As soon as Xiaochen finished speaking, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji rushed towards him. On the other hand, Nami and Usopp were still standing there without moving. Looking at the attacks from the 3 of them, Xiaochen did not move at all. When their attacks were about to fall on him, he turned his head slightly. Then, bang, bang, bang. Xiaochen first dodged all their attacks, and then knocked the 3 of them away in an instant. Then he looked at Nami and Usopp with faint eyes. Aren't you going to attack yet? I have no intention of showing mercy to you. After saying that, Xia Chen's figure disappeared instantly, and then appeared next to Nami and Usopp. When a drop of cold sweat ran down Nami and Usopp's faces. Then Xia Chun just gave a light blow, and the two of them were knocked away. Xia Chun attacks everyone with different intensity. For example, the force on Nami and Usopp was relatively light, but the force on the remaining three was relatively strong, especially Luffy, who hit even harder. This is not to say that Xia Chun treats them differently. The main reason is that Nami and Usopp are too weak now. If he hits them with the same intensity as Luffy, it may be a disaster. But even if Xia Chun only used a small amount of strength just now, the two of them are now lying on the ground with ferocious faces. Seeing this, Xia Chun couldn't help but sigh slightly. The strength of the two of them is really too poor. Then Xia Chun turned his attention to Vivi and Mr. Nine, who were watching the show next to him, and shouted to them, "Hey, you two will be their opponents." Ah! Vivi and Mr. Nine were stunned when they heard this, and then immediately responded. Yes, the scene just now really shocked them. Luffy and Zoro, two people who could hang Mr. Five and beat them, were like toys in front of Xia Chun. They couldn't help but sigh. Is this the man with a bounty of 300 million? So when Xia Chun opened his mouth, they didn't dare to resist at all and quickly agreed. After saying that, Xia Chun looked at Nami. His eyes were as calm as water, and then said calmly, "Nami, although you are the navigator on the ship and your strength is relatively unimportant, the enemies we encounter in the future will become stronger and stronger. We can't guarantee that we can protect you all the time, so you have to become stronger yourself. The harder you work now, the better your life will be in the future. Reality is not an anime. Danger is everywhere." And because of the arrival of Xia Chun, a little butterfly, some things have changed slightly. As he said, he can't guarantee what situation he will encounter next. So, it is necessary to improve Nami's self-protection ability. After saying that, Nami Xiachen looked at Usopp again. And you, Usopp, your strength is really bad. Xia Chun said without mercy. Although Usopp will have many scenes of becoming a god in the future, but it is undeniable that his hard power is indeed the lowest on the ship. So Xia Chun feels it is necessary to make Usopp stronger. He would do this even if it was for the birth of Bylin, the most powerful sword in the pirate world after Zoro. So Xia Chun has to give Usopp a little more motivation at this moment. Usopp, you already knew that your father was on the red-haired ship last time, right? Your father is very strong. Do you think that when we meet them in the future, you will fight with your father, and then your father will tell you why your strength is so weak? Hearing Xia Chen's words, this picture instantly appeared in Usopp's mind, and then he shouted loudly without even thinking for half a second, "No, I don't want to." A smile appeared on Xia Chen's lips after hearing Usopp's words. The PUA method is really useful. Okay, these two are solved. Now it's time to deal with the three. Xia Chun turned around and found that Luffy and the other three had stood up again. Luffy rolled up his sleeves, Zoro tied up his turban, and Sanji lit a cigarette. The three people looked at Xia Chun with eyes full of fighting intent. "Hey, three little Karami, I'll let you carry a bag of rice up to several floors later." Then Luffy and the three of them rushed towards Xia Chun at the same time, with perfect understanding. Bang! 3 days passed unknowingly, and on this day, Xia Chun and the others were finally leaving the island and heading to the small garden on the next island. In fact, the recording pointer had already recorded the island's magnetism, but it was only delayed for a few days due to the improvement in strength. During these 3 days, Luffy and the three of them were either being beaten or on the way to being beaten, but let alone, this method is really useful. The strength of the three of them has been significantly improved, although they have not yet mastered the armed domineering force. But if you continue at this pace, you should be able to master it in no time. The same goes for Nami and Usopp, both of whom have improved in strength. Even his own strength has improved a little during this period of continuous battles. But compared to this way of improving his strength, he still prefers the simple and unpretentious way of checking in and signing in. The improvement is huge, and you're not tired at all. Isn't it much better than this? Xia Chun lay on a chair, basking in the sun and blowing the sea breeze, and occasionally drank coffee from time to time. This life is simply too pleasant. This made Xia Chun sigh. Beyond the 3 loans, you are not among the 5 insurances. So damn comfortable. Hey, Vivi, look at them. Don't let me be lazy. Suddenly, Xia Chun shouted to Vivi, who was also sitting on a stool. Although she was also sitting on a stool, she still had a mission, that is to supervise the training of Luffy and the others. In the end, Vivi got on the boat, but Ikarim stayed at Whiskey Peak. Except for Nami, who was a navigator and wanted to observe the sea conditions. Everyone else on the ship was blindfolded on the deck and holding a stick in his hand. The 4 people sat in a ring at close range, waving the sticks in their hands around them. The screams and wails were endless. This is the method Xia Chun thought of to train them to see, hear, and feel, which is somewhat similar to the way Rayleigh taught Luffy. Moreover, since they help each other without him, they can have half a day's free time. Now that you feel comfortable, let's take a nap. I don't know how long it took. Hey everyone, try my special drink. A burst of noise woke Xia Chun up from his sleep. He slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw was a group of people lying on the ground with their heads covered, drinking drinks with happy smiles on their faces. Xia Chun also went to get a drink. He took a long sip of the drink, and it was refreshing. It was really delicious. Xia Chun, how long do we have to practice like this? Luffy asked Xia Chun with a sad face. The past few days had really put him through a lot. First, he was beaten continuously for 3 days, and then he had no rest at all and was called up early in the morning for training. Not enough sleep. Practice until you awaken to see, hear, and feel. After you awaken to see, hear, and feel, you don't need to train like this anymore, but grow in battle. Then you can relax while sailing. Then when can we awaken to see and hear? Luffy said with a grimace. It all depends on your talent. Also, when training, be aware of the changes around you. Don't just get beaten. When will you wake up? Okay, you see they have started training again. Are you sure you want to stay here? Xia Chun pointed to the 3 people next to him. Seeing this scene, Luffy couldn't sit still for a moment and immediately ran over to join them. He is the captain. What will happen if he is weaker than the crew? As for Xia Chun, he is the deputy captain, so that doesn't count. Seeing this, Xia Chun smiled happily, feeling inexplicably like an old father nurturing his son to become a talent. Especially Usopp. I don't know if it was what he said last time that made him very motivated. No matter what kind of training he is doing these days, he is the most diligent one, which is very worthy of praise. After looking at them again, Xia Chun's eyes turned to the front, and his thoughts gradually drifted away as he looked at the endless sea. Small garden? It's a bit exciting. A few days later, Xia Chun and his party finally arrived at their next destination, the small garden. Looking at the plants on the island that could only be seen in ancient times, Xia Chun's eyes shone with interest. The little garden is an ancient island, and everything on the island is stuck in ancient times. In addition to these vegetation, there are also a bunch of extinct saber-toothed tigers and dinosaurs from Xia Chun's previous life. And the most important thing is that there are 2 giants of Elbaf, Dongli, and Bragi. Xia Chun was very interested in these 2 giants who had fought on this island 100 years ago, and the bounty 100 million years ago had reached 100 million berries. You must know that the bounty at that time was not as high as hundreds of millions of Beliries like it is now. At that time, the gold content of the 100 million bounty was very high, especially the combined attack technique used by the 2 of them when they destroyed Kid's ship in the future. It was so powerful. To be honest, Xia Chun wanted to feel the power of his combined attack technique. Of course, he has a way out. If he really can't resist it, he can use Somersault Cloud to escape. Being able to bend and stretch is a principle he has always adhered to. After all, he is not as brave as the Ship King. At this time, Nami couldn't help feeling that her legs were shaking a little as she looked at several ferocious beasts from ancient times that appeared on the island from time to time. Well, I think we can actually just stay on the ship and recharge the magnetism. There's no need to go to the island. You think so? Usopp. In this situation, Nami wanted to find someone who could resonate with her. But when she looked at Usopp, she found that Usopp, who was more afraid than him in the past, didn't have the slightest fear this time. Instead, he stared straight ahead. Xiao Chun, who saw this scene next to him, couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. It seemed that the training during this period was very effective, and it even made Usopp not afraid anymore. Well, at least that's what it seems on the surface. But in fact, what only Usopp himself knows is that he is still very panicked, but he is just trying not to let himself be afraid. He's a man who wants to become a brave sea warrior. How could he do it just because of this? Actually, I think what you said makes perfect sense, Nami. Let's collect magnetism on the ship, Omega. In less than 3 seconds, Usopp's true form was revealed, and his whole body was trembling with fear. Crack! Xiao Chun couldn't help but slap his forehead. Misreading. Sure enough, the cowardly personality that has persisted for so many years cannot be changed in a short period of time. Shaking his head, Xiao Chun prepared to go to the island to experience what the environment of the primeval forest was like. The moment he stepped onto the island, the familiar system prompt sounded again. Ding! I successfully checked into the small garden, and the level of armed color domineering has been improved. It is currently an intermediate level of armed color domineering. In an instant, Xiao Chun felt a surge of energy in his body and waited for the movement to subside. Xiao Chun raised his hand slightly, and the armed color instantly wrapped around it. In Xiao Chun's feeling, the intensity was much stronger than before, but he doesn't know exactly how strong it is. Thinking of this, Xiao Chun suddenly remembered a question and couldn't help but ask the system. System, when can I master Lu Ying? Ding! When the host breaks through the advanced weapon color, it will automatically master the flow of Sakura. But because the flow of Sakura is just a skill, it is not a withdrawal of domineering strength. P.S. Purely personal understanding, refer to the battle between Card 2 and Luffy. So if the host wants to master it, even the intermediate weapon color can be mastered, but the host needs to understand it by himself. Okay, let's go slowly without seeing you off. Let him control Lu Ying by himself? Are you kidding me? You said that it's okay for him to use the armed color every day to increase the strength of the armed color. How does he master such a technical thing? Do you want him to figure out on his own, just based on the words flowing domineering? Are you kidding me? Isn't this equivalent to telling him that atomic bombs are made using the nuclear fission reaction of atoms, and then asking him to rub one out with his own hands? Although this is much more difficult than mastering Lu Ying, this is the truth. It seems that he should just wait until his weapon color reaches a high level, and the system will automatically help him master the flow Sakura. He himself will definitely be ruined anyway. Then Xiao Chun randomly found a direction and walked directly to the island. When Vivi saw this situation, she followed him with all her might. After all, in her opinion, staying with Xiao Chun was the safest. Then Luffy found a random direction and ran inside excitedly. He has been practicing every day for a while, which has almost bored him to death. Now that he has finally seen an island, not to mention how excited he is. Hey Zoro, come back and kill a bigger beast for me later, Sanji said calmly. Don't worry, I will definitely bring back a beast of a size that you can't possibly get. What are you talking about, you stupid green algae head? Are you deaf, Chef Curly? In an instant, an invisible lightning burst out where the two people's eyes met. In this case, Sanji said, and jumped directly from the boat. Then let's compete to see who can catch the bigger prey. Okay, let's compete. Are you afraid that you won't succeed? The two of them hummed at the same time, and then walked in opposite directions, both of them holding back a sense of energy that they could never lose to the other. Hey, this dinosaur is really big. If you kill it, how many meals will it take to feed the whole ship? Xiao Chun said as he looked at the huge dinosaur in front of him. Mr. Xiao Chun, is it time to discuss how many meals this dinosaur can feed us? Vivi on the side almost cried when she saw this scene. This is a dinosaur. Can you respect it? However, Xiao Chun didn't care what Vivi said at this time, but thought of a question. It seems that he can kill all these dinosaurs and put them in the system space. In this way, you can eat dinosaur meat even outside the small garden. Xiaochen feels that he is really a genius. Thinking like this, Xiaochen looked at the dinosaur in front of him with fiery eyes. It seems that he is going to physically exterminate the dinosaurs on this island. Hey, hey! Lan Jia! Several slashes burst out from Xiaochen's feet, speeding towards the dinosaur in front of him. In less than a second, the dinosaur's body was divided into several parts before it could react. Then it disappeared instantly and was taken into the system space by Xiaochen. In the following period, Xiaochen continued to take Vivi to hunt dinosaurs. Vivi also went from being shocked at the beginning to being calm now. There are a lot of things. After you experience them once, you won't be so afraid of them. This is the case with Vivi now. Seeing Xiaochen killing these dinosaurs like chopping melons and vegetables, Vivi had an inexplicable illusion that I could do it too. If her body's instinct hadn't restrained her, she might have had to go up and give these dinosaurs two big dicks. This is it. Xiaochen, who was hunting for dinosaurs, had a look of surprise in his eyes. A house made of wax appeared before his eyes. If you remembered correctly, Mr. 3 should have done this, right? It's a pity that no one is here. With a sense of sight and color, he didn't sense the presence of anyone inside. But since you happen to meet him, let's go in and have a look. Xiaochen walked to the door, pushed it open and walked in, then sat generously on the wax chair inside. On the table were several teacups and a pot of still warm tea. Xiaochen took out 2 cups from his system space and handed one to Vivi. He has no habit of drinking from other people's cups. Then Xiaochen gently touched the teapot with his hand, and a cluster of flames popped out. Who doesn't know how to play with fire these days? After the tea was heated, Xiaochen poured a cup for himself and Vivi respectively. Xiaochen couldn't help but sigh after taking a sip of tea. I still have to drink Earl Grey tea for this afternoon tea. Indeed, this Earl Grey tea tastes really good. Vivi also sighed. Why did a wax house suddenly appear in this forest? This should be done by the person codenamed Mr. 3 in your company. Oh, Mr. 3, Vivi replied subconsciously, but the next second she seemed to feel that something was not right. WW? What? Mr. 3? Vivi spit out a sip of tea towards Xiaochen before she drank it. Xiaochen. Xiaochen made a slight move with his hand, and a strong wind appeared, blowing aside the tea that Vivi spit out. What's all the fuss about? No. Sorry, Vivi said apologetically. Her thinking has not changed yet. Although she knows that Xiaochen is very strong, she still can't help but feel a little scared when she hears the person at the front of Baroque Studio. Just when Xiaochen was about to say something else, a huge noise came along with a slight earthquake. This is... Xiaochen walked out of the room and jumped into the sky in a few seconds. I saw that the volcano in the middle of the island was erupting violently. At the same time, he also saw 2 giants standing up and staring at each other. It was Broggy and Tori. Xiaochen murmured, "The Battle of Giants? It's quite interesting." After saying that, Xiaochen shouted, "Somersault cloud." In an instant, a yellow cloud appeared in front of Xiaochen's eyes, and then flew to Vivi below under his control. "Come up, Vivi." Can you step on this cloud?" Vivi couldn't help but swallowed. But out of trust in Xiaochen, she slowly stood up. The moment she stepped on it, a soft feeling hit her, making her couldn't help but step on it a few more times. Needless to say, it's quite comfortable. But the next second, somersault cloud took her across hundreds of meters and appeared in front of Xiaochen in less than a second. It really scared her to death. Xiaochen didn't hesitate and stepped on it. Then, under the control of his mind, the somersault cloud instantly flew above the battle between Dongli and Broggy. When it comes to watching a battle, the perspective from the air is definitely the best. The main reason is that it takes no effort to use somersault clouds. If you use moonwalk, you have to step on the air from time to time. Aren't you tired? If you want to say that he didn't have the conditions before, then forget it. Now that he has the conditions, he must make good use of it. At this time, Dongli and Broggy below were clashing again and again, and the aftermath of the battle made the surrounding trees rustle. Xiaochen looked at this scene and was amazed. This strength is indeed good, but is not as strong as Xiaochen imagined. No wonder Mr. 3 and the others were in such a mess in the original work, even though it was said that they were injured. But it also proves from the side that their strength is not very strong. To be honest, it was really easy for Xiachun to beat them with his strength. Now, after watching their battle, the only thing that interested him was their combined attack skills. Don't let him down. The fierce battle continued, but as time passed, the physical strength of the two people began to slowly decline, and they continued to become more and more angry. At a certain moment, the two men's eyes narrowed, and the shields in their hands smacked each other's head at the same time. Two clang. Sounds were heard one after the other. The 73,466th battle. The 73,466th level. Then they both fell backward. After about 10 seconds, the two of them laughed at the same time. But this laughter sounded a bit, to Xiachun, a bit unique. At the same time, Xiachun also saw Luffy below, so he controlled the somersault cloud to float over. See Guai, the battle between the giant uncle is so fierce. Luffy couldn't help but sigh. It's really intense. When Luffy heard the sound, he couldn't help but turn his head and look towards the place where the sound came from. At a glance, he saw Xiachun and Vivi sitting on a yellow cloud. Nabla! In an instant, Luffy ran to Xiachun's side and circled around him vigorously. Xiachun, why are you sitting on the cloud? Where did your cloud come from? As he spoke, Luffy couldn't help but poke the somersault cloud with his hand, and the soft touch made him even more excited. Then he looked at Xiachun with burning eyes. Xiachun knew what he was thinking when he looked at him like this, and said angrily, "This was made by my ability. I can't give you one." The excitement on Luffy's face faded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his whole body turned from excitement to listlessness in just 1 second. Xiachun didn't continue to look at him. Anyway, Luffy's character would be lost for a while. He'll be fine later. Want to ride on his somersault cloud? He doesn't have any hair. That's how he treats them differently. Women can sit on his clouds, but men? Get out of here. Boom! The sound of footsteps hitting the ground came, and along with the slight vibration of the ground, Dongli slowly appeared in front of Xiachun and the others. Xiachun raised his head slightly and looked at Dongli. The feeling of seeing this giant clan from the sky was completely different from that of the giant clan on the ground. From this perspective, this giant looks a bit big. Thinking of this, Xiachun couldn't help but be a little curious. If the ordinary giants are so big, how big must the Oz ones be? Luffy, is this your friend? The sound of Dongli's urn came. Yes, Uncle Giant, they are all my partners. Ahaha, since I am your partner, you are welcome to eat these dinosaur meats as you like. By the way, I just got a few barrels of wine from Broggy, and he said they were given by a girl with a long nose and orange hair. Oh, they're my partners too. Really? Ha ha ha. In this case, I will assume that these wines were given to me by you, and I won't be polite. After saying that, Dongli took out a few small wine barrels and prepared to drink them in one gulp. Xiachun's eyes narrowed when he saw this scene. In an instant, Xiachun's figure disappeared from the place, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Dongli. Xiachun kicked all the wine in Dong Li's hand away. Dong Li's eyes narrowed. He looked at Xiachun and asked unkindly, "Friend, what are you doing? You'll find out later." Before Dong Li could ask the next question, all the wine barrels that had just flown exploded in the air. This is this. Luffy's face was filled with horror. Why does the wine explode? Xiachun replied calmly. In addition to us, people from the Baroque studio are also here on this island, and they have tampered with the wine. You'll be found dead. Luffy showed his original expression and then asked doubtfully, "Why do you know these things, Xiachun?" "You will know when you reach my level of experience." Due to the passage of time, Xiachun didn't actually remember the explosion at the cocktail party. It wasn't until he sensed something strange in the wine that he remembered the plot, and then decisively kicked the barrel away. But at this time, Dong Li still looked at them with a frown and did not believe Xiachun's words. "What kind of trick are you playing? Didn't you hear already? Uncle Giant, there are other people on this island, and they are very interested in your head. Uncle Blue, Ogre Tory, Dongli's eyes narrowed when he heard Xiachun call out his title, and then he stared at Xiachun. Since you know my title, it proves that you have seen my reward order. So, you are also here to take my head? After all, I know how attractive my 100 million head is to people. 100 million? Uncle, do you have a reward of 100 million? Sigwoi, Luffy shouted in surprise. 100 million? It's indeed a lot, but I'm not interested in your heads. Otherwise, why did I stop you from drinking the wine just now? Wouldn't it be more convenient to let the wine explode in your stomach and then kill you? Xia Chun said lightly. Of course it's because you know that you can't defeat me even if I'm injured, so you want to gain my trust through this method, and then give me a fatal blow. What a pity your plan is so clumsy, I can see through it at a glance. Speaking of this, Dongli couldn't help but reveal a proud smile on his face, an expression that sees everything through. Seeing Dong Li's appearance, Xiachun didn't know what to say for a moment. No, you have a very rich imagination. Wouldn't it be a waste of your talents to spend all day in this deserted place? And you are quite confident in your strength. Is it the 100 million bounty that gives you the confidence? Xiachun didn't say anything, but directly threw out his reward order, and then said calmly, "Then let Marine tell you whose head is more valuable." Although Dongli's 100 million bounty has a relatively high gold content, but so what? He is the one with the higher bounty now. It is impossible to say that the bounty from 100 years ago will be upgraded now, right? 300 million berries? Dongli said in disbelief. So now you think I need to put on so much drama if I want to deal with you? Xiachun put his hands behind his back, and a faint air of pretentiousness filled the scene. He could now understand why Luffy and the others were so obsessed with the bounty. This pretense is really useful, and those with higher bounties are naturally better than those with lower bounties. So Zoro likes to use his bounty to taunt Sanji so much. This can be summed up as follows. Facts speak louder than words. Although the level of the bounty is actually determined based on the threat, it has quietly become a standard for measuring strength. Therefore, if my bounty is higher than yours, I am better than you. No, this is not you either. Are you using someone else's reward order to fool me? Xiachun, you have bad eyesight? How could you tell that this is not me? Xiachun is really angry. No one can recognize him. How can he pretend to be so cool? Except for looking a bit like you. This reward is not you in any other way, right? Nonsense. Can I still be different from myself? Xiachun took a deep breath and calmed down his mood. Since you think this is not me, then I will prove it to you. Anyway, I was planning to fight with you. After saying that, Xiachun's eyes narrowed, and he faintly uttered a few words. Demon form, turn on. As Xiachun finished speaking, a black flame appeared out of thin air and enveloped him. Gradually, the clothes on Xiachun's body began to turn black and seemed to have a flowing effect. The golden pupils and black hair all turned to blood color at this moment. Finally, as a black flame surrounded Xiachun, a powerful wave spread out in all directions with Xiachun as the center. Black and red lightning continued to shine in the sky. The powerful momentum even uprooted the surrounding trees. At this time, Vivi and Luffy, who were below, were both rushed away by this momentum. What is this? Vivi grabbed a stone and said in horror. Xiachun said it seems to be one of his forms. Luffy said, holding the stone with one hand and scratching his head with the other. At this moment, Vivi's offer Xiachun couldn't help but rise to a new level. The time spent together clearly made her feel that Xiachun was not that scary, but now looking at Xiachun's demonic form. Ouch, so scary. This fluctuation affects not only Luffy and the others, but also Broggy, Nami, and others on the other side. It's just that they're no longer affected by the momentum here, but they must be aware of such a big movement. Broggy's eyes narrowed. That direction is Dongli. Thinking of this, Broggy didn't hesitate at all. He picked up the axe next to him and rushed in that direction. Usopp and Nami did not hesitate when they saw this situation, and both ran towards the direction of the noise. Not only that, all the animals on the island felt the movement at this time, and they ran around in panic. Sanji and Zoro, who were somewhere, were also heading towards this place. At this time, on Xia Chen's side, Dong Li, who was facing Xia Chun, felt even more oppressive. So, am I the same as in the reward order? Xia Chun asked lightly. Dong Li did not answer, but looked at Xia Chun solemnly. Don't be so nervous, relax. Dear, this is the wine I brought. There is absolutely no danger. Xia Chun took out a few barrels of wine from Whiskey Peak from the system space and threw them to Dong Li. During the few days at Whiskey Peak, he didn't just train Luffy and the others. In his occasional free time, he borrowed all the wine on the island. To put it bluntly, if he could find a drop of wine in the entire Whiskey Mountain when he left, he would lose. Don't ask why he is so confident. Ask him because he is so domineering and knowledgeable. As for when, let's wait until he travels around the world for a week. Dong Li took the wine thrown by Xia Chun, opened the barrel, and poured it in without hesitation. Judging from momentum that just erupted from Xia Chun, he was definitely not his opponent. So, if Xia Chun really wanted to kill him, there was really no need to stop him from drinking the barrel of explosive wine. Moreover, he had just recognized something contained in the aura that erupted from Xia Chun. Conqueror's dominance. A person with the potential of a king believes that the other party will not use such despicable methods. After a few breaths, Dong Li drank all the barrels of wine. Ha ha! It feels good. I haven't had such a delicious wine in a long time. Just when he was about to say something else, an anxious voice came. Hey, Dong Li, are you okay? Dong Li turned around when he heard the sound and found that it was Broggy who was calling him and running towards him. Oh, Broggy, it's okay. This guy just bought me a drink of wine. Broggy, who rushed over at this time, was stunned when he heard Dong Li's words. He first looked at Xia Chun and Dong Li, and then at the shabby land around him. After a long while, he choked out a sentence. The way you treat me to a drink is a bit unique. Well, Dong Li felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. He couldn't say that it was because he didn't believe Xia Chun just now that it led to the current result, right? Doesn't that make him look a little stupid? No, you must not let Broggy know. Thinking of this, Dong Li immediately said, well, it's mainly because this little brother wants to have a fight with me, and the reward is these barrels of wine. There's a reason why Dong Li said this, because he did feel the fighting spirit from Xia Chun, and he could see that the other party wanted to fight with him. As a soldier of Elbaf, even if he knows that he is not the opponent's opponent, he must not be timid in fighting, because this is his honor as a soldier of Elbaf. Xia Chun couldn't help but chuckle when he heard Dong Li's words. He still liked Dong Li's wise look just now, but he didn't intend to dismantle him, but followed his words and said, Yes, I want to fight. But not with him, but with you too. Huh? Broggy couldn't help but be confused for a moment after hearing this. You said you wanted to fight the two of us. Yes. As reward, I will give you a few more barrels of wine. Boy, are you serious? The combined strength of the two of us is not simply 1 + 1. Broggy said, staring at Xia Chun. Of course I'm serious. Xia Chun nodded, then suddenly raised his voice and shouted. Xia Chun, I hereby challenge the two warriors of Elbaf, Dong Li and Broggy. The moment Xia Chun finished speaking, Dong Li and Broggy's eyes narrowed, and the expressions on their faces began to become serious. Then they all said, Dong Li, me Broggy, your challenge accepted. After hearing the answer he wanted, a smile appeared on Xia Chen's lips. For these two warriors who regard fighting as an honor, challenging them in their own way is undoubtedly the best way. Then, I'm coming. As soon as the words fell, Xia Chen's figure disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Dong Li. Xia Chun raised the stick in his hand and hit Dong Li hard. As a man who had experienced thousands of battles, Dong Li had already reacted the moment Xia Chun appeared. He also picked up his sword and faced Xia Chun. The moment the sword and the stick collided, a powerful shock wave spread from the center of the fight between the two, causing the surrounding land to be baptized again. And obviously Xia Chen's size is completely incomparable to Dong Li, but now Xia Chun is the stronger one in terms of strength. Under Xia Chen's constant pressure, Dong Li's sword began to bend slowly. At this moment, a voice came from behind Xia Chun. Boy, don't forget there is me. Broggy's axe struck Xia Chun at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, Xiaochen also gave up attacking Dongli, used Moonwalk to avoid the attack, and then hit Bragi with a stick with his backhand. Chong! The sound of gold and iron clashing was heard, and the weapons of the two men collided in the air. But in just a moment, Bragi's face showed a look of horror. This power! How can it be so strong? The power from Xiachen's little stick was at least several times that of Dong Li's when he fought with him. So he only lasted for about a second, and Bragi was knocked away with his axe and landed a few times. 100 meters away. Bragi! Dongli shouted. Uncle Dongli, don't be distracted during the battle. Xiachen's voice came faintly from behind Dongli, instantly making him break into a layer of cold sweat. When Dongli turned around quickly, and what caught his eye was a small stick, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He quickly moved his shield in front of him. Bang! Another powerful and deep voice came. Dongli also received the same flight package as Bragi. Xiachen stood in the air and looked at them quietly. At this time, Xiachen's demon-like appearance and the sight of the two giants struggling to get up on the opposite side caused a great shock to everyone. Is this Mr. Xiachen's power? Vivi asked dully. Me too. This is the first time I see Xiachen fighting like this. Luffy next to him also said in shock. At this moment, he deeply felt the gap between himself and Xiachen. The strength that Xiachen showed now was completely different from when he fought against them. It was not on the same level at all. From this point of view, Xiachen usually releases the sea every time. At this time, there was another place not far from Xiachen. Mr. 3, are we sure we are going to cause trouble with these people? A person who looked like a little girl said in horror to the wretched man with a 3 in his hair next to him. This, Mississippi Golden Wiki, what do you think? I think we should make a strategic retreat first. Mr. 3 pondered for a moment, and then said with great agreement, I think you're right. At this moment, Mr. 3 just wanted to escape from this place, and all the boss's orders were forgotten at this time. Although he will definitely die if he disobeys the order, as long as he does not go back, the sea is so big that there is no place for him. In this case, the chance of death will be much smaller, but if he is asked to go up and trouble Xiachen now, he firmly believes that he will die 100%. A fool should know how to choose between these two options, right? Then the two of them tiptoed towards the outside of the forest. Hey, you two. I'm not Mr. 3, and I don't know anything about Baroque Studio, let alone Crocodile. The sudden sound frightened Mr. 3 so much that he couldn't even speak. Zoro, Sanji? They didn't say anything yet. Originally, the two of them saw someone sneaking around and wanted to ask them what they were doing. But now it seems there is no need to ask. Baroque Studio, Crocodile, and Mr. 3, as this person calls him, combined with the 3 hairstyle on his head, aren't you just asking for it? They're not stupid like Luffy. They still have some brains, okay? Sanji's eyes turned cold, and he said coldly, Baroque Studio? Are you here to hunt down Vivi again? You are really haunted. Zoro also said at the side, and then slowly pulled out the knife from his waist. No, we are not. Mr. 3 waved his hands in a hurry to explain, but it was obvious that Zoro and Sanji would not give him this chance, and they both rushed towards him. Damn it! Mr. 3 couldn't help but cursed secretly, and then looked at Zoro and the others with cold eyes. You forced me to do this. He really doesn't dare to provoke Xiachen. After all, he has a bounty of 300 million, but you two who don't even have a cent bounty dare to trouble him? If a tiger doesn't show off its power, do you really think it is a soft persimmon? At this moment, a new idea appeared in Mr. 3's mind. He wanted to kidnap these two people. In this way, even if something happens later, he can escape with these two hostages. With this thought, Mr. 3 turned his hand into wax and waved it, and 2 large balls of wax flew towards Zoro and Sanji. But the current Zoro and Sanji are not comparable to before. They are not just playing around these days. Every time they think of that battle, they can't help but feel a little scared, but it's true that their strength improves quickly. At least in their current view, Mr. 3's attack was much slower than when Xiachen hit them. Both of them just dodged the incoming wax with a slight dodge. Ow, how was it possible? Mr. 3 was horrified. The speed of his move is very fast. In previous battles, he has always been successful in attacking enemies, and can easily block the opponent's ability to move. But now how can these two people avoid his moves so easily? He is not like Sisterly, but he didn't have much time to think at this time, because Zoro and Sanji were already in front of him. Candle wall. He subconsciously turned the wax in his hand into a wall to block himself. Then he stood behind the wall and said confidently, "The hardness of my candle wall is very hard. You guys are absolutely..." Before Mr. 3 finished speaking, the smile froze on his face. He saw that the candle wall, which he thought was very hard just now, was beginning to have cracks on both sides, and the cracks were getting bigger and bigger. Boom! With a violent sound. What caught his eyes were 3 knives and a foot. Puff! After Zoro slashed him with 3 knives, Sanji kicked him with his feet. Mr. 3 was kicked dozens of meters away with a powerful force. At the same time, blood spattered from the knife mark on his chest, and then he fell to the ground without moving. Mr. 3 defeated. Then Zoro looked at Mississippi Golden Week aside with cold eyes. Seeing Zoro's fierce face, Mississippi Golden Week tilted her head and fainted. "Hey, Zoro, why are you scaring a little girl? Isn't that so inappropriate? She fainted on her own. What does it have to do with me?" Zoro shrugged, then put away his knife and stood up, saying to Sanji, "Do you feel that these enemies are a bit of a S***T?" Sanji said as he walked forward. "Is it possible that we have become too strong now? Is it possible that it's mainly because I cut him seriously and injured him, but in fact, your kick has no power at all?" What are you talking about, idiot? It was obviously my kick that seriously injured me. Okay. I cut it. I kicked it." When Zoro and Sanji eliminated Mr. 3, Nami and Usopp also met 2 people they didn't want to meet. Mr. 5 and Mississippi Valentine's Day. The 4 of them stood face to face, with expressions on their faces that made it difficult to tell what they were thinking. "How did you meet them? What should you do?" Nami gestured to Usopp with her eyes. "You asked me who I asked?" Usopp replied with the same look. Even though they have been training these days, especially Usopp, he can be said to be the hardest working one among them all. But effort does not necessarily mean strength. And even though their strength has improved now, their cowardly character for so long is still deeply affecting them. For a moment, the 2 of them froze on the spot, not knowing what to do. While the 2 of them were troubled, little did they know that Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine were even more troubled than them on Valentine's Day. They also saw the scene where Xia-chan fought with 2 giants just now. As outstanding members of Baroque Studio, they made the same decision as Mr. 3. Run away. It can only be said that we are not a family, and we do not enter the same family. Even when they were escaping, they were still glad that it was not Xia-chun who fought with them at Whiskey Peak last time, otherwise they would have survived. But while running, they were forced to receive good news and bad news. Bad news. I met someone from the Straw Hat Pirates. Good news. There is no bounty on these 2 people. They look like 2 weak chickens. 2 against 2, the advantage lies with them. In that case, Mr. 5 and Mississippi Valentine looked at each other, and then they instantly turned around and wanted to knock these 2 people down. But what caught their eyes were 2 small ammunition packets flying towards them. Subconsciously, they attacked the 2 ammunition. The moment it hits the ammunition explodes instantly. This is of course no big deal to Mr. 5 because he ate the explosive fruit, but it is not so friendly to Mississippi Valentine's Day. It immediately blew her into disgrace. hole. Mr. 5 waved away the smoke caused by the explosion in front of his eyes. As soon as he regained his sight, he saw a sledgehammer zooming in front of his eyes. Mississippi Nami also took a stick and hit her hard on Valentine's Day. Passed. Bang! Bang! The 2 of them flew backwards at the same time and fell heavily to the ground. Damn it! I must kill them. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine were both furious, but before they could get up, 2 more ammunition packs flew towards them, and Usopp's voice also sounded not far away. Pepper Star. After hearing this, the 2 people immediately felt that something bad was going to happen and struggled to stand up, but it was too late at this time. Two chilly stars just hit them in the face. Instantly, a burning pain came from their faces. It was so hot that they felt that their skin was about to ulcerate, rolling on the ground. Naturally, Usopp and Nami would not miss such a good opportunity. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. This is what Xia-Chun said to them most often during the battle. The two of them ran up to them, beating hard with hammers and sticks like gangsters fighting in the street. At this time, Mr. Five and Mississippi Valentine were beaten and felt like they were going to die of suffocation. They feel that their methods have not been used yet, and they are in this situation for no reason. The problem is that now they have no strength to resist. Under Usopp and Nami's storm-like offensive, they feel that their consciousness is slowly disappearing. At the moment when I fainted, there was only one thought in my mind. I'm not willing to give in. Usopp and Nami's offensive did not stop because they fainted. They continued to attack hard, and they did not stop until they were a little exhausted. Shouldn't they be able to get up? Usopp sat down on the ground and asked, panting. Next to him, Nami was also very tired and replied intermittently. Looking at them, they look like this. They probably can't get up. At this time, Mr. Five and Miss Valentine's bodies were extremely swollen and covered in bruises, especially their two faces, whose original appearance was completely unrecognizable. The two of them just rested where they were. After a while, Usopp's sudden laughter startled Nami next to him, and he couldn't help but said angrily, Usopp, what are you doing? I suddenly felt that these enemies that seemed very strong before were actually not as strong as we thought. Just like this time, we defeated someone who we thought we couldn't win no matter what. After saying that, Usopp clenched his fist and spoke again after a few seconds. Through this battle, I can clearly feel that my strength has improved. Not only physically, but also mentally. I now have the courage to challenge the seemingly invincible enemy. I will become more and more brave in the future. One day, I will become a brave sea warrior. When he said this, Usopp stood up and shouted. Nami on the side looked at this scene blankly, and after a long time said, You will definitely do it. Then stood up and continued walking towards their previous destination. Let's go and see what's going on over there. The fighting has not stopped until now. Time goes back to when Xia-Chun had just beaten Dong Li and Broggy out. Looking at the two people standing up again, Xia-Chun chuckled and said, You too. How about you let me feel the pressure? Dong Li and Broggy were both startled when they heard this. And then Broggy sneered, Boy, are you crazy? I'm only 16 years old, uncle. Can you stop being crazy? Xia-Chun responded with a big white fan grin. 16 years old? So young? Isn't that even a fraction of our age? That's the truth, so you know, if you lose too badly, your face won't look good. Dong Li raised his eyebrows when he heard this. You mean the two of us will definitely lose? It's just a matter of misfortune or not. That's right. Xia-Chun replied calmly. Interesting. Since you were so confident, let's give it a try. Having said that, Dong Li and Broggy attacked Xia-Chun at the same time. Due to their size advantage, the two of them arrived in front of Xia-Chun in a very short time. The axe and sword slashed at Xia-Chun at the same time. P.S. Since the combat power of the anime has collapsed quite seriously, I'm also very entangled in many settings regarding combat power. Some of the combat power manifestations in this chapter are purely my personal opinions. I also try to write as logically as possible. One thing, if there's any mistake, please forgive me. Xia-Chun stood there without making any movement, but the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Clang! The sound of collision was heard, and Dong Li and Broggy had expressions of surprise on their faces. They saw that their axes and swords did not hit Xia-Chun at all, but hit a bloody defensive shield surrounding Xia-Chun. That's right, this is the master created by Xia-Chun. Don't be afraid. It's just that a little change occurred in the demonized state. First of all, the defensive shield turned into blood under the infection of murderous aura. And secondly, it has one more small function than the original one. Xia-Chun opened his mouth slightly. Bounce! In an instant, a powerful force burst out from Xia-Chun's defensive shield, directly knocking Dong Li and Broggy away. Now Xia Chen's defensive shield, as long as it is not strong enough to break it, will rebound with whatever force is used, which is not just a little bit stronger than before. However, there is a limitation that this effect can only be achieved in the demonized state, not under normal circumstances. In fact, Xia Chen and Dong Li didn't plan to use forms when they were fighting, but there was no way. People didn't believe him, so they had to use forms to prove it. The consequence after opening the form is that their strength is no longer at the same level now. They can't even break his shield, and beating him doesn't even count as scraping him, and he has an anti-armor effect. After a while, before he could take action, they had already killed him. Xia Chen dispersed the defensive shield and said to the two of them, "Let's bypass these boring battles and just use your combined attack skills. I'm really looking forward to the power of your combined attack skills." After hearing this, the two people first looked at each other and then looked at Xia Chen at the same time. Dong Li asked, "Are you sure you want us to use the combined attack technique? It is very powerful. It's good if it's powerful, but it's boring if it's not powerful." Hearing what Xia Chen said, the two of them did not hesitate anymore because they also knew that without the use of combined attack skills, they would not be Xia Chen's opponents at all, and they were not even qualified to fight with him. The two of them could only compete with Xia Chen in terms of the power they unleashed from their combined attack skills. In this case, don't die. After saying that, Dong Li and Broggy stood on one side, holding their swords and axes high. In an instant, the aura of the two of them continued to grow stronger. When it reached a peak, the two of them simultaneously picked up the weapons in their hands and waved forward. Hegemony, a powerful attack burst out from the intersection of the two weapons, and, at the same time, the two weapons collapsed at the same time. Seeing the attack coming towards him, Xia Chen's face showed excitement. Can you feel such a strong pressure from such a distance? Come on. Let me see the value of the hegemony. After saying that, a bloody arrogance enveloped the stick in Xia Chen's hand, and then struck hard at the incoming attack. Great Weed Thunder 8 trigrams. Boom! The moment the two attacks came into contact, a devastating wave came from the center of the battle, and the powerful aftermath lifted up the surrounding land layer after layer. Drink! Give me break! After holding on for more than 10 seconds, Xia Chen roared and used force again, smashing the overlord to pieces. "Ha ha! The power is indeed strong enough," Xia Chen said after laughing loudly. On the other hand, Dong Li and Broggy on the opposite side looked dull and did not react for a long time. The overlord was defeated frontally? Even though they had seen this situation with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it. No one knew the power of the overlord better than the two parties involved. In the past, no matter what difficulties they encountered, they could use this trick to defeat the enemy. But now, he was actually resisted by a 16-year-old boy. Is it because they are old? They can no longer carry the knife? It doesn't make sense. And Xia Chen here also released the demonized form after taking this move, and at the same time, he also made a judgment in his heart. The power of the overlord did not seem to be as powerful as he imagined. Although he had used all his strength to resist the overlord this time, he would not be able to stop it if it were any stronger. But the problem is that he thought he was unstoppable. After all, hegemony has only appeared twice, and both times had shocking effects. The first time I used this move to kill the island-eating monster on the west side of the island, the Goldfish King. The second time was even more shocking, directly wiping out the entire Kid Pirates. At that time, it caused a great shock to Xia Chen. But now that he has personally experienced the power of this move, he has a different idea. At that time, the two main members of the Kid Pirates, Kid and Kira, were instantly killed by the red-haired Dodge. The remaining members did not have much role at all, and it is not known how strong they are. Moreover, this move of the Overlord at that time only cut their ship directly open, so the specific power was unknown and could only be guessed. But now he knows. Although he doesn't know how strong his strength is after turning on the demonized state, it is expected to be at the level of the Emperor's deputy at best, or even worse. At least now, if he were asked to fight Ka-Air, he would most likely not be able to beat him, but it shouldn't be too different. During this time, he also roughly understood how the system classified domineering levels. For example, the color of foreseeing the future like Card 2 is the top level of knowledge, which is the next level after advanced. He is only at the intermediate level of S** X appeal now, which is 2 levels behind him. How can he fight? And as expected, Kaji's armament has reached a high level. This can be seen from the fact that when he fought with Luffy, he beat Luffy until his hands shook. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that his strength was greatly improved after being transformed into a demon, he wouldn't dare to compare himself with Ka-Air. It seems that he was really merciful during the battle with Hawkeye. Now that Xia-Chun has seen the power of Bagua, the next combined attack skill he is looking forward to is Bahai. The power of Bahai must be much stronger than that of Bagua. After all, this is the combined attack skill of 2 Four Emperors, and you can tell which one is more powerful from the name. One is the country and the other is the sea. Dominating a country or dominating the sea, can you tell which one is more awesome, right? But if you want to experience the power of this move, you don't have the opportunity for the time being. Xia-Chun slowly fell to the ground. As soon as he landed, Luffy ran towards him. Xia-Chun, you were so handsome just now. Really? Actually, I think so too. Xia-Chun responded with a big white fang, and then said, now that this battle is over, it's time to deal with other chores. After saying that, Xia-Chun closed his eyes and released the domineering energy of seeing and hearing, and felt it with all his strength. After a while, he opened his eyes with a strange look on his face.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.